Chapter 1362. In the city of Wei, Ning Chun and Yun Mani fled into the city. Behind them, the Almighty from the God realm chased after them. The Ming Wadao sword circled around his body, full of killing intent. There was only a wall between the inside and outside of the city. It was the boundary between life and death. Outside the city, the Almighty from the God realm tried to enter the city. Just as he took half a step, the power around him was immediately suppressed. The Ming Wadao sword quickly dimmed and showed signs of dissipating. In the city, Ning Chen looked at the Almighty from the God realm in front of him and squinted his eyes. "Come in." Outside the city, the Almighty from the God realm retracted his steps and hesitated. "Coward." Ning Chen did not hide his ridicule at all, and immediately supported the injured Yun Mani and left. Behind them, the Almighty from the God realm had an ugly expression, but he suppressed the anger in his heart and did not enter rashly. On the east side of the city, Ning Chen returned with Yun Mani. When he saw the mess in front of him, the corner of his mouth twitched. "Where's my house?" Earthquake, it collapsed. In front of the collapsed ruins, the young man in green and the teacher, who was also homeless, answered. In front of them, in the only blacksmith shop that was spared from the disaster, the sound of metal clanking could be heard. It was time to close the shop, but the noise was still deafening. "It's on purpose." The young man in green looked at the blacksmith shop in front of him and gritted his teeth. "It's on purpose," the teacher said indifferently. "Where are you staying tonight?" Ning Chen asked the most important question. "Main Street," the young man in green said indifferently. "Okay." The teacher chimed in. "Are you guys done talking?" At this time, the injured Yun Mani finally couldn't hold it in and shouted angrily. "Hey Miss Yun, why are you injured? Do you need help?" The young man in green noticed the woman that Ning Chen was supporting and quickly went forward to greet her. "Get lost." Yun Mani resisted the urge to kick him and spat out a word. The young man in green retreated to the side, not daring to provoke her again. Ning Chen just remembered that there was an injured person beside him. He smiled embarrassedly and said, "I'll take Miss Yun back to rest first. Go." The teacher was still a man of few words as he said lightly, "Go." The young man in green also shamelessly agreed. Ning Chen despised the former in his heart and immediately supported Yun Mani as they walked towards the small house in front. The newly built wooden house was simple and unique. It had survived the earthquake. Ning Chen helped Yun Mani into the house and brought her to the bed. "Miss Yun, have a good rest," Ning Chen said with a gentle expression. Yun Mani nodded. She was injured and didn't have the energy to say anything. After settling Miss Yun down, Ning Chen left the room without disturbing her rest. Outside, when the green-robed young man saw Zhang Xian walk out, he waved his hand. Ning Chen stepped forward and asked, "What is it? How did Miss Yun get hurt?" The young man in green asked with concern. "There's a powerful guy outside the city. We saw him killing people, so he wanted to kill us to silence us," Ning Chen replied, picking and choosing. "Powerful guy?" the green-clothed young man said in surprise. "How powerful? Do you need me to help?" "I can't do it alone, but there's still that old nerd." The teacher snorted coldly and did not reply. "He doesn't dare to enter the city. I don't know if he has left or not." "Let's talk about it later," Ning Chen said indifferently. "That's true." The green-clothed young man nodded. After entering the city, everyone was the same. He was not afraid of anyone when it came to fighting. "That's not right." The green-clothed young man suddenly slapped his head and said, "If he's guarding outside the city, how can we go out of the city to cut trees? If we don't cut trees, how can we build houses?" "He doesn't know you," Ning Chen said indifferently. "That's right, he doesn't know me." The green-clothed young man heaved a sigh of relief. "Not necessarily." Ning Chen opened his mouth. "Miss Yun and I only saw him kill people, and then he chased after us. The city of Wei is only so big. If he wants to completely block the news, the best way is to kill everyone who leaves the city." The green-clothed young man heard this and his expression changed. It was really possible. Think of a way to kill him, the teacher said. It was rare for him to say more words. Old nerd, I appreciate your words. The green-clothed young man laughed. Ning Chen touched his nose and said, Actually, there's something I haven't said. What is it? The green-clothed young man was puzzled. The person outside the city seems to be cultivating something called the enlightened self-cutting Tao technique, Ning Chen replied. Goodbye, pretend I didn't say anything. The green-clothed young man heard this and turned to leave. On the side, the teacher's face darkened and he didn't say a word. Don't go. Ning Chen went forward to block the green-clothed young man and said, Don't you want to build your house? The green-clothed young man stopped and looked at the former as if he was an idiot. He said, Do you think I'm stupid? It's all right, Ning Chen replied with uncertainty. Get lost. The green-clothed young man looked at the former with disdain and said, If I don't build my house, I can sleep on the streets. If I want to build my house, I might even lose my life. Do you think I'll make such a stupid choice? Isn't it just a guy who cultivates a forbidden technique? We have so many people working together and we can't beat him? Ning Chen said in surprise. Do you know what the enlightened self-cutting Tao technique is? The green-clothed young man said angrily, You're working so hard to comprehend the Tao here. He only needs to wave his hand and he can destroy your 1,000 years of hard work. Fighting with such a person, isn't it courting death? Ning Chen heard this and said helplessly, It sounds like there's really no way to fight. We can lure him into the city. On the side, the teacher suggested. Oh, what a good idea. The green-clothed young man said exaggeratedly, Do you think others are stupid? Who's going to lure him? I'm not going. It's a waste of effort. Clang. 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 In the blacksmith shop, the sound of iron striking was still rising and falling. It was so noisy that half the street could hear it clearly. This old blacksmith isn't done yet. The green-clothed young man gritted his teeth and shouted, Old blacksmith, are you going out of the city to chop trees? Not going. In the blacksmith shop, a simple and honest voice sounded and directly refused. After living for so long, you've really become shrewd with age. The green-clothed young man said helplessly. This old blacksmith looked simple and honest, but he was actually harder to fool than anyone else. In the west, the sun set and the sky gradually darkened. Night came as promised. The cold wind blew and the three people standing outside couldn't help but shrink their bodies. It's really cold. The green-clothed young man looked at the collapsed house and said with nostalgia in his eyes. On the side, the teacher tightened his sleeves and stood there calmly. Ning Chen also tightened his sleeves and didn't say a word. After a long time, the green-clothed young man gritted his teeth and said, Think of a way to kill him. Agreed. The teacher replied. Ning Chen nodded and stretched out his hand. Clap your hands and swear to kill him. Under the pressure of hunger and cold, the three of them finally made up their minds and clapped their hands to swear to face the difficulties together. The three of them spent the long night in hardship. The cold wind blew on their bodies and it was bone-chilling. In the east, when the morning sun shone, the three of them sighed in relief at the same time and moved their frozen bodies. The three of them turned and walked out of the city together. Outside the city gate, the three of them stopped. How do we fight? The green-clothed young man asked. Don't let the Ming Wadao sword get close to you. As for the rest, we'll play it by ear. The teacher replied. That makes sense. The green-clothed young man nodded. That thing is very fast. Ning Chen reminded. We're not slow either. The green-clothed young man replied. If we can't win, we'll return to the city. The teacher added. After the effective battle strategy, the three of them walked out of the city. Facing a strong enemy, they were vigilant. Outside the city, there was no one and it was unusually quiet. Left? The green-clothed young man was surprised. I don't know. The teacher replied. The green-clothed young man released his divine sense and searched for a long time, but he didn't find anything. He should have left. That gave me a fright, the green-clothed young man said unhappily. Let's go and chop some trees. Okay. The teacher nodded. Ning Chen didn't object and walked towards the forest in front of them. Just when the three of them were 100 steps away from the small city, a small silver sword pierced through the air and slashed at the three of them. I knew that you old turtle didn't leave, the green-clothed young man said coldly, and his figure flashed, dodging the Ming Wadao sword. The three of them separated and attacked the God Realm powerhouse together at an extremely fast speed. In the middle of the three, the God Realm powerhouse in a blue robe snorted. His divine power rose and a terrifying aura swept out. Amidst the surging waves of divine power, the Ming Wadao sword flickered and slashed at the three of them at an even faster speed. The three of them dodged the Ming Wadao sword. In front of them, the teacher's aura of righteousness exploded as he rushed towards the God Realm powerhouse in front of him. The teacher, who usually looked the most elegant and calm, was unexpectedly violent and ruthless when he fought. His every move was abnormally violent. With a rumble, the teacher's fist broke through the void and smashed towards the opponent in front of him. The God Realm powerhouse frowned and raised his left hand to block the attack. On the other side, a waterfall appeared around the green-clothed young man. The waterfall turned into silk and swept forward. The silk was thinner than hair but sharper than a blade. Wherever it passed, flying rocks were shattered. It was unstoppable. Behind him, Ning Chen held his sword and attacked from the most shameless angle. He directly attacked the back of the green-clothed young man. Trying to break a rock with an egg. The God Realm powerhouse's eyes flashed coldly. He flipped his palms and a violent divine power rushed out. Amidst the shocking vibrations, the attacks of the three of them were immediately disintegrated. The absolute suppression of cultivation was unstoppable. In the next moment, the Ming Wadao sword slashed across. In an instant, the clothes in front of the three of them were torn apart. Tough one, retreat. In just one round of attack and defense, the winner was decided. The green-clothed young man shouted and immediately retreated. Not far away, the teacher had already retreated. His speed was so fast that it was shocking. On the opposite side, Ning Chen's figure disappeared from the battlefield and fled towards the small city. Damn you! The green-clothed young man was furious. He turned around and ran. In the small city, the three of them rushed in pathetically. Behind them, the Ming Wadao sword pierced through the air. Outside the city, the God Realm powerhouse's face was unusually gloomy. The three of them were ordinary, but they were good at escaping. Chapter 1363. In the city of Wei, the three people who fled into the city panted heavily. They were drenched in cold sweat and were terrified. We can't beat him. The young man in green straightened his body and wiped the cold sweat off his forehead. Indeed, I can't defeat him. The teacher chimed in. Ning Chen spread his hands, indicating that there was nothing he could do. His Mingwo Dao sword is too powerful. If we don't have a way to restrain it, we'll be sitting duck. The young man in green said angrily. It's fast and untouchable. How can we restrain it? The teacher said lightly. The young man in green looked at Jiming and said suspiciously, You seem to have disappeared just now. You're very fast. I'm not going. Ning Chen saw through his intention and immediately denied it. Luring the enemy? He was not stupid. Do you have any sense of cooperation? The old bookworm and I are helping you solve your problem now. The young man in green said indignantly. I'm not going either. Ning Chen said without hesitation. You. The young man in green was so angry that he wanted to hit him. In the face of a powerful enemy, he forced himself to hold back and said, Think again. What else can we do? Do you have any Dharma treasures that can block the Mingwo Dao sword? Ning Chen asked. No. The teacher answered first. Then, the two of them looked at the young man in green. Why are you looking at me? The young man in green said angrily. That's the Mingwo Dao sword, not a piece of scrap metal. Where would I get a Dharma treasure to block it? Don't you have an umbrella? You can try it. The teacher exposed him and said calmly. Get lost. The young man in green refused directly and said, That's my life-saving Dharma treasure. What if it's broken? Ning Chen looked at the two of them and glanced back and forth. His eyes were full of suspicion. The young man in green was scared and said, What are you looking at? The teacher took half a step back silently and drew a clear line between the two. Both of you are my seniors. You've lived for thousands of years. You shouldn't be so weak. Ning Chen openly provoked them and mocked them. The young man in green and the teacher's expressions changed again and again. It was the first time in thousands of years that they were called weak by a junior. The two of them looked at each other and felt that they couldn't be so cowardly anymore. You use the umbrella and I'll use the Confucian golden scroll, the teacher said. All right. The green-robed young man made up his mind and replied, However, we have to go back and look for it. Me too, the teacher replied. Since the decision had been made, the two of them did not delay any longer and headed toward the east of the city. Ning Chen followed behind with a puzzled expression, not knowing what the two of them were up to. In the east of the city, in front of a collapsed house, the young man in green and the teacher walked over. Looking at the ruins in front of them, they felt a headache coming on. The woman walked out of the blacksmith shop. She looked at Ning Chen and asked, Did you win? No. Ning Chen shook his head. None of the three of you can win? The woman asked in surprise. The opponent is too strong, Ning Chen said helplessly. What are they doing? The woman asked in confusion as she looked at the two people in front of the ruins who were constantly moving bricks and tiles. He should be looking for something, Ning Chen replied. In the blacksmith shop, Blacksmith Li curiously put down his hammer and walked out. After digging for a long time, the young man in green suddenly laughed and pulled out a broken umbrella from a pile of broken wood and tiles. Found it! The broken green umbrella even had a wormhole on it. The young man in green was excited, as if he had found a treasure. I found it too. Let's go. At this moment, the teacher on the opposite side pulled out an ancient scroll from a pile of buried scrolls and said, Don't worry about it. In front of the blacksmith shop, Blacksmith Li saw the things in the two people's hands. His honest face revealed a strange expression. Are they serious? After finding the treasure, the three of them left again and walked out of the city. In front of the city, the blue-robed divinity realm expert still did not leave. 100 steps away, a person blocked the entrance. No one dared to come out. In the city, the three of them walked out. Looking at the figure in front of them, they felt a little scared. Why don't we discuss how to fight? The young man in green stopped and whispered. That makes sense. The teacher continued to chime in. Ning Chen stopped and turned to look at the two of them. His face was full of disdain. What's there to discuss after discussing all the way? Seniors, don't tell me you don't dare to go out. Who said so? Let's fight. After being provoked again, the young man in green immediately walked out of the city. Behind him, the teacher caught up with him, and his expression began to look wary. The three of them left the city. 100 steps away from the city, the blue-robed divinity's face flashed with a mocking look. This time, he was not in a hurry to attack. Why? Have you found a way to deal with me? The blue-robed divinity looked at the three of them and snorted. He flipped his right hand and the Ming Wadao sword appeared. The Ming Wadao sword that could cut through the Tao realm appeared again. The three of them looked serious and did not dare to be careless. This time, I won't let you escape. As soon as he finished speaking, a tiger roared in the sky above the blue-robed divinity. A huge divinity tiger appeared. The Tao realm phenomenon was shocking. As the divinity tiger appeared, the sky quickly darkened. In the battle, a strong pressure descended and blocked all escape routes. Not good. The young man in green's face darkened. Water flowed around him and turned into silk to resist the pressure coming from all directions. Sky slash. Ning Chen held his sword and slashed. A majestic sword chi rushed into the sky and slashed at the divinity tiger. However, the sword chi pierced through the divinity tiger's body. The Tao realm phenomenon was not affected by any force. The Tao realm is not a physical object. It is the reflection of the cultivator's Tao heart. Nothing can hurt it. It can only be resisted by the Tao realm, the young man in green reminded him. Ning Chen's eyes narrowed. He had really learned something. Be careful. You can't hurt his Tao realm phenomenon, but his Tao realm phenomenon can hurt you. Don't be careless, the teacher on the other side reminded him. What an unfair battle. Ning Chen collected his thoughts and looked at the opponent in front of him. The Ming Wadao sword was already troublesome enough. Now there was another Tao realm phenomenon. With a high cultivation, he could bully others as he wished. Roar. In the sky, the divinity tiger roared and rushed down. Boom. Below, the divinity tiger stepped on the plains and dust flew. After hearing the conversation of the three of them, he immediately targeted Ning Chen. Picking on the soft persimmon was the most effective method, no matter the time. In the violent sand waves, a figure in plain clothes flew out and stabilized himself 100 feet away. In the battle, the young man in green and the teacher looked at each other and were slightly relieved. Although this young man's cultivation was not high, his speed was really shocking. It should be enough to protect himself for a while. 100 feet away, Ning Chen flipped his palm. Instantly, the ground shook and sand gathered, turning into giant dragons that rushed toward the blue-robed man. The blue-robed man frowned, as he had never seen such a strange ability. The divine power around him rose and blocked the incoming attack. The rumbling continued as the giant dragons attacked the divine power barrier. The entire Weiqing city started to shake again. Old bookworm, what kind of secret technique is this? The young man in green asked in surprise. I don't know. Don't ask. Let's fight first. After saying that, the teacher moved. Righteous energy surged and was extremely violent. What an impatient person! The young man in green said helplessly. He also flew out and joined forces to attack the enemy. The two experts who were close to the godfiend level joined forces and pressed down on the blue-robed man in front of them. You don't know what's good for you. The blue-robed man snorted. The Mingwo Dao sword in his hand flew out and slashed at the two. The teacher and the young man in green took out their trump card. The Confucian sect golden scroll and the broken green umbrella blocked the Taoist sword. Boom! The Taoist sword collided with the Dharma artifact. The two felt a sharp pain in their divine senses. The Mingwo Dao sword actually penetrated the Dharma artifact and tried to slash their divine senses. At this moment of crisis, phoenix flames rose in the battle. The white-robed figure instantly appeared and grabbed the two before escaping again. You can't escape. The blue-robed man's eyes flashed coldly. He raised his hand and pressed down. The divine tiger roared and swallowed the three in front of him. Killing intent appeared again. The broken green umbrella in the hands of the young man in green spun rapidly and blocked the divine tiger's attack. Old bookworm, it's your turn. The two forces collided. The young man in green's mouth turned red as he shouted. The teacher nodded. The Confucian sect golden scroll opened. Golden words appeared in the sky and turned into 4 sacred walls to trap the divine tiger. Roar! The divine tiger roared and charged at the sacred walls. The sacred artifact of the Confucian sect showed signs of collapse. The phenomenon of the Tao realm was unstoppable. Even the sacred artifact of the Confucian sect could not last for long. At this moment, the white tiger slaughter divine artifact appeared in Ning Chen's hand. The 7 strings moved at the same time, and the sound of destruction could destroy the world. Chapter 1364. Outside the city of Wei, 3 experts who had been oppressed by the deity world rose up to fight back. The 3 of them worked together, using their Dharma treasures and ultimate moves to seal the Tao realm phenomenon. In an instant, Ning Chen took out the Yama divine zither. The 7 strings moved the world, and a powerful sound came out. The horrifying power and earth-shattering sound waves spread out. The blue-robed expert felt a sharp pain in his divine sense. His mind was distracted, and the Mingwo Dao sword was temporarily restrained. Well done! Seeing this, the young man in green drew water into threads. Threads of water spread out and killed the expert in front of him. As the killing intent approached, the blue-robed expert's expression sank. He endured the pain in his divine sense and used his divine power to block the incoming attack. However, there were thousands of threads, and they penetrated everywhere. The threads were like sharp blades that broke through the expert's defense where the divine power was weak, bringing out a waterfall of dazzling blood. With a groan, the blue-robed expert's body turned red. He was injured for the first time since the battle started. The attack was effective. The teacher's figure followed closely behind. Golden words surrounded his body, and he punched out with earth-shattering power. The extremely violent attack was the complete opposite of the teacher's gentle appearance. The Confucian golden scroll showed its power, and golden words flew out to support the attack. Boom! Boom! An intense impact rang out as the fist landed on the blue-robed almighty being's body. Divine energy protected his body as he blocked the incoming attack. Wave after wave of attacks shook the air. The blue-robed expert was forced back, and his aura showed signs of instability. After being injured continuously, it was difficult for him to use his divine power. In the blink of an eye, a white-robed figure flashed across the battlefield at an extreme speed. It was so fast that it was hard to see with the naked eye. In Ning Chen's hand, it was like a divine sword that gathered the sharpness of heaven and earth. It directly broke through the divine power barrier and pierced into the blue-robed expert's chest. Ugh! With a groan, the blue-robed expert was forced back several steps. Blood splashed out from the corner of his mouth. He was injured again. Kill him! The young man in green's eyes lit up. He condensed water into threads, and they wrapped around the expert in front of him. In the next moment, the blue-robed expert's body was bound by the water threads. Ha! After a few steps, the teacher shouted and flew out. He used the Confucian golden scroll as a heavy weapon and directly smashed the blue-robed expert's head. The extremely violent way of fighting made the eyelids of knowing destiny and the young man in green twitch. Bang! The Confucian sect's golden scroll and the Supreme Elder's head collided, creating a deafening explosion. The blue-robed Supreme Elder's forehead split open and blood gushed out. His head was injured, and his divine sense was in extreme pain. In the battle, the Tao realm phenomenon collapsed and vanished. However, at this moment, a silver sword radiance pierced through the air from behind the 3 of them and slashed toward knowing destiny. Be careful! The young man's expression changed when he saw the sword light. He shouted loudly. The Tao-severing sword was unstoppable. At the moment of life and death, Ning Chen made a prompt decision. His figure suddenly turned illusory. The Phoenix secret technique was a forbidden technique that could control time and space. The Ming Wadao sword passed through his body as if it was passing through an illusion. An instant later, Ning Chen's figure appeared and solidified again. However, he staggered and vomited a mouthful of blood. The Phoenix secret technique, which had always been successful, was unable to completely block the Mingwo Dao sword's attack this time. Ning Chen was injured, and the aura around him shook violently. Guard your mind. Don't let your Dao heart fall. The young man in green took a step forward and shouted in a deep voice. Ning Chen closed his eyes and focused on guarding his mind, not allowing the remaining sword power of the Ming Wadao sword to take advantage of him. The situation of the battle changed. The blue-robed mighty figure saw an opportunity and roared angrily, counterattacking forcefully. Violent divine power surged. In the battle, the 3 of them immediately fell into a sea of divine power and found it difficult to move. In the void, the Ming Wadao sword's radiance shone brightly and slashed toward the 3 below. Oh no! The three of them wanted to block the sudden counterattack, but they were already powerless. Let's fight. The young man in green made up his mind. His eyes shone brightly. In the sky, a blood-colored camellia bloomed. The Tao Realm phenomenon appeared for the first time. Tao Realm? You're courting death. The blue-robed mighty figure smiled angrily. The Ming Wadao sword pierced through the sky and slashed toward the blood-colored camellia. Shameless old man, are you tired of living? The teacher was shocked and shouted. Using the Tao Realm in front of the Ming Wadao sword was equivalent to courting death. I won't die, the young man in green replied. He looked at the Tao sword in the sky and was extremely focused. The moment the Tao sword approached, the young man in green closed his eyes and retracted his Tao realm. In the void, the blood-colored camellia instantly disappeared. The Tao sword slashed across, and in that split second, life and death were decided. Now, hurry up! The young man in green shouted as he saw the opportunity to fight with his life on the line. The teacher retracted his mind, and righteous energy rose again. He slapped the Confucian sect's golden scroll. With a loud rumble, the Confucian sect's golden scroll covered the blue-robed mighty figure's head again. The loud sound was earth-shattering, and a waterfall of blood splattered. All of you deserve to die. The blue-robed mighty figure's face was covered in blood. His expression was abnormally ferocious, and his divine energy went berserk as he slammed his palm toward the former. The teacher raised his arms and gathered righteous energy to block the incoming attack. Blood splattered all over the sky. The heavy palm strike sent the teacher flying dozens of feet away. He staggered and stabilized himself. It was a tragic battle. The blue-robed mighty figure, who had a shocking cultivation base, was still able to withstand the heavy blows. It was shocking. At this moment, Ning Chen, who was focused on suppressing the injuries of the illuminating self-Tao sword, opened his eyes. He drew his sword and moved. His sword was as fast as lightning. In the blink of an eye, his sword pierced the blue-robed mighty figure's chest again. Get lost! The blue-robed mighty figure roared. He endured his injuries and counterattacked with a palm. When the palm struck, Ning Chen withdrew his sword and retreated hundreds of feet away. In the blood-soaked battle, all four of them had suffered heavy injuries. Whoever could not hold on first would be the one to die and vanish. He's still not dead. Old monster. The young man in green looked at the crack between the blue-robed mighty figure's eyebrows and said with a heavy expression, "An expert of this level won't die so easily." The teacher suppressed the injuries in his body and maintained a calm expression as he replied, "Try harder. After you finish him, I'll treat you to a drink." Not far away, Ning Chen waved his sword to disperse the blood on it. He looked forward and said, "I want the god's nectar from the Drunken Wind Pavilion, that's 100,000 miles away," the young man in green replied. "Sure," Ning Chen replied. 2 jars, the teacher said indifferently. "As long as you finish him, 10 jars will do." Ning Chen replied and dashed out to start the battle again. Illuminating self-Tao's sword, slay immortals and destroy demons. The blue-robed mighty figure was facing a life-and-death crisis that he hadn't faced in 100 years. He roared and gathered his divine power. In an instant, the small silver sword in the void shone brightly and enveloped the entire battle. "It's this stupid sword again." The young man in green looked gloomy. He opened the green umbrella in his hand and blocked the silver brilliance. "I'll lure the enemy. You guys find a chance to give him a fatal blow." Ning Chen transmitted his voice and slashed at the enemy in front of him like lightning. The blue-robed mighty figure's expression turned serious. He controlled the illuminating self-Tao sword to kill the opponent in front of him. In a battle of speed, Ning Chen used all his movement technique. His figure was shockingly fast. However, the illuminating self-Tao sword wasn't slow either. It followed closely behind. The unstoppable sword could only be dodged. In the battle, one afterimage after another was slashed by the illuminating self-Tao sword. It was dangerous. Old nerd, don't hide anymore. Show me what you're capable of. The young man in green looked at Ning Chen, who was fighting hard in front of him. He pointed at the sky, and water splashed everywhere. Not far away, the teacher also calmed down. He took a step forward and formed a seal to kill. In an instant, the Confucian golden scroll expanded rapidly and turned into a huge book. Golden words flew out and circled around the divine dynasty's imperial preceptor. When the two powerhouses joined forces, their power was earth-shattering. The blue-robed mighty figure didn't dare to be careless. His divine essence surged and turned into two ferocious beasts. When the two powers collided, the sky fell and the earth fell. The aftermath roared and surged. The three of them retreated a few steps at the same time, their bodies dyed red. The tragic battle finally came to an end. Ning Chen took a step forward and pierced his body with a sword. Blood spurted out, and the blue-robed mighty figure's face was ferocious. He counterattacked with a palm. 8 dragons appeared in front of Ning Chen, but they couldn't block the former's palm. The dragons dissipated, and the aftermath hit him. Puff! 100 steps away, Ning Chen stopped and vomited blood again. You can't kill me. Ha ha. Die. The blue-robed mighty figure was almost crazy. The last of his divine essence surged out and swallowed the three of them. At this moment, a bare-chested figure flashed past the battle. He held a hammer and smashed it on the blue-robed mighty figure's head. The blue-robed mighty figure's smile froze. He couldn't believe what he saw. In front of him, Blacksmith Lee held a hammer in his hand and smiled. His white teeth were creepy. Chapter 1365. In front of the city of Wei, the battle was fierce. When both sides were exhausted, Blacksmith Lee appeared on the battlefield and won the battle with his hammer. The blue-robed mighty figure's forehead cracked and blood gushed out like a fountain. Bang! The mighty figure fell to the ground and blood stained the sand. The fierce battle ended like a farce. It was hard to believe, but they had to believe that the mighty figure from the God realm who beat up Jiming and the others was killed by Blacksmith Lee's hammer. In the battle, the young man in green, the teacher, and Ning Chen were all stunned. They couldn't accept it. How could it be like this? As someone who had lived 2 lives, Ning Chen felt an inexplicable sadness in his heart. He had fought so hard for so long, but in the end, his head was taken away by someone else. Impressive. The young man in green cupped his hands and said, "The old blacksmith must have been here a long time ago. He had been hiding for this last moment. What a cunning old fox. He was still too young, too young." The young man in green sighed in his heart. This time, he was convinced. Impressive. The teacher also said calmly. Blacksmith Lee grinned and said, "You're welcome. We're neighbors. It's only right to help each other." Ning Chen didn't want to pay attention to these shameless guys. He went forward to check the blue-robed old man's body and found many good things. Behind him, the young man in green, Blacksmith Lee, and the teacher also went forward curiously to see what was there. There was a piece of divine iron, a bottle of pills, a jade slip, and a small brocade bag with a rusty key inside. The young man in green rubbed his hands and said, "Let's divide the loot." The teacher also stared at the loot without blinking. "Give this piece of broken iron to me." Blacksmith Lee smiled honestly. The young man in green looked at him with disdain. The value of this piece of divine iron was no less than a city. "Jade slip," the teacher said lightly. Seeing that the loot was about to be divided, the young man in green quickly said, "I want the pills." The 3 of them had already chosen the 4 items, leaving only a rusty key. The key was in the brocade bag. It was obvious that the blue-robed old man cared a lot about it. However, no matter how much he cared, it was still a broken key. "Brother Ning, this key might be a treasure. I'll give it to you," the young man in green said with a face full of pride. "Ha ha!" Ning Chen returned a smile and put away the key. He couldn't be bothered to look down on him anymore. "How should we deal with this old monster?" the young man in green asked. Ning Chen looked at the blue-robed eccentric on the ground and asked, Which one of you knows how to search souls? When the young man in green heard this, he was shocked and said, I don't know such a vicious secret technique. Blacksmith Lee also shook his head, indicating that he wouldn't. You want to understand the cultivation method of my Dao sword? The teacher asked. Yes. Ning Chen nodded and smiled. We don't know what kind of enemies we will encounter in the future. Learn more life-saving methods. The teacher was silent for a long time before he said calmly, I will. This time, it was everyone's turn to be shocked. Ning Chen, Blacksmith Lee, and the young man in cyan all looked at him. The imperial preceptor of the divine dynasty? A legendary Confucian figure? I learned it when I was young. I've never used it before, the teacher said calmly. The three of them responded at the same time with fake smiles. They would be fools to believe this old man. The teacher didn't care. He stepped forward and pressed his right hand on the blue-robed eccentric's head, forcibly searching his soul. The dead had passed away, but the last 3 souls and 7 spirits hadn't dissipated. A strange light rose around the teacher as he searched for the blue-robed eccentric's remaining memories. After about an hour, the teacher stopped and fatigue flashed in his eyes. It's done. Under the three's gazes, the teacher said, However, there's also a piece of bad news. What bad news? The young man in cyan was puzzled. This person is an elder of the pantheon, the teacher said calmly. Cough, cough. The young man in cyan coughed violently. Seems like we're in trouble. Blacksmith Lee still had a simple and honest smile on his face. Let's go back to the city. The young man in cyan turned around and walked toward the city without saying a word. Blacksmith Lee followed and didn't stay outside the city for long. Ningchen frowned and stepped forward to collect the blue-robed eccentric's body. He looked at the teacher and asked, Are you sure? I'm sure. The teacher nodded. Let's go back to the city. After getting the answer, Ning Chen didn't stay for a moment and walked toward the city of Wei. The 4 returned to the city. When they reached the city, they let out a sigh of relief. The Pantheon, this name was too scary. In the realm of the gods, it was one of the largest forces with countless divine demon experts. It was extremely terrifying. Every force in the realm of the gods had a branch of the Pantheon. The consequences of offending this force were very troublesome. In the east of the city, the 4 returned. In front of the blacksmith shop, the woman saw the 4 and asked gently, How was it? It's settled, Blacksmith Lee replied. Then why do you look like that? The woman was puzzled. It seems like we got into trouble. Blacksmith Lee grinned. That person is an elder of the Pantheon. The woman's expression changed slightly when she heard this, but soon returned to normal. She said calmly, It's okay. In the city of Wei, no matter if you're a tiger or a dragon, you have to lie down. No one dares to cause trouble. After that, the woman looked at the 3 and continued, You're all injured. Come in and rest for a while. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. Ning Chen, the young man in green, and the teacher replied without any hesitation and walked towards the blacksmith shop. In the blacksmith shop, the woman poured tea for the 3 and prepared some food. In front of the table, the 3 ate and drank without any hesitation. The blacksmith stood at the side and grinned. It was rare that he didn't forge today. What about the Pantheon? The young man in green stuffed a dry biscuit into his mouth and asked vaguely. I don't know. The teacher drank a cup of tea and replied. Blacksmith Lee, you're the one who killed him. What should we do? The young man in green began to shirk the responsibility and asked. Everyone did it together. Blacksmith Lee smiled honestly and didn't take the blame at all. Little brother Ning, you're the one who caused this trouble. Can you say something? The young man in green continued to shirk the responsibility. Everyone did it together. Ning Chen didn't fall for it and replied. The young man in green looked at the 2 of them with disdain and continued to eat. The table of food was quickly cleaned up by the 3. The big battle really tired the 3 of them. Understand, I'll teach you the cultivation method of the path sword later, the teacher said lightly. Thank you, teacher, Ningchen replied. You'll take responsibility for this, the teacher said calmly with a matter-of-fact face. The young man in green who was drinking tea spat out the tea in his mouth, and then coughed violently. Brilliant, really brilliant. Ningchen looked at the teacher across the table. After a long time, he smiled and said, The imperial preceptor of the divine dynasty, you live up to your reputation. Undeserved reputation. The teacher said calmly. All right. Ningchen nodded and said, I'll take responsibility for this. However, if it's within my ability, shouldn't the three of you contribute as well? Sure. The three of them expressed their stance and agreed readily. Outside, the sky was getting dark. Ningchen, the teacher, and the young man in green were still sitting at the table and had no intention of leaving. However, the middle-aged woman who saw through the three men's intentions directly chased them out, driving them out. With a bang, the blacksmith shop's door closed. Blacksmith Li smiled honestly and revealed his white teeth. It was so dazzling. Night fell and the cold wind blew. The three of them stood outside shivering. The teacher had an indifferent expression and still maintained the posture of a legendary Confucian figure. The young man in green shrank his neck and tried his best to warm himself up. At the side, Ningchen held the illuminating self-Tao sword cultivation technique that the teacher had memorized. Under the dim moonlight, he felt a headache coming on. Is it difficult? Bored, the young man in green leaned forward and asked. It's not easy, Ningchen replied. This is a forbidden technique. If others know that you're cultivating this, you'll be hunted down, the young man in green reminded. I'll just hide it and not let others find out, Ningchen said indifferently. Hunted down? He had been hunted down countless times and was long used to it. Aren't you cold? The young man in green shook his feet a few times and asked. I have a cold attribute cultivation body. Ningchen smiled and said, So, I'm more resistant to the cold than you. Despicable. The young man in green said unhappily. The godfiend laws in Weiqing City were too strong. They suppressed everyone's cultivation and made them similar to mortals. They understood the six desires and knew warmth and coldness. During the long night, Ningchen studied the cultivation method of the illuminating self-Tao sword. Unknowingly, the night gradually passed. In the east, when the sky was about to brighten, the wooden house in front of them opened and a beautiful figure walked out. After resting for 2 days, Yunmani's complexion was much better. Looking at the three people outside, she smiled and said, I heard that you guys caused trouble? The three of them looked at each other and turned to walk out of the city without saying a word. This girl was good-looking, but her mouth was too venomous. Every word she said was a sore spot. Behind them, Yunmani revealed a bright smile. This was the first time in 1,000 years that she was so relaxed. If not for the mission, she really did not want to leave this paradise. Inside and outside the city, the three of them went back and forth, carrying wood back again and again. The task of rebuilding after the disaster was arduous. The three of them worked for more than 10 days before they rebuilt the wooden house. Looking at the brand-new wooden house in front of them, the three of them had gratified expressions. It was not bad. When night fell, the three of them returned to their own wooden houses. They finally did not have to suffer the torment of the wind and rain. Under the oil lamp, Ningchen looked at the forbidden technique in his hand and frowned even more. Difficult. Dong. Dong. Outside, there was a knock on the door. However, Ningchen was focused on studying the cultivation method of the illuminating self-Tao sword and did not hear it. With a creak, the door opened and Yunmani walked in. She was about to say something but swallowed her words. In front of her, under the light, a white-haired figure in plain clothes appeared. A silver light rose from his body, sharp and threatening. The cutting Tao sword merged with the former's sword intent and reached an extreme level. It actually showed its sharpness under the godfiend laws that suppressed everything. Yunmani clenched her slender hands tightly. Hesitation flashed in her eyes. This was the best opportunity. If she made a move now, he should be completely unprepared. After hesitating for a long time, Yun Mani sighed softly. She loosened her clenched hands and did not make a move. She could not forget the mission, but at least not here. Chapter 1366. It was late autumn, a cold night, and the lights were waning. In a simple hut to the east of Wei City, silver sword light rose up, dazzling everyone. Gods and demons had turned into the Wei. In Wei City, any power would be suppressed. Because of this, for thousands of years, there had been many cultivators who came to Wei City to give up on fighting and focus on comprehending their own way. However, tonight, the sword light appeared in the east of Wei City. Blocked by the wooden hut, no one noticed the dazzling sword light, except for Yun Mandan, who knocked on the door and entered. Seeing this magical scene with her own eyes, Yun Mandan's heart was in turmoil. She wanted to attack, but she suppressed it. After a long time, the silver sword light in the wooden hut gradually disappeared. Ji Ming opened his eyes and looked at the woman in front of him. He smiled and said, "Miss Yun, what's the matter?" Yun Mandan smiled back and said, "Nothing. I just came to see how your injuries are." "I'm almost healed." Ning Chun smiled and said, "Miss Yun?" "The same." Yun Mandan stepped into the hut and said softly, "Lord Ning, your cultivation seems to have improved a lot. I have some enlightenment." Ning Chun didn't hide it and said, "The understanding self sword has helped me a lot." "Can you reach the imperial path?" Yun Mandan asked. "Not enough." Ning Chun shook his head. Even though his sword realm had improved, it was still far from making up for the loss of the demon body. The imperial path was the last realm of the fourth realm. It was almost impossible to reach it if one's heart and 3 souls were damaged. The demon body controlled the earth soul and part of the sword heart. Unless he swallowed the demon body and took back the earth soul and part of the sword heart, his heart and 3 souls couldn't be perfect. However, this choice was equivalent to giving up the demon body completely. There was no room for negotiation. In the wooden hut, Ning Chun stood up. The sword light on his body dissipated. He looked at the woman in front of him and said with a smile, "Miss Yun, I may be leaving Wei City soon." "Why? Didn't you say you would stay for at least a year?" Yun Mandan was startled and didn't understand. Plans can't keep up with changes. Ning Chun said softly, "The temple of all gods will come sooner or later. Enlightenment can't be forced. I'm lucky to have met these friends and Miss Yun." "Are you lucky to have met me?" "Perhaps, but unfortunately, he did not even know her real name." "After leaving the city of Wei, do you have a place to go?" Yun Mandan asked softly. "I haven't thought about it yet. In the next 2 days, I will carefully think about the path to take in the future." Ning Chun replied, "There is a place that young master can consider." Yun Mani suggested. "Miss, please speak," Ning Chun said curiously. "Northern territory of the God Realm, Shueyun clan," Yun Mandan said seriously. Ning Chun frowned when he heard this. The northern region? The divine world was vast, and the distance from the southern border to the northern border was more than 100 million miles. Even if one were to concentrate on their journey, it would still take a very long time to reach the northern border. Moreover, it was still unknown what kind of trouble they would encounter during this period. Young Master's cultivation is of the cold attribute, and the Shueyun clan is famous for their extremely cold Shueyun technique. Empress Shueyun is also one of the most powerful deities in the divine world. If you can become her disciple, even the temple of all gods will have to think twice if they want to trouble you." Yun Mandan said seriously. Ning Chun heard this and his eyes flashed with contemplation. Driving the tiger to devour the wolf was indeed a method, but he had always been used to freedom. Once he became Empress Shueyun's disciple, he would not be able to do whatever he wanted in the future. After weighing the pros and cons, Ning Chun shook his head and said, "Thank you for your kindness, Miss Yun, but I have no plans to go to the northern border for the time being." Yun Mandan sighed. She knew that he would not agree. Although they had only known each other for a short period of time, The sharpness of his body had already surprised her. This man who had ascended to the divine world would definitely shock the entire divine world if he was given time to grow. After a short conversation, Yun Mandan left. In the wooden house, the lights flickered. Ning Chen stood quietly in front of the window, thoughts flashing through his eyes. Perhaps the place he should go the most was the temple of the god. Know yourself and know your enemy, and you will never be defeated. Before the temple of the gods came looking for him, he should first investigate the strength of this force. Knock, knock. At this moment, there was a knock on the door again. Please come in. Ning Chen came back to his senses and said. With a creak, the door opened and the teacher walked in. He said calmly, I haven't rested yet. Teacher, you haven't rested either, have you? Ning Chen said with a smile. This is for you. The teacher handed over a letter and said calmly, If you are in danger, give this letter to the head of the Confucian sect in the Great Yu dynasty. After seeing this letter, he will help you once. Ning Chen nodded, took the letter, and thanked the teacher respectfully. He was not a pedantic person. He would not refuse such kindness. Goodbye. After delivering the letter, the teacher left without the slightest hesitation. Ning Chen looked at the teacher's back as he left, and his eyes were filled with envy. Although he did not recognize the teacher's Tao, he admired his carefree temperament. He could let go of the dynasty that he had guarded for thousands of years. This kind of decisiveness was not something an ordinary person could do. The letter in his hand weighed more than 1,000 kilograms. Some people spoke a lot but did little. Some people were reticent but were passionate in their hearts. This teacher was someone he could really befriend. The night was getting darker. In the house, the fire crackled, dispelling some of the coldness of late autumn. In the middle of the night, when everyone was asleep, a sneaky figure quietly walked in from outside the wooden house. Knock! Knock! There was a knock on the door. It was very soft, for fear of being discovered. In the house, Ning Chen looked helpless. Why were there so many people looking for him tonight? Ning Chen got up and opened the door. He looked at the sneaky man in front of him and said, Senior, do you know that it's very late now? Get lost. The young man in green hurried in and said unhappily, You're the senior. Your whole family are seniors. Why, what's the matter? Ning Chen said with a smile. Here's something for you. The young man in green reluctantly took out a blue silk thread from his sleeve and said, Here. What is it? Ning Chen was puzzled. Soul-binding chain. The young man in green whispered. Ning Chen took it and was confused. What's the use of it? It doesn't hurt the body, but it binds the soul. Isn't it powerful? The young man in green showed off. Yes. Ning Chen said perfunctorily and continued to ask, Is this the only treasure? Do you have more? The young man in green was shocked and said, What else do you want? Seeing the young man's expression, Ning Chen smiled and said, You've lived for so long. You must have a lot of treasures. Give me 3 or 5. Get lost. The young man in green was furious. He slammed the soul-binding chain on the table and turned to leave. Don't go. If 3 or 5 is not enough, 2 or 3 will do. Ning Chen shouted from behind. Get lost. The young man in green closed the door with a bang and strode away. Ning Chen smiled faintly. He looked at the soul-binding chain on the table and put it away. These guys usually looked poor, but at the critical moment they had some savings. Outside the house, the cold wind blew. The night gradually passed. When the sky was about to brighten, a woman came early with a rusty broken sword in her hand. Ning Chen walked out and saw the broken sword in the woman's hand. He was puzzled. This is a treasure. The woman smiled and said, As for what kind of treasure it is, I don't know. This is a gift from your brotherly. Take it. Ning Chen took the broken sword and nodded, Thank you. When are you leaving? The woman asked. The day after tomorrow. Ning Chen said softly. The woman nodded and did not ask any more questions. She turned and left. In the last 2 days, Ning Chen did not deliberately cultivate. Every day, he walked on the streets of the small city and watched the world. After 900 years in the Z-Wei divine realm, he stood too high. Looking at the world, his heart was cold. It was the loneliness of being at the top. It made people numb. Now, in the city, he was no different from an ordinary person. Looking at the world again, he was reluctant to leave. On the third day, when the sun rose, Ning Chen walked out of the wooden house and walked out of the city. The blacksmith, the teacher, and the young man in green, none of the three came out to see him off. Outside the city, Ning Chen looked back and looked at the small city behind him. He was reluctant to leave. If there was a chance, he hoped that he could come back. "Why, don't you want to go?" At this moment, a charming voice sounded in Ning Chen's ears. Ning Chen was shocked when he heard this. He turned around and saw the woman who appeared outside the city. He said in surprise, "Miss Yun, it's you. Let's go together." Yun Man smiled, her face like a peach blossom as she replied. Just as Ji Ming left the city of Wei, a divine sun came from the north of the divine realm. Its shocking aura shocked the entire northern region. 2 suns in the sky. It was a shocking scene. All the cultivators in the northern region looked at the sky and felt the indescribable pressure. Rising Sun Dragon God. At the highest point of Shuiyun Imperial Palace, behind a curtain, a lazy voice sounded. "Since you're here, show yourself. Empress Shuiyun, it's been tens of thousands of years. How have you been?" As soon as the voice sounded, the divine sun in the sky took shape. Rising Sun Dragon God stepped out and walked toward the Imperial Palace below. Inside the Imperial Palace, the 8 fairies were blocking the way. They looked at the man who was walking over, and their expressions were full of fear. The Rising Sun Dragon God had come in person. "You may leave," the Empress said softly. Behind the curtain, the Empress spoke softly. "In front of the Rising Sun Ho God, your abilities are nothing." "Yes." The 8 goddesses bowed respectfully and retreated to the side. Behind them, the Empress sat up and looked at the man standing in the air. She said, "You don't visit a temple without a cause. Since the Rising Sun Dragon God has come in person, it can't be a small matter. Speak frankly." "Your subordinates destroyed the Chihua clan. I have come to seek justice," the Rising Sun Dragon God said indifferently. "Oh." The Empress was surprised and closed her eyes. After a few breaths, she opened them and said, "Rising Sun Dragon God, you must be joking. There are no members of the Shuiyun clan in Nanjiang. How could they destroy the Chihua clan? Isn't one of the 9 goddesses missing?" the Rising Sun Dragon God said calmly. "Yun Manrua?" The Empress smiled and said, "She did leave the northern region. However, she's still in the heaven realm, far from Nanjiang. She can't be the murderer." Chapter 1367. In the northern region, the Rising Sun Flood God had arrived to denounce her. The atmosphere was tense. Facing the Rising Sun Flood God's accusation, Empress Shuiyun's expression didn't change in the slightest. "Don't you think it's too perfunctory to deny the Shuiyun clan's extermination of the Chihua clan based on your one-sided statement?" In the air above the Imperial Palace, the Sunrise Flood God looked at Empress Shuiyun behind the curtains in front of him. Why should the Shuiyun clan admit to their crimes? The smile on Empress Shuiyun's face gradually faded. "Rising Sun Flood God, I've said what I need to say. It's up to you whether you believe me or not." A cold glint flashed through the Rising Sun Flood God's eyes, but he didn't ask any more questions. Golden flames spread out from his body. "Flood God, are you going to fight in my Shuiyun palace?" the woman behind the curtain asked calmly. "It's been tens of thousands of years since we last met. I'm sure your cultivation has improved a lot. Why don't we take this opportunity to spar?" the Rising Sun Flood God said coldly. "I'd be happy to oblige." The Empress rose from behind the curtain. In an instant, the entire Shuiyun palace was filled with frost. Ice and fire, the most extreme of opposites, had existed since the Antiquity Age and had never stopped. In the sky, the 2 forces clashed. Wave after wave of powerful aura rippled out from the palace, shocking the heavens. In the northern region, the experts of the god realm looked up at the sky in shock. This power belonged to the Empress. Who was the one fighting the Empress? The rising sun flood god. A powerful divine demon expert felt the scorching aura in the sky and said solemnly. The battle between the two emperors shook the heavens and the earth. The sky of the northern region seemed to crack. The battle lasted only a few breaths before the sky calmed down. Within the palace, the rising sun flood god and Empress Shueyun retracted their auras and stopped fighting. So, do you want to continue? The Empress asked calmly. There's no need. The rising sun flood god said indifferently, then turned and left. A moment later, the golden flames above the palace dissipated. The rising sun flood god's figure faded and disappeared. Inside the palace, the 8 fairies heaved a sigh of relief. The rising sun flood god was truly a god of war. His strength was terrifying. Your Majesty! The rising sun flood god wouldn't come here to denounce us for no reason. Do we need to investigate this matter? Asked a woman dressed in red among the 8 heavenly maidens. No need. Behind the curtain, the corners of the Empress's mouth curled up slightly as she smiled. This matter is related to that little phoenix. As long as Yunmani brings that little phoenix back, perhaps the truth will come to light. The woman in red bowed respectfully and said no more. The Empress's words were never wrong. They just had to carry out her orders. In the heaven stage, Heavenly Lady Shueyun, who was wearing a green dress, was walking forward. At this moment, she heard an order from the Water Empress. Bring that little phoenix back as soon as possible. Also, bring back all the women around him as well. However, if they resist, I allow you to kill them without mercy. The Empress transmitted her voice. Yes. Heavenly Lady Shueyun in a green dress accepted the order. She looked at the southern border with a serious look in her eyes. It seemed that the Shueyun clan was not the only clan that had designs on the phoenix. In the northern part of Weiqing, 2 figures were walking side by side. They were very fast. In just a few steps, they were already thousands of miles away. In the pantheon of gods, illusory figures stood quietly on the 10 fingers of a fiend god statue. Their auras were incomparably powerful. Each of them was comparable to the powerful fiend gods of the primordial age. Not long ago, the rising sun flood god and the water empress fought. Did you all sense it? A powerful fiend god standing on one of the fingers of the fiend god statue asked calmly. Yes. The other 9 nodded and replied, I can feel that the cultivation of these 2 people has improved quite a bit. The rising sun flood god hasn't left the rising sun divine palace for tens of thousands of years. This time, he suddenly went to the north. There must be an unknown reason. There is one more thing that you may not know. Before the 2 emperors fought, the rising sun flood god personally performed a heavenly awakening on a human who ascended from the mortal realm. When the 9 people heard this, their faces all revealed strange expressions. That proud war god of the god world would perform a heavenly awakening on a human. It was unbelievable. Do you know the identity of this person? One of the 9 asked solemnly. We don't know yet. The first fiend god continued, however, according to what I know, after this person ascended to the god world, Buddha West approaches from the western Buddhist world sent an emissary to the southern border. If this is not a coincidence, then this person's identity is even more worthy of attention. Strange. The second of the 9 frowned. How could a mortal who ascended from the mortal realm cause such a big commotion? Could this person be the reincarnation of a powerful fiend god? In the god world, there are only a handful of experts worthy of the attention of the rising sun flood god and Buddha West approaches. In these years, we have not heard of any reincarnation of a great god. This possibility is not high, the third fiend god replied. Everyone nodded. It was true. The rising sun flood god and Buddha West approaches were the strongest in the god world. Someone who could attract their attention could not be unknown in the god world. If such an expert was reincarnated, it would be difficult to hide from the world. Report. At this moment, an illusory figure in black appeared on the fiend god's palm. He knelt and bowed. What is it? The first fiend god to speak asked. Palace Lord, elder departing sword has been killed. The figure in black replied. On the thumb of the fiend god's right hand, the lord of the pantheon frowned slightly. Departing sword is dead? Who did it? We are still investigating. What we can confirm is that departing sword died outside the city of Wei in the southern border. The murderer may be an enlightened one of the city of Wei, the figure in black said respectfully. The city of Wei? The lord of the pantheon murmured softly. He looked at the 9 people in front of him and said, "This matter is a little strange. Departing sword's cultivation was not strong, but he had many life-saving methods. He should not have been killed so easily. One of you should go." "I will go." The illusory fiend god on the fiend god's left hand said. The lord of the pantheon nodded and said, "You can go, but be careful. Do not rashly come into conflict with the rising sun divine palace." Understood. The fiend god on the fiend god's little finger nodded. Just as the pantheon began to move in the southern border, Ning Chen and Yun Mani had been rushing north for several days. On the night of the 7th day, they were suddenly faced with a murderous aura. It was as heavy as the clouds, and it was driving them crazy. In the wilderness, the 2 people's expressions turned serious as they stopped in their tracks. "Be careful." Ning Chen spoke and reminded her. Yun Mani nodded. Looking at the demonic aura that spread from all directions, she said seriously, "People from the demonic world." Hearing this, Ning Chen showed a strange expression and said, "Demonic world." Before he finished speaking, demonic shadows swept over from all directions in the wilderness, holding machetes. Their murderous aura was pressing. The demons, whose appearances were difficult to distinguish, were like souls. They floated between heaven and earth, surrounded by demonic aura. They were abnormally strong. As the murderous aura approached, Ning Chen waved his hand and held his sword. He and his sword began to fight, and purple light was vast and mighty. He and his sword cut down the demons, and the battle began. Surrounded by demons, Ning Chen's body was like lightning, and his sword cut down the demons. His powerful swordsmanship was invincible. Hundreds of demons died under his sword and disappeared without a trace. In just a dozen breaths of time, hundreds of demons disappeared, and it was difficult for them to fight against the sword. "Your strength is stronger than before." On the side, Yun Mani spoke and waves appeared in her eyes. "I have some understanding. It's not worth mentioning." Ning Chen waved his hand and put away his sword. "People from the demonic world have disappeared for a long time. I didn't expect to meet demons from the demonic world here," Yun Mani said with a serious expression. Ning Chen raised his hand and a strong suction force spread out, swallowing all the demonic aura that scattered between heaven and earth. "What are you doing?" Yun Mani asked, puzzled. "This demonic aura is useful to me," Ning Chen said calmly. "I was just about to find them. I didn't expect them to take the initiative to come to me." "You need demonic aura?" Yun Mani asked in surprise. "Yes." Ning Chen nodded and said, "The purer the demonic aura, the better." Under the moon, Yun Mani was silent. After a long time, she said, "I know a place that has a large amount of demonic aura, but it is full of danger. Young Master Ning, do you dare to try?" Hearing this, Ning Chen showed interest and said, "I'd like to hear the details." The border between the God world and the demonic world, the abyss of divinity and demons. Yun Mani said seriously, "The demonic world hasn't made any big movements for tens of thousands of years, so you don't have to worry about meeting people from the demonic world in the abyss of divinity and demons. However, the abyss of divinity and demons is a forbidden area, and because the laws of heaven and earth are extremely chaotic, every once in a while, the abyss of divinity and demons will be cleansed by the great Tao and completely rebuilt. So, choosing when to enter is very important. How do we enter the abyss of divinity and demons? Ning Chen asked. Everywhere in the God world, there are entrances to the demonic world. There is one in the southern border. If you have made up your mind, I can take you there. Yunmani said seriously. However, the abyss of divinity and demons is full of danger. I don't recommend you to take this risk. Nothing ventured, nothing gained, Ning Chen said with a serious expression. I need a large amount of pure demonic aura now. Miss Yun, please lead the way. Yunmani nodded and didn't persuade him anymore. She led the way. Ning Chen followed behind, looking at the woman in front of him as thoughts flashed through his mind. It seemed that there was a lot of trouble waiting for him before he went to the Temple of Gods. At the same time, in the heaven stage, the green-clad heavenly lady Shui Yun flashed through the sky and rushed to the southern border. In the northeast of the southern border, Yunmani led Ning Chen over and stopped in front of an abandoned ancient city. In front of them, there were broken walls and ruins everywhere. Obviously, the ancient city had been abandoned for a long time and had been forgotten by the world. In front of the ancient city, Yunmani said calmly, in front of us is the tearless devil city. A long time ago, this was a city of the demonic world. However, after the demonic world was defeated, the tearless devil city was completely abandoned and became a dead city. If young Master Ning wants to go to the abyss of divinity and demons, this is the closest entrance. Ning Chen stopped and looked ahead. His eyes narrowed slightly as he said, Miss Yun, please stay. I can go alone. Chapter 1368. Ning Chen and Yunmani arrived at the tearless devil city. In front of them were broken walls and ruins, looking extremely desolate. I will go with young master, Yunmani said softly. The abyss of divinity and devil is full of dangers. Miss Yun, you don't have to take the risk with me. Ning Chen responded and didn't say anything else. He walked towards the tearless devil city. In the dead city there were collapsed buildings everywhere. Based on the density of the buildings, one could vaguely see the glory of the devil city. Ning Chen walked in the sandstorm, his true essence surging, resisting the storm that could appear at any time. Boom! Not far away, in the sandstorm, a broken wall that was dozens of feet tall collapsed. Waves of dust rolled, covering the sky and the sun. Behind him, in the sandstorm, a beautiful woman followed quietly, looking at the white-haired man in front of her with a complicated expression. After a long time, Ning Chen turned around and looked at the woman behind him, saying, Didn't I tell you not to come? Since we are already here, I don't mind accompanying young Master Ning, Yunmani said with a smile. While they were talking, in front of them, the sandstorm rolled, and a black storm appeared, quickly approaching. At the entrance of the abyss of divinity and devil, the laws of heaven and earth were extremely unstable. Black storms that could even swallow divinity and devil could be seen everywhere, making one's hair stand on end. Be careful. Yunmani looked at the black storm in front of them and reminded, these black storms are extremely terrifying. Even someone as strong as an emperor might die. Don't get sucked in. Understood. Ning Chen nodded and looked ahead. Phoenix flames rose around his body, and a pair of wings appeared. He carried the woman beside him and flew forward rapidly. In the sandstorm, the phoenix spread its wings, avoiding the black storms one after another, and flew toward the end of the tearless devil city. In a few breaths, the phoenix flew past the encirclement of several black storms and continued to fly forward. At the end of the tearless devil city, the void shook and space was extremely unstable. In the shaking void, cracks appeared. In the cracks, an aura that did not belong to the divine world spread out, gloomy and powerful. After a few breaths, the phoenix flew in front of the cracks and appeared. Ning Chen and Yunmani stood quietly in the void, looking at the cracks in front of them, their faces serious. It should be here, Ning Chen said solemnly. Yes. Yunmani nodded and said, Next we have to be even more careful. The abyss of gods and devils is not an independent world. The space-time inside is very unstable, so you must not stay for too long. I will make the best use of my time. Ning Chen responded, and the phoenix flames around his body rose again. In the blink of an eye, the phoenix flames engulfed the two of them, and they turned into a phoenix that rushed into the space crack in front of them. The abyss of gods and devils, the transition zone that connected the god world and the devil world, was filled with a faint scene. In the space, strange brilliance fell from all directions, reflecting extraordinary illusions. In the next moment, phoenix flames filled the abyss of gods and devils as two figures walked out and appeared in this world of nothingness. This was the first time Ning Chen had come to the abyss of gods and devils. As he looked at the strange lights around him, a strange light flashed in his eyes. "Young Master Ning, let's begin," Yun Mandan urged as she looked at the spacetime that could collapse at any moment. "Yes." Ning Chen nodded and let out a light shout. The true essence around his body was released, and an endless suction force came out, devouring the demonic energy in the abyss of gods and devils with all his strength. Pure demonic energy surged in all directions of the abyss of gods and devils. For thousands of years, the great Tao had not been cleansed, and a lot of demonic energy from the devil world had been retained here. Ning Chen took the risk to come to the abyss of gods and devils, and he did not want to make a wasted trip. His Dantian's qi stirred rapidly, turning into a black hole that crazily devoured the demonic energy in the abyss of gods and devils at an extremely terrifying speed. Not far away, Yun Mandan was several meters away, but she still felt the terrifying devouring force. The sealed source in her body was surging, and there were signs of loosening. Yun Mandan's expression sank, and she immediately suppressed the restlessness of the source power in her body. In the abyss of gods and devils, the flow of time could not be perceived. A short moment might be thousands of years. The two stayed for a long time, and more than 10 days had passed in the outside world. In the abyss of gods and devils, Ning Chen was devouring more and more demonic energy. As the demonic energy entered his body, Ning Chen's aura began to change, and it became gloomy and cold. 30 meters away, Yun Mandan looked at the change in Ning Chen's aura. She condensed her yuan, and a look of struggle flashed in her eyes. She had a mission, and she could not delay any longer. After a long time, Yun Mandan sighed softly and no longer hesitated, preparing to take action. At this moment, the abyss of gods and devils suddenly shook, and then it shook violently. The scene of the sky shaking and the earth shaking was shocking. Every inch of space and time around the two was shaking, as if it was the end of the world. "This is..." Yun Mandan looked at the sky, and her expression changed. The great Tao was cleansing. The sudden change was so sudden, and there were no signs. In the abyss of gods and devils, everything began to collapse, including time and all kinds of laws. "Let's go." Yun Mandan came back to her senses and rushed forward. She grabbed Ning Chen, who was still devouring demonic energy, and quickly fled outside. The moment Yun Mandan's right hand touched Ning Chen's body, the source power that was deliberately sealed in her body could not resist the terrifying devouring force. A trace of her aura overflowed and entered Ning Chen's body. Ning Chen opened his eyes and looked at the woman in front of him. A light flashed in his eyes. In front of a life and death crisis, Yun Mandan did not notice these details. She pulled the man beside her and fled with all her strength. Behind the two, the abyss of gods and devils quickly collapsed. Space and time disappeared, completely washed away by the power of the Great Path. The disappearing world was so shocking. Everything no longer existed. Time, space, the laws of heaven and earth, everything was completely erased by the power of the Great Path. In the blink of an eye, the abyss of gods and devils, which was still surging with great momentum, had disappeared by more than half. Moreover, it was disintegrating at an astonishing speed. In front, Yun Mandan pulled Ning Chen and fled. The nearest exit had been erased by the power of the Great Path. They could only find another way. Ning Chen quietly followed the woman in front of him, not saying a word. Behind the two, space and time around them disintegrated faster and faster. There was no way out. Young Master Ning. Seeing that there was no way out, Yun Mandan looked back. When she saw that Ning Chen had woken up, she hurriedly said, "I have a magic treasure that can resist for a while. You should be able to escape in time with the speed of the phoenix. Remember, do not look back." After she finished speaking, a black furnace appeared in Yun Mandan's hand. Raging black flames spread out, blocking the power of the great path that was pressing down from all directions. "Let's go." Yun Mandan urged the magic treasure and hurriedly shouted. "Let's go together." Ning Chen said calmly, "I can't go. I am the only one who can use this magic treasure. Let's go quickly. Otherwise we will all die here." Yun Mandan said anxiously, "Let's go together." Ning Chen was unmoved. Phoenix flames spread out around him. Black and red flames intertwined, resisting the power of the great path together. In the next moment, in the abyss of gods and devils that was about to disappear completely, the phoenix flapped its wings and rushed to the 9 heavens. In the face of a life and death crisis, Ning Chen could not care less about the distance between men and women. He hugged Yun Mandan with one hand and held a sword with the other. With the supreme sword will, he forcefully opened a way out. Under the intense crisis, the enlightening self-sword and the supreme sword will merged further. The sword opened the door of death, and a way out appeared. The sword light that soared into the sky was dazzling. In the sword light, the two flew into the sky quickly. Phoenix flames spread out around them as they moved at full speed. Yun Mandan felt the warmth of the man beside her. Her heart that had been frozen for 1,000 years gradually melted. After a few breaths, in the sky above Tearless Demon City, the sword light broke through the abyss of gods and devils and rushed into the sky. It was extremely dangerous. Below the two, a black storm raged. Clearly, the changes in the abyss of gods and devils had affected the outside world. In Tearless Demon City, ancient buildings were constantly collapsing and being swallowed by the black storm. In the sky, the two looked at the scene below. They looked at each other and heaved a sigh of relief. It was great that they were still alive. "Young master, can you let me go?" Yun Mandan said softly in Ning Chen's arms. "Sorry." Ning Chen came back to his senses and immediately let go of his arms. He said apologetically, "The situation just now was critical. I was a little rude." "It's fine." Yun Mandan replied and said, "Young Master Ning, is the demonic energy enough?" Ning Chen shook his head and said, "The quantity is too much, but the quality is not enough." Yun Mandan's face turned serious when she heard this. She said, "The abyss of gods and devils has been cleansed by the power of the great path. We can't enter in a short period of time. We can only think of another way." "No rush." Ning Chen nodded and said, "The demonic energy in my body also needs some time to be completely refined." "Yes." Yun Mandan nodded and said, "I also know some places where demonic energy gathers, but they are not as abundant as the abyss of gods and devils. However, many a little makes a mickle. I hope young Master Ning doesn't find it troublesome." "Of course not." Ning Chen smiled and said, "I'll have to trouble Miss Yun with this matter." "It's no trouble." Yun Mandan smiled and said, "Compared to young Master Ning's life-saving grace, these things are not worth mentioning." Outside the Tearless Devil City, the two stayed for a day. After Ning Chen stabilized the demonic energy in his body, the two set off again and rushed to the next place. Yun Mandan didn't ask Ning Chen why he needed so much demonic energy, and Ning Chen didn't say either. They had a silent, tacit understanding. No one exposed this layer of window paper. In the next few months, the two crossed mountains and entered the tiger's den. They went to many places. As long as there was a place where demonic energy gathered, Yun Mandan could always bring Ning Chen to find it. In the past few months, the demonic energy in Ning Chen's body gathered more and more. Gradually, it was not inferior to the strength of the other two bodies. However, even so, the demonic body still did not wake up. Ning Chen knew the reason, but he couldn't do anything for the time being. The demonic energy was abundant but lacking in quality. More importantly, it was lacking in vitality. To revive the demonic body, he needed demonic energy with real vitality. To put it simply, he needed a devil, a truly powerful devil. However, the demons had disappeared for too long in the God realm. Where could he find a real demon? Beside Ningchen, Yun Mandan became more and more silent. Most of the time, she didn't say much. Compared to when she was in Weiqing City, she had become much more taciturn. Just as the two were searching the demonic lands of the southern border, a woman in a green dress appeared in the land of the southern border. Her appearance was beautiful and her temperament was otherworldly. The fairy from the water cloud imperial palace crossed the entire god realm and finally arrived at the legendary southern border. Little Phoenix, where are you? The water cloud imperial palace stood on the land of the southern border and whispered softly. Chapter 1369. In the demonic cloud stream, where demonic chi lingered, there was no sunlight all year round. Two figures stood there quietly for several days. Demonic chi surged around Ning Chen's body, and his powerful aura grew stronger day by day. He was comparable to an Emperor Dao sovereign. He had been practicing martial arts since he was young, and in order to protect the people he cherished, thousands of years had passed. The young man of the past now had a head full of white hair, and his body was covered with the traces of time. In order to take back Xian Yu's soul, Ning Chen did not dare to stay for a moment. He tried his best to increase his strength every day, and one day, he would kill his way to Wu Yu heaven. Not far away, Yun Mani looked at the demonic chi around Ning Chen's body that was getting thicker and thicker, and her expression became more and more complicated. Her rationality told her that she had to act quickly. Otherwise, he would definitely surpass her one day. However, she also wanted to see how far he could grow. Dark clouds rolled in the sky, and thunder and lightning flashed incessantly. As Ning Chen's cultivation increased, he was very close to the Emperor Dao sovereign. However, in the sky the lightning tribulation did not fall. How could the Emperor Dao sovereign be so easily achieved by mortals? After witnessing the efforts of the man in front of her, Yun Mani sighed softly. The path of cultivation would never be absolutely fair. Some people could achieve twice the result with half the effort, while others could achieve twice the result with half the effort. In the demonic cloud stream, the demonic chi that had accumulated was gradually devoured. Ning Chen opened his eyes, and all his demonic chi was withdrawn. In the end, he still failed. There is still one more place. Yun Mani stepped forward and said, "There is a demonic mountain 100,000 miles away from here. It used to be the stronghold of the demon world. After all these years, it must have been abandoned. However, we can go and take a look." Ning Chen heard this and nodded slightly. The two of them moved and flew towards the northeast. In a few months, they had traveled through thousands of mountains and rivers. In order to break through to the Emperor Dao sovereign, the two of them had traveled through almost half of the southern region. Yuanqi Mountain was a mountain range, and one peak was higher than the other. It looked very majestic. The two of them flew to the front of the mountain range and stopped. "It is here," Yun Mani said softly. Ning Chen looked at the mountain range in front of him and narrowed his eyes. It seemed that he could not feel the demonic chi from here. "I only heard that there is such a place, but I am not very sure. We need to go in and find it," Yun Mani said. "Okay." Ning Chen nodded, and then he took a step forward and flashed towards the mountain range ahead. Behind him, Yun Manyan leaped up and followed. In the blink of an eye, the two figures disappeared into the depths of the mountain range. In the Yuanqi Mountains, the roars of beasts rose and fell one after another. No one knew what was in the primordial lands that had yet to be explored by the experts of the divine world. The two figures flashed past, causing the birds and beasts to scatter in fear. There were even more powerful ferocious beasts that came forward to provoke them, but before they could even get close, they were directly sent flying. In the depths of the mountain range, the roars of beasts shook the sky, and a powerful pressure filled the air. Vaguely, there was the aura of an imperial plane. In their territory, experts from the divine world had arrived. The powerful vicious beasts that resided in the Yuanqi mountains roared angrily, warning the two of them. Several breaths later, the two of them arrived, descending from the sky. In front of them, an ancient ferocious beast the size of a small mountain roared. It looked like a lion, a tiger, or an earth dragon. Its entire body was covered in scales, and its ferocious aura was faintly discernible. Now is not the time for you to use force. Leave it to me, Yunmani said and stepped forward. The ancient ferocious beast roared at the sky, and the dim light around its body shook. It opened its mouth to swallow the woman in front of it. Yunmani's figure turned around, and she avoided the beast's mouth. She pressed her palm on the ancient ferocious beast's back, and with a loud bang, it was sent into the ground. Roar! The ancient ferocious beast roared in pain, and the dim light around its body rose, and the demonic flames of hell rose. Not far away, Ning Chen's eyes flashed with a strange light when he saw this. Demonic qi, this ferocious beast actually had demonic blood in its body, which was strange. In the battle, Yunmani's expression was also puzzled. Her figure flashed, and she avoided the attack of the demonic flames. Her palm condensed a cold air, and she directly hit the ferocious beast's head. With a loud bang, the mountain shook and the earth shook. Before the ancient ferocious beast could rush out from the ground, it was once again slapped down. The difference in combat experience caused this battle to be completely one-sided. Although the ancient ferocious beast had scales to protect its body, under Yunmani's repeated heavy attacks, its body began to be severely injured. In the mountain range, the painful roars of the beast were endless. After more than 10 rounds of battle, the ancient ferocious beast's scales were mostly broken, and its body was covered in blood. It was extremely miserable. Boom! Amidst another earth-shattering tremor, Yunmanli's heavy palm strike directly slapped the resisting ferocious beast into the mountain. In this bloody battle, the ancient ferocious beast crawled out from the mountain. Its body was full of holes, and it was on the verge of death. Give it a quick death. Outside the battle, Ning Chen spoke calmly. Today, he would no longer say such naive words as sparing its life. However, he was still willing to let this ferocious beast suffer less pain. Okay. Yunmani nodded, and her figure flashed out, arriving in front of the ancient ferocious beast in an instant. Her slender hand condensed a cold air, and she raised her hand, and an earth-shattering palm directly hit the ferocious beast's head. With a loud bang, blood splattered all over the sky, but before it could fall, it was quickly frozen by the cold air that filled the air. The blood-red ice flower was so beautiful, and it was the last blooming of life before it disappeared. It was always the most beautiful scene in the world. In front of the mountain, the ancient ferocious beast fell down, and its body was covered in blood, ending its long life. Ning Chen stepped forward and looked at the ferocious beast that had died in battle. After staring at it for a while, he raised his right hand and pierced it directly into the ferocious beast's chest. Amidst the spurting blood, Ning Chen pulled out his right hand and a black bead appeared. Its demonic power shook the sky. No wonder I couldn't sense any demonic energy fluctuation here. It was swallowed by it. Yunmani looked at the bead in Ning Chen's hand and sighed. Good, Ning Chen said calmly. I was worried that I had swallowed some dead energy. If I can meet a few more ferocious beasts like this, I am confident that I can break through to the sovereign level. As soon as he finished speaking, Ning Chen clenched his right hand and crushed the black demonic bead. In an instant, demonic energy surged out, and the demonic energy that was full of vitality continuously entered Ning Chen's body. In a few breaths' time, Ning Chen's aura rose to another level, and it was strong and heavy. Your sovereign level is so difficult to prove. Yunmani sighed. With the amount of demonic energy he had swallowed these days, even 10 sovereign-level sovereigns would find it difficult to bear. I did some crazy things when I was young and I was punished by the heavens. Now I am just paying my debts. Ningchen replied. This is all I know about the places where demonic energy gathers. I can't help you anymore. Yunmani said softly. No rush. Ningchen smiled. I have waited for 900 years. I don't mind waiting a little longer. Let's go to the area around the Pantheon Palace first, and then we will make plans. Okay. Yunmani nodded in agreement. The two of them left the Yuanqi mountain range and headed directly to the Pantheon Palace in the southern region. The Pantheon Palace had branches all over the realm of the god. The branch in the southern region was not far from where the two of them were. Miss Yun, how much do you know about the Pantheon Palace? Ning Chen asked on the way. The Pantheon Palace is the pinnacle of gods. Yunmani said seriously. To a certain extent, the Pantheon Palace is the most terrifying force in the realm of the god. The Pantheon Palace is not a true great sect. It is formed by the alliance of many powerful gods and demons. No one can say for sure how powerful it is. Speaking of this, Yunmani looked at the man beside her and said seriously, Mr. Ning, don't try to fight the Pantheon Palace head-on. That would be like hitting a rock with an egg. The Pantheon Palace elder that we killed did not have a high status. Even if the Pantheon Palace wants to investigate, it won't last for long. Our best choice is to avoid them until this matter is forgotten. Ningchen nodded and said, Thank you for the reminder, Miss Yun. I will not act recklessly. As they spoke, the two of them got closer and closer to the Pantheon Palace's territory. In front of them, a majestic palace sat at the top of the ancient city. It looked down on all living things. The ancient city was huge, almost as big as a dynasty in the mortal realm. The Vermilion Bird Ancient City was one of the few big cities in the southern region. When the sun was about to set, the two of them entered the city quietly without alerting anyone. In the city, cultivators could be seen everywhere. Fourth realm cultivators that were hard to find in other places were not rare here. Let's find a place to stay first, Ning Chen suggested. Okay. Yunmani nodded and looked at the Pantheon Palace in the distance. She looked wary. The Vermilion Bird Temple was rumored to be the most powerful of the 5 branches of the Pantheon Palace. Other than the most mysterious Qilin Temple, the Vermilion Bird Temple was ranked first. There were powerful gods and demons guarding the temple all year round. No one dared to step in. In front of an inn near the river in the city, the two of them came and asked for 2 rooms to rest for a while. In front of the inn, the inner city river that ran through the Vermilion Bird Ancient City flowed slowly. Night fell. On both sides of the inner city river, tens of thousands of lights were lit up. It was dazzling. In front of the river, Ning Chen walked out. He looked at the beautiful lights in front of him and admired them quietly. Not far away, a woman in a green dress stood facing the night wind quietly. She seemed to have been standing there for a long time. The woman was very beautiful and otherworldly. She was like a fairy that no one dared to profane. Ning Chen was in a daze and did not seem to notice the woman. However, the woman had already seen the former. Because he was the one she came for. The night wind blew and ripples appeared on the surface of the river. The woman turned around and looked at the man in front of her, sizing him up. She was also curious about this little phoenix that had ascended to the divine world. After being stared at for a long time, Ning Chen's hair stood on end. He looked at the woman in front of him and asked in confusion, Miss, is there something you need? I'm just curious. The woman smiled. Do we know each other? Ning Chen narrowed his eyes and asked. We didn't know each other before, but from this moment on, we know each other. The woman's smile became brighter and brighter. Ning Chen frowned slightly. What a strange woman. Why were all the people he met so strange? Were all the people in the divine world so abnormal? Young Master Ning, it's nice to meet you. See you again. After saying that, the woman turned and left without saying anything else. Ning Chen looked at the woman's back and his expression became more serious. If he remembered correctly, he did not introduce himself. How did this woman know his surname? Chapter 1370. In the southern border of the God world, Vermilion Bird City was a magnificent city comparable to a dynasty in the mortal realm, a city that had existed since time immemorial. The ancient city was abnormally beautiful at night. The lanterns of tens of thousands of homes dotted the night sky, making the passers-by forget to return. On the second floor of an inn by the river in the inner city, Yun Mandan opened the window and looked at the lights of the homes, her expression becoming more and more complicated. For some reason, she felt like she had less and less time to stay here. A cultivator's intuition was the most accurate. Something was about to happen. The sound of a door opening from the adjacent room interrupted Yun Mandan's thoughts. Had he returned? Yun Mandan looked at the room next door and softly sighed. His strength had risen so quickly that it had even surpassed her imagination. She had never heard of a mortal below the Imperial Tao being so powerful. In the room next door, Ning Chen sensed her gaze and smiled, but he said nothing. Things were getting more and more interesting. In the Vermilion Bird Divine Hall, 10 Godfiend experts appeared on the massive Godfiend statue. One of them calmly said, "The culprit has appeared. Just clean him up." The leader of the 10 Godfiend experts, an illusory figure, indifferently said, "Hall Master, there is something you do not know," the Godfiend said. The Godfiend expert who had spoken earlier said, "Apart from the culprit, another esteemed guest has arrived." The leader of the 10 Godfiend experts, the Vermilion Bird Godlord, was surprised. "Who is it?" "One of the 9 holy daughters of Empress Shui-Yun, Yun Mandan." "The Shui-Yun clan?" The Vermilion Bird God-Lord narrowed his eyes. "Why would they come here?" "I still don't know." The God-Fiend expert shook his head. "However, for Goddess Shui-Yun to appear in Vermilion Bird City, there must be something important. Have someone continue to follow her. If there's anything, immediately report back," the Vermilion Bird God-Lord said. "Understood." The God-Fiend expert nodded. "How should we deal with the culprit who killed Li Jian?" "Just clean him up." The Vermilion Bird God-Lord didn't seem to care. "Yes." The Fiend God Powerhouse accepted the order and disappeared without a trace. A moment later, the 9 God-Fiends on the God-Fiend statue's palm, led by the Vermilion Bird God-Lord, vanished from the Divine Hall. In front of the river in the inner city, a man dressed in a robe strode forward. He carried 2 halberds on his back and an icy expression. In the blink of an eye, a long-robed man appeared on the second floor of the inn and pushed open the door. The moonlight shone into the room, and the killing intent was bone-chilling. "You came so quickly." In front of the tea table, Ning Chen stood up and looked at the long-robed man in front of him. "I'm on a mission." "I'm sorry." The robed man walked out and politely closed the door. "Just you?" Ning Chen asked. "Before you kill me, there should only be myself," the long-robed man replied. "I want to know how you found this place." Ning Chen was puzzled. "From the moment you entered the Vermilion Bird Divine City, your whereabouts have been exposed. Don't overestimate yourself and underestimate the Vermilion Bird Divine Temple," the long-robed man said calmly. "I don't overestimate myself, nor do I dare to underestimate the Vermilion Bird Shrine." Ning Chen smiled. "I'm just curious. However, there's one thing I'm sure of. You can't kill me. Whether I can kill him or not, we'll only know after we fight." The long-robed man pulled out a pair of halberds from his back and said, "I can see that you are not an ordinary person, so I won't say much. Do you want a civil battle or a martial battle?" "A civil battle." Ning Chen also picked up the human sword from the table and smiled. "Although there are many martial artists here, there are also many ordinary people. It's not good to fight and kill. How about it?" "Okay." The long-robed man nodded. As soon as he finished speaking, He took a step forward and attacked first. Kung! The halberds shook the divine sword. Both of them restrained their aura. Their weapons, fists, and feet intertwined. It was an extremely exciting battle. Fist after fist bombarded flesh. The instant they made contact, an explosive force erupted. In close combat, danger was everywhere. A sword slashed down as fast as lightning. The long-robed man leaned back and avoided the sword light. At the same time, he used one hand to support himself and kicked at the former's throat. Ning Chen raised his hand and grabbed the former's calf. Borrowing the force, he jumped up and punched. Boom! The long-robed man blocked the attack with his halberd, and the other halberd stabbed into the former's chest. As the murderous intent approached, Ning Chen waved his sword and blocked the deadly short halberd. It was an extremely exciting battle. Neither of them held back, but they both followed the agreement and didn't use their cultivation. Heroes had their dignity, and assassins had their pride. The long-robed man was one of the few true assassins left in the world. He maintained his last bit of pride. In just a few breaths, they had already exchanged more than 10 moves. The long-robed man was very powerful. He had rich battle experience. His moves were tricky and ruthless. However, Ning Chen, who had experienced countless bloody battles, was not inferior. With a sword in his hand, he was not afraid of gods or demons. Swoosh! The short halberd cut through his clothes, bringing out a waterfall of blood. The long-robed man succeeded in one move, and the short halberd chopped down again. In a close combat, every inch was dangerous. The short halberd and the long sword clashed, and the killing moves were extremely cold. Changing hands of the world. The human sword left Ning Chen's hand. The sword spun like a swallow and chopped at the long-robed man's hands. The long-robed man's expression changed. He couldn't dodge in time, so he immediately let go of one of his arms. At the same time, he stabbed the short halberd at the former's chest. Swoosh! The sharp blade pierced through flesh and bone. Ning Chen raised his hand to block the short halberd. His palm was pierced through, and blood gushed out. At the same time, the human sword slashed through, and the long-robed man's left arm was cut off. Blood gushed out. The sharp pain came, but the two didn't make a sound. They endured the injury and started the battle again. In an instant, the halberd crossed, and the sword slashed through the air. White and black hair fluttered in the air. Every move was full of killing intent. The fiercest battle was the battle of words. The two's bodies were constantly splashing, but their killing intent didn't decrease at all. On the road of life and death, they were fighting for a place. Just as the assassins of the Vermilion Bird Temple found Ning Chen in the next room, Yunmani sensed something. Her expression darkened. She was about to go and help, but she was stopped by a beautiful figure. In front of her, a woman in a green dress stood quietly. Her face was beautiful, and her temperament was extraordinary. People couldn't move their eyes away from her. Get out of the way! Yunmani was concerned about the battle in the next room. She shouted with a cold face. Are you impatient? The woman in green smiled. Don't worry. That little phoenix won't die so easily. Who are you? Are you an assassin of the Vermilion Bird Temple? Yunmani asked. Vermilion Bird Temple? The woman in green smiled faintly and said, They don't have the right to order me. Yunmani heard this and her expression became more serious. She said, Who are you? I'm from the north. The woman in green smiled. There's only one clan in the north. You should be familiar with it. Yunmani's body trembled, and her expression kept changing. I don't care what purpose you have. I'm here for only one thing, and that is to take away that little phoenix. The woman in green looked at the next room and said, I'm sure you won't stop me, right? At the end of her words, the woman in green was surrounded by coldness. The entire space in the room seemed to be frozen. Shueyun clan. Yunmani whispered softly. Her eyes flashed with helplessness. What should come finally came. Excuse me. Without any warning, Yunmani's figure flashed out and directly attacked. The woman in green smiled. She raised her delicate hand and blocked the former's attack. There was one thing that she didn't make clear. The Empress' order was that the little phoenix must be brought back alive. As for the woman beside him, it was up to her to decide whether she lived or died. It was too troublesome to bring back two people at once. Crack! In the room, the space froze. The people and space were quickly frozen. With just one move, the battle was over. The woman in green walked out of the room and gently closed the door. She turned around and walked to the next room. Boom! Just as the battle here was over, the battle next door was even more intense. Punches, kicks, and weapons fell on each other. The two were like madmen. They gave up on their cultivation and decided the outcome of the battle in the most primitive way. These two guys are really crazy. Outside the room, the woman in green looked at the closed door in front of her and said softly. However, the woman in green was not in a hurry to enter. She stood quietly outside the room and waited for the result. After some time, the battle in the room finally ended. The door creaked open, and Ning Chen walked out covered in blood. He was dragging the unconscious man in a long robe. Ning Chen looked at the woman in front of him and was stunned. He said in surprise, "Why are you here?" "It's a coincidence." The woman in green smiled. "What are you doing, Mr. Ning?" "Dealing with a small problem." Ning Chen responded and dragged the long-robed man out of the inn. In front of the river in the inner city, Ning Chen walked over and threw the unconscious man into the river. He then turned around and walked back to the inn. In front of the room, the woman in green was still waiting. When she saw the former return, she smiled and said, "Finished?" "Yes, it's finished." Ning Chen nodded. "Shall we go in and have a seat?" The woman in green looked at the messy room and smiled. "Sure." The two walked in. Ning Chen cleaned the room and said, "What's the matter, miss?" They met twice in one night. If it was a coincidence, even a fool would not believe it. "It's nothing too important." The woman in green helped to tidy up the room and said, "Mr. Ning, are you interested in going to the north?" "North?" Ning Chen heard this and said, "It's too far. I don't have such plans for now." "That's a pity." The woman in green sighed. "You can think about it again." "Miss, are you from the north?" Ning Chen asked. "Yes." The woman in green nodded. "Shuiyun clan?" Ning Chen asked again. "Yes." The woman in green nodded again. This little phoenix was smarter than she thought. "Actually, you're not the first person to persuade me to go to the north." Ning Chen looked at the room next door. His eyes flashed with emotion as he said softly, "Miss, may I know your name?" "Shuiyun clan, Yun Manyao." The woman in green smiled and said her name for the first time. Chapter 1371. After a long night in the Vermilion Bird ancient city, the two adjacent rooms were devastated after the battle. The woman in green revealed her identity. The real goddess Shuiyun had personally come to the Vermilion Bird ancient city to reveal the truth and lies. In the room, after goddess Shuiyun finished speaking, the atmosphere became abnormally quiet. Ning Chen stood there quietly. There was not much surprise on his face. "You already knew?" Yun Mandan smiled. "It seems that you are smarter than I thought. However, since you have already guessed it, why are you still pretending not to know?" Ning Chen smiled and looked at the room next door. He raised his right hand and sword chi spread out. Yun Mandan narrowed her eyes. Her figure flashed and blocked in front of him. She waved her hand and dispersed the sword chi. "You want to save her?" Yun Mandan asked calmly. "Yes." Ning Chen nodded. "Do you know that she is a demon?" Yun Mandan's smile disappeared as she said indifferently. "I know," Ning Chen replied. "Since you know that she is a demon, you still want to save her. Little Phoenix, should I say that you are kind or foolish?" Yun Mandan said coldly. "So what if she is a demon?" At this moment, a cold voice came from the room next door. When Yun Mandan heard this, she frowned slightly and turned around to look behind her. She seemed to have underestimated this witch. As soon as he finished speaking, Devil Chi surged from the frozen spacetime next door. Spacetime collapsed, and a beautiful figure that was completely suffused with Devil Chi walked out. Her beautiful face was covered in strange devil markings, and she looked strange and terrifying. The demon envoy returned to his true form and looked at Goddess Shui Yun coldly. He did not hide his killing intent at all. Do demons deserve to die? Don't they deserve to die? Yun Mandan said indifferently. Does young Master Ning think so too? The demon envoy looked over at the man who had accompanied him for a year. His opinion is not important, Yun Mandan said calmly. Originally, I only planned to let you die in the ice without pain. However, it seems that I was too merciful. After saying that, Yun Mandan moved and rushed forward. Her killing intent erupted. The demon envoy snorted and did not dodge. He went forward. The demon envoy and the demon envoy officially exchanged blows. Their palms shook the heavens and the earth. Cold chi and demonic chi clashed, distorting space and time. In the next moment, the two figures appeared in the sky, exchanging blows with all their might. In the Vermilion Bird City, countless people woke up from their sleep. Looking at the sky, their faces were filled with shock. At the bottom of the river in the inner city, the long-robed man woke up from his coma. He rushed out of the river and looked at the sky with a serious expression. A fight between immortals is really intense, Ning Chen said calmly as he walked out of the inn and looked at the battle in the sky. Aren't you going to help? The long-robed man said in a deep voice. Isn't that woman your companion? But she's a devil. Ning Chen smiled. So what if you're a demon? The long-robed man said with a heavy expression. That's also your companion. That makes sense. Ning Chen replied with a smile, and then his figure flashed towards the horizon. In an instant, sword intent spread throughout the Vermilion Bird City. Countless sword sounds rang out, startling everyone. Tens of thousands of swords chimed in unison, paying homage to the emperor. In the void, Ning Chen held his sword. In the sky, Yun Mandan felt the killing intent lock onto her. Her expression darkened and she said, Little Phoenix, you're courting death. I don't want to either. Your Excellency, please show mercy. I'm very grateful. Ning Chen walked over with a smile. In the battle, the demon envoy's expression changed. He looked at the man in front of him, and his cold eyes flashed. At this moment, in the Vermilion Bird Shrine, a majestic voice rang out, You guys go and help Goddess Shui Yun. Yes. In front of the shrine, the experts of the shrine accepted the order and rushed towards the battle. In the void, Ning Chen could feel the experts of the god world rushing towards him. He sighed softly. He had just arrived in the god world, and he had already made enemies. Raise your swords, Ning Chen said. In an instant, in the Vermilion Bird City, tens of thousands of sword lights rushed into the sky. The momentum was vast and shocking. Young Master Ning, I'm a devil. In the battle, the demon envoy said in a deep voice, I stayed by your side only because I was ordered to find an opportunity to capture you and take you to the devil world. Her identity had been exposed, and her life and death were uncertain. She didn't want him to die with her. I knew it long ago. Ning Chen smiled. I have eyes and a heart. There are many things that I can distinguish by myself. Whether you're a devil or not, it makes no difference to me. As early as in the abyss of gods and devils, when they were escaping, he had already confirmed her identity. He didn't expose her because there was no need. So what if she was a devil? So what if she was a human? Ning Chen waved his sword, and tens of thousands of sword lights broke through the sky, slashing at the experts of the shrine in front of him. After a sword strike, Ning Chen turned around and condensed phoenix fire into a pair of wings. He swept into the battle between the two. He waved his sword, and purple light dazzled. This shocking sword strike was aimed at Goddess Shui Yun. Yun Mandan's expression was completely cold. Her slender hand reached out and blocked the sword. Little Phoenix, I will give you one last chance. Come with me and I will forget about today's matter. Yun Mandan coldly said as she looked at the man in front of her. Ning Chen smiled and shook his head. Thank you for your kindness, goddess. I won't be going to the northern lands for the time being. As his voice fell, sword lights filled the sky, cutting towards goddess Shui Yun from all directions. Stubborn. Yun Mandan's eyes flashed with killing intent. Her divine essence spread out, freezing the 10,000 swords. Divine art, frost sky ninefall. Having lost her patience, Yun Mandan no longer held back. With a light shout, frost fell from the sky, freezing everything within 10,000 miles. Above Vermilion Bird Divine City, space and time rapidly froze. For the first time, goddess Shui Yun displayed her world-shocking ability. Ning Chen stepped forwards, his figure flickering as he avoided the rapidly spreading cold energy. He grabbed the demon envoy and fled into the distance at extreme speed. None of you will be able to leave. Behind them, Yun Mandan coldly snorted. She grasped the air, and a spear condensed from ice appeared. It shot out like a blazing meteor. 100 miles away, the demon envoy sensed it and immediately broke free from the man beside him. Demonic energy surged around him as he blocked the attack. Ugh! A pool of blood splashed out, dyeing the void red. In a shocking scene, the ice spear broke through the demonic energy and pierced through the demon envoy's chest. Run! The demon envoy endured the pain in his chest and loudly shouted. Behind them, Ning Chen saw this scene and his body trembled. Run! The demon envoy turned around and angrily shouted. Surging demonic energy crazily spread out, turning into a final barrier that blocked the incoming army. At the head of the army was goddess Shui Yun, who wore a green dress. As she looked at the witch in front of her, the killing intent in her eyes burned even brighter. Sir Ning. In the void, the demon envoy turned to look at the man behind him. A decisive smile flashed on his face. I haven't had time to tell you my name. I am Moon Yao. As his voice fell, Moon Yao shouted. Demonic energy wildly surged out from his body. Blood splattered all over the sky, a bleak and dazzling sight. With my blood, I offer the soul of the demon god. After this life, I am willing to fall forever. A deep blood sacrifice incantation reverberated in the sky. As the demon world's forbidden technique appeared, blood constantly gushed out from Moon Yao's body, dyeing the skies of Divine City red. In front, goddess Shui Yun and the many powerhouses of Divine Temple all paled as they saw this. This is bad. Chapter 1372. In the sky above the Vermilion Bird Divine City, the demon moon was covered in blood. The ancient forbidden technique of the demon world appeared, and the entire sky was covered in blood rain. In the Azura hell, gods and Buddhas wailed. Thousands of demonic shadows appeared in the sky, and a terrifying demonic aura filled the air. In front, Yun Mani's expression turned serious. She clenched her right hand, and snowflakes gathered in the sky, forming an ice spear. It was a trial attack, and its power was shocking. Yun Mani threw the ice spear at the demon in front of her. However, a shocking scene happened. In the battle, the blood rain fell on the ice spear, and the ice spear immediately melted and disappeared. Yun Mani narrowed her eyes. This power was extraordinary. The demon race has appeared in this world again. This is the autumn of chaos. At this moment, a divine power vortex appeared, and a middle-aged man in a blue robe walked out. He looked at the scene in front of him and said lightly, "Greetings, Ninth Elder." The moment the blue-robed man appeared, the generals behind him bowed respectfully. No need to be so polite. Focus on the enemy. The blue-robed man looked forward and said calmly, "Yes." The generals behind him stood up and respectfully accepted the order. Goddess Shui Yun, we are honored by your presence. Vermilion Bird Divine Palace did not welcome you. Please forgive us, the blue-robed man said. You're welcome, Yun Mani said calmly. These two killed Elder Li Jian of my Vermilion Bird Divine Palace. I wonder if Goddess Shui Yun can give them to my Vermilion Bird Divine Palace, the blue-robed man said seriously. That young man was ordered by my empress to be brought back. I will not give him up. However, I can't control this demon, Yunmani replied. Hearing the words empress, the blue-robed man's eyes flashed. He nodded and said, I understand. Then, I will give that young man to you. Go. Yu Yao shouted in a stern voice amidst the bloody aura in front of him. The bloody aura around his body spilled out crazily, and his might was shocking. Li 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 Ju Yuan, dark sky, bright demon moon, eternal fall. An ancient forbidden technique, eternal fall, eternal fall. Moon Demon held a seal in his hand and chanted a forbidden technique. His body and soul began to turn into Tao, blocking one's path of life. I'll leave this woman to you. As for that young man, I'll take him away, Yunmani said. She walked forward step by step as cold air filled the air around her. As you wish, the blue-robed man replied and took a step forward. His divine energy surged and flames rose, dazzling and dazzling. The ninth elder of the Vermilion Bird Shrine, a top godfiend expert, was famous for his mastery of fire. Even in the southern region of the divine world, he was a well-known expert. Two peerless experts of the present age took action. One was to slay demons, the other was to recruit people. They were both powerful and did not allow the slightest bit of disobedience. What's the difference between the god realm and the human realm? At this moment, a soft sigh sounded from outside the battlefield. Ning Chen stepped into the demonic qi that filled the sky. He looked at the woman in front of him and smiled. Miss Yaoyue, are you really a demon? Hearing the question, Yao Yu nodded and said, Yes. Have you ever thought of harming me? Ning Chen asked again. A complicated look flashed across Yao Yu's eyes as she said, I have a mission, and I do want to bring you back to the devil realm. However, I have never thought of harming you. Ning Chen nodded, and the smile on his face became gentler. That's enough. After saying that, Ning Chen looked at Heavenly Lady Shui Yun in front of him and said calmly, I won't go to the northern region. Similarly, you can't take her life. Little Phoenix, you've gone too far. Yun Mandan's expression turned cold. Don't think that just because the Empress asked me to bring you back, you can do whatever you want. If you continue to be stubborn, I don't mind bringing your corpse back. Ning Chen smiled and did not mind. He looked at the woman beside him and said softly, I need your power so you can't die. If you die, I won't be able to escape. Yao Yu's expression shook when she heard that. The blood mist that surged around her body paused slightly. In the battle, the surging demonic qi stopped erupting and reached a relatively stable boundary. Do you trust me? Ning Chen asked with a gentle expression. I do. Yao Yu nodded and replied. Good. From now on, leave you to me. I will bring you out of this encirclement, Ning Chen said softly. Yao Yu did not say a word when she heard that. She closed her eyes and completely let down her guard. Thank you, Ning Chen said softly and stepped forward. He raised his hand and pressed it on Yao Yu's head. Immediately, endless demonic qi surged out and devoured her body. In a short moment, demonic flames rose around the two of them. A terrifying power spread, shaking the 9 heavens and frightening the gods. Not good. Outside the battle, the man in blue seemed to have thought of something. His expression changed and he said, We can't let him continue. Yun Manyu's expression became serious. She took a step forward and instantly rushed forward. With demonic blood as a sacrifice, demonic body, wake up. In the battle, Ning Chen said in a deep voice. As soon as he said that, the sky above the divine city collapsed. A terrifying pressure kept surging. A demonic aura that had been dormant for a long time burst out, fusing with the endless demonic qi of heaven and earth. In an instant, a huge black vortex appeared between heaven and earth. Lightning flashed and a black-haired figure walked out. Devouring the power of the demonic envoy, the demonic body temporarily recovered. Phoenix body, come with us, Ning Chen said again calmly. As soon as he said that, waves of fire soared into the sky. The divine flame in the dark night lit up the world. The red-haired figure appeared. It was a phoenix that had been reborn. Its power was even stronger than before. The three figures appeared at the same time. The human, demonic, and phoenix swords appeared at the same time. The three swords soared into the sky. Boom! At that moment, the wind and clouds in the sky changed. The great calamity of the imperial Tao gathered crazily. Endless power of heaven and earth descended, wanting to kill those who defied the heavens. Descent of the Six Paths. Myriad demonic calamities. Imperial forbidden sword. The three figures rushed into the sky. The forbidden sword technique, which had never existed since ancient times, fused with the forbidden technique of the demon world. The two powers fused rapidly. In an instant, the demon phoenix appeared, destroying the world. The black demonic phoenix spread its wings and covered the sky. The shocking demonic shadow shrouded the entire vermilion bird divine city. At that moment, all the martial artists in the divine city looked at the sky at the same time. Their hearts were in turmoil. Demonic calamity. In the sky below the giant demonic phoenix, the three figures merged. The white-haired figure stood in the sky and looked down coldly. He was like a god and a demon. There was no emotion in him. Demonic phoenix calamity. The human and sword slashed down. The demonic phoenix calamity descended upon the divine world. Its power surpassed the limits of the imperial Tao and suppressed all the experts of the divine world. Boom! The shocking move destroyed the world. With the blue-robed man as the leader, many experts of the divine palace joined forces to stop the demonic phoenix from destroying the world. Blood splattered everywhere and dyed the sky red. Under the demonic calamity, even the gods were bathed in blood. At the same time, Yunmani appeared in the sky. The frost spear in her hand pierced through the air and pierced towards Ning Chen's chest. At that moment, the heavenly book of creation appeared in Ning Chen's hand and blocked the spear. Are you going to be the enemy of the world by associating with the demons? Yunmani said in a low voice. The world is like this. So what if I am the enemy of the world? Ning Chen said indifferently. The three forces around him surged. The human, god, and demon gradually merged into a blood-red mark and imprinted in between his eyebrows. Extreme Tao. Yunmani's expression changed. Not good. The extreme Tao was formed. Heaven and earth shook. In an instant, above the divine city, a blood-red sword light soared into the sky and pierced through the clouds. Chapter 1373. Above the divine city, knowing destiny devoured the demon envoy Yao Yu and merged his three bodies. In front of everyone, a blood mark appeared between Ning Chen's eyebrows. He looked like a demon and his aura was rising. With all his power, the imperial path barrier in front of Ning Chen could no longer stop him. Knowing destiny confirmed his path, and his sword will soared into the sky. In Ning Chen's hand, he and his sword vibrated. Under the blood-red light, the sky above the divine city shook, as if it was the end of the world. Boom! Above the 9 heavens, endless lightning fell from the sky and buried knowing destiny's body. In the sea of lightning, Ning Chen's body was surrounded by a blood-red light. His extreme path had reached the great completion, and no tribulation could get close to him. In front of him, the man in blue and Yunmani looked at the young man in front of them. Their eyes were solemn. Are you ready? Now it's my turn. Ning Chen looked at the many experts of the divine world in front of him and said softly. Then, he took a step forward and disappeared instantly. In the sky full of lightning, the blood-red sword light broke through the sky. Ning Chen merged with his sword and the sword appeared. In front of the generals of the divine hall, Ning Chen walked out and waved his sword. The blood-red sword light swallowed up the sky and destroyed the earth. With one sword, blood splattered all over the sky. The 3 imperial path experts of the divine hall were cut in half by the sword light, and they died. The bloody scene was shocking. Ning Chen walked in the rain of blood, and his killing sword did not stop for a moment. Boom! Thousands of lightning bolts struck again, and more than 10 experts of the divine world exploded. Blood and bones were scattered all over the sky. Behind him, the man in blue looked gloomy. At this moment, he did not dare to rush forward. Why? Are you not going to attack? After killing the generals of the divine world, Ning Chen looked back at the two and said calmly. Phoenix fire spread out, and Ning Chen disappeared instantly. When he reappeared, he was in front of the man in blue. The sword that could destroy the heavens and the earth was full of blood-red light. The man in blue squinted his eyes and took half a step back subconsciously. It was just a hair's breadth away. The sword light slashed down and the space cracked. It could not withstand the extreme sword might. Boom! At this moment, thunder roared in the sky. The terrifying great tribulation of the divine path descended again. Its unparalleled power drowned the battle. The man in blue was horrified. He immediately retreated, not wanting to be affected by the tribulation. However, when it came to speed, Phoenix was number one in the world. The moment the blue-robed man retreated, Ning Chen had already closed in on him. Lightning descended from the sky, following them like a shadow, devouring their bodies. Outside the battlefield, Yun Mandan looked at the shocking scene in front of her, and her expression became even colder. She had underestimated this little phoenix. The drastic change in the sky above the divine city attracted countless gazes. Inside the Vermilion Bird Temple, many godfiend experts opened their eyes and looked at the sky. 10 illusory figures appeared on the massive fiend god statue, with God Lord Vermilion Bird at the front, in no rush to speak. Hall Master, should we attack? A godfiend expert on the godfiend statue asked. There's no rush. God Lord Vermilion Bird shook his head and replied, let's first see what this holy daughter of the Shuiyun clan is capable of. The 9 divine demon experts nodded as they watched the battle above the divine city attentively. It had been a long time since anyone dared to cause trouble in the divine city. Although this young man's cultivation was ordinary, he had done something that even the gods and devils in the heavens didn't dare to do. As for that demoness, they would not allow a demon to walk out of the temple of the gods alive. Under the watchful eyes of the divine demon experts, Ning Chen killed all the generals of the temple of the gods and began to threaten the 9th elder. The lightning tribulation descended, but Ning Chen's body was shrouded in blood-colored sword energy that cut through all the lightning. Within 3 steps, the blue-clothed man was struck by the imperial Tao tribulation. Shocked, he tried to dodge, but his efforts were in vain. The 9th elder, who was already at the peak of the 4th level, was in dire straits. He was struck by lightning several times and almost plummeted from the sky. Finally, after dodging several times, a terrifying bolt of lightning crashed down on the blue-clothed man's body. With a groan, the blue-clothed man's mouth turned red and he staggered, unable to stand firm. In the blink of an eye, the blood-red sword light arrived in front of him and mercilessly pierced through his chest. Ugh! The blue-clothed man's face twisted. Enduring the pain in his chest, he thrust out a palm, intent on killing his opponent. Ning Chen pulled out his sword and retreated, blood spraying into the air and dyeing the sky red. The palm hit nothing and fell from the sky. Below, the ground within 100 miles collapsed, and cries shook the sky. When the gods fought, the mortals suffered. The aftermath of their battle finally began to affect the mortals in the divine city. In the battle, Ning Chen pulled out his sword and retreated. In an instant, he disappeared. Outside the battle, Yun Mandan's eyes narrowed. She wanted to warn him, but it was too late. Amidst the lightning, Ning Chen appeared behind the blue-clothed man. His sword pierced through the air and pierced into the 9th elder's back. The divine sword pierced through his body, and blood gushed out. The blue-clothed man looked at the sword that pierced through his chest in disbelief. He opened his mouth, but he no longer had the strength to speak. Ning Chen pulled out his sword and reached into the former's Dantian Sea of Qi, taking out the divine source. On his bloody left hand, the golden divine source exuded a powerful aura. Demonic chi surged around Ningchen, devouring the former's divine source. Little Phoenix, you've walked on the path you shouldn't have. Outside the battle, Yun Mandan's expression turned cold. Other than being bloodthirsty and murderous, the most unacceptable thing about demons was their ability to devour others' divine source. We'll meet again. Ningchen glanced at goddess Shui Yun in front of him. He didn't continue fighting. Phoenix flames swept around him, and in an instant, he left the divine city. Yun Mandan frowned and looked to the north. She quickly chased after Ningchen. I'll go and take a look. A divine demon in the vermilion bird divine palace said. His illusory figure faded and disappeared. In the north of the divine city, the phoenix spread its wings and flew quickly. In an instant it was 10,000 miles away. Below, mountains and rivers were left behind. The phoenix was the fastest in the world. For a day and night, Ningchen did not rest for even a moment. He led goddess Shui Yun all over the place, traversing countless rivers and lakes. Finally, Ningchen's figure vanished in a mountain range that stretched for tens of thousands of kilometers. He temporarily shook off goddess Shui Yun's pursuit. In the primitive mountain range, demonic chi surged around Ningchen. An extremely weak figure escaped from the demonic chi. Her injuries were abnormally heavy. Hang in there. Ningchen supported the woman beside him and walked forward. Ningchen helped Yao Yu sit down in front of a cliff. He started a bonfire and stood guard by the side. Cough, cough, cough. Violent coughs sounded. Blood kept flowing out of Yao Yu's mouth. Her injured body couldn't hold on much longer. Little gourd. Ningchen called out. Immortal elder. Hearing the call, the spatial runes on Ningchen's shoulder flickered. The little gourd flew out and said in a childish voice, You called me. Save her. Ningchen said with a serious expression. Hearing this, the little gourd looked at the demoness in front of it. Its cute little face showed a troubled expression. Young master, don't waste your energy. It's useless. Yao Yu said weakly. A smile appeared on her pale face. Young master, Yao Yu is very happy to have met you. Little gourd. Ningchen's face was filled with anger. The little gourd was so frightened that it didn't dare to hesitate. It quickly bit its finger and stuffed it into the mouth of the woman in front of it. As the spiritual blood entered her body, Yao Yu's face temporarily regained its color. It was like the final radiance of the setting sun. Yao Yu stood up and looked at the beautiful land of the divine world in front of her. Perhaps this was the last time she would see this world. Young master, after I die, you can devour me. After a long time, Yao Yu looked back and smiled. It was so bright and beautiful that it was breathtaking. Chapter 1374. The cold moon hung high in the sky, and the moonlight fell on the ground. In front of the cliff in the primitive mountain range, Yao Yu coughed up blood continuously, and her life was coming to an end. On the side, Ningchen activated his body, trying to prolong her life. However, no matter how fierce the wind and snow were, Yao Yu's life force was still flowing away. Master, it's useless. Yao Yu smiled tiredly, looking at the man in front of her, and said softly, The demon world's ancient forbidden technique, the user's soul will be destroyed. Although I stopped in time, my soul was still damaged, and I can't be saved. You can't give up. Ningchen said in a low voice, There must be a way. I don't want to die, but there's really no way. Yao Yu smiled brightly. She was very lucky to meet the person in front of her when she walked out of the demon world before her life ended. The days she stayed in Wei City were the happiest days of her life. Unfortunately, she would never have the chance to go back. On the side, the little gourd stood there, not daring to breathe. It was the first time he saw Xian Changfa so angry. Master, I want to go back to Wei City. In her last moments, Yao Yu looked at the man beside her and said softly. Ningchen's body trembled, and he nodded, I'll take you back. After he said that, the wind and snow stopped in front of the cliff. Phoenix flames rose, and the phoenix spread its wings, carrying the woman in front of it, and flew away. In the night sky, the phoenix flew across the horizon, passing through the restrictions of time and space, rushing towards Wei City at full speed. In the void far away, Yun Mandan saw the phoenix flying across the horizon, and her eyes narrowed. She exposed her own whereabouts, stupid. Looking at the direction the phoenix flew in, Yun Mandan stepped on the air, and quickly chased after it. 1,000,000 miles away, in the east of Wei City, under the light of dawn, a teacher opened the door with a book in his hand and walked towards the private school. Clang! 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 Opposite, the sound of iron striking rang out from the blacksmith's shop. The teacher looked at it coldly and unhappily, and then walked away. "Can't you let me sleep, so early every day?" Next to the blacksmith's shop, in the newly built wooden house, angry shouts came out and anger soared to the sky. In the blacksmith shop, Blacksmith Lee grinned and ignored him, continuing to forge his iron. Not long after, in front of the wooden house next to the blacksmith shop, a young man in green kicked the door open. He pointed at Blacksmith Lee inside the blacksmith shop and scolded, "Blacksmith Lee, you're disturbing my sleep. Tea maker, what are you shouting for?" Inside the blacksmith shop, the woman walked out with a kitchen knife and shouted angrily, "Sister-in-law Lee." Seeing the murderous woman in front of him, the green-clothed young man immediately cowered. He smiled apologetically and said, "I was just joking." After saying that, the young man in green immediately went back to his small house. At this time, above the city of Wei, a phoenix screeched as it descended from the sky. Hearing the phoenix cry in the sky, the young man in green stopped and looked at the sky with a strange expression. "Little Ning." Blacksmith Lee walked out of the blacksmith shop with a puzzled look on his face. "What happened?" the teacher asked, turning back. "I don't know. Logically speaking, he shouldn't have returned so quickly." The young man in green had a serious expression on his face. "Something's wrong." The teacher's expression darkened. "Let's go take a look." After saying that, the teacher quickly walked out of the city. "Wait for me." Behind him, the young man in green anxiously shouted, "Let's go take a look too." Blacksmith Lee grinned. Outside the city, phoenix fire descended from the sky. In the phoenix fire, Ning Chen returned with Yao Yu. "Miss Yao Yu, we're back," Ning Chen said softly. Hearing this, Yao Yu opened her eyes tiredly. Looking at the familiar ancient city in front of her, a gratified smile appeared on her face. "They're back." "Thank you, young master," Yao Yu said weakly. "I'll bring you into the city." Ning Chen supported the woman beside him with a gentle expression. "No need." Yao Yu smiled and looked forward. Her voice became lower and lower. "This is enough." After saying that, the demonic aura around Yao Yu began to dissipate. It was obvious that she had reached her limit. On the side, Ning Chen's body shook. He wanted to stop her, but he was powerless. "Young master, in this life, Yao Yu has no regrets." In the surging demonic aura, Yao Yu revealed a bright smile and said softly. Ning Chen looked at the woman who was gradually disappearing in front of him. The sadness in his eyes could not be concealed. In front of the city, the young man in green, the teacher, and the blacksmith walked over quickly. When they saw this scene, they were all shocked. "Miss Yun, no. It's a demon. Is the farewell over?" At this moment, ice and snow fell from the sky. Shui Yun, who was dressed in green, descended from the sky and said faintly. In front of the ancient city, Ning Chen walked forward step by step. Without saying a word, he reached out and pressed on Yao Yu's forehead, which was gradually disappearing. "What is he doing?" Behind him, the young man in green was shocked. The teacher's expression froze, and a bad premonition flashed in his heart. "Ha!" In front of the ancient city, Ning Chen shouted. Boundless demonic aura erupted from his body. It was as vigorous as an ocean, crazily devouring the woman in front of him, devouring the last trace of warmth in the god world. From now on, he was a complete demon. In the surging demonic aura, Yao Yu revealed a gratified smile. After a few breaths, her figure disappeared into Ning Chen's body. Ha ha ha! A deep and cold laugh sounded. Outside the ancient city, a violent demonic aura soared into the sky. The white-haired demon in white clothes had a monstrous demonic aura that constantly spread out, shaking heaven and earth. The heart-wrenching pain eroded knowing Destiny's heart. The erupting demonic aura gradually suppressed his humanity and divinity. Ning Chen's eyes gradually turned completely black. There was no longer a trace of white in his eyes. Boom! In front of the ancient city, a black aura soared into the sky. An incomparably powerful demonic aura rose, becoming more and more frightening. Guard your heart. Don't be devoured by the demonic aura, the teacher shouted anxiously. No need. In the black aura, Ning Chen said coldly. With a bang, the crown that held his hair together shattered, and his white hair danced wildly in the wind. At this moment, countless miles away, in front of the Sunrise Divine Palace, the Sunrise Tiger God walked out of the palace. Looking at the black demonic aura in the distance, his eyes narrowed slightly. A demon. He had actually chosen this path. High Priest. In front of the Moon God Palace, Yueshan looked ahead, her eyes full of worry. 100 steps away from the ancient city, knowing Destiny had fallen into the demonic path. His aura had been completely demonic, and his demonic arts had soared rapidly. He had occupied the absolute dominant position. Giving up his human body and phoenix body? Is he crazy? The young man in blue said in a low voice. Beside him, the blacksmith's expression also froze. His heart was so firm. How could he be devoured by the demonic aura? Outside the city, Ning Chen turned around and looked at goddess Shui Yun in front of him. His voice was extremely cold. Since you have followed me, you will be buried with her. As soon as he finished speaking, a peerless demonic sword appeared in front of Ning Chen. Black aura surrounded it, cold and powerful. In the next moment, Ning Chen held the sword and his figure instantly swept out. Yun Mani's eyes narrowed. She immediately turned around and condensed a frost spear, blocking the demonic sword behind her. The auras of gods and demons collided. Ning Chen raised his hand and grabbed the former's arm. Chapter 1375. Outside the city of Wei, the first rays of dawn shone down, dispelling the cold of the night. Under the morning sun, knowing Destiny turned into a demon. His black aura kept surging, shocking the world. The battle started in an instant and reached its climax. After a round of attack and defense, danger surrounded them. The moment Yun Mandan counterattacked, Ning Chen grabbed her arm and slashed down. At the moment of crisis, cold air condensed in front of Yun Mandan and blocked the demonic sword. Drip. Blood dripped and dyed the ground red. Even someone as strong as goddess Shui Yun couldn't react in time and was also dyed red. Back off. Yun Mandan's left shoulder was dyed red. Her eyes were cold as she shouted, and the divine essence around her exploded. Powerful pressure swept across the 9 heavens and 10 lands. One of the 9 most powerful heavenly maidens under Empress Shui Yun showed her shocking cultivation. Divine power fluctuations covered the sky and the sun. Outside the city of Wei, heaven and earth began to shake, frightening even gods and ghosts. Goddess Shui Yun, who attacked with all her strength, had a shocking aura. The wind and clouds in the sky were affected by goddess Shui Yun's power, and the laws of heaven and earth began to change. Ning Chen stepped forward, and his figure flashed 100 feet away. His dark eyes were cold as he held his sword and moved forward. His sword was like a black dragon, and his body was like white lightning. In the surging divine power, Ning Chen rushed in and slashed down again. In order to take revenge for Yu Yao, Ning Chen went completely berserk. His sword moved like lightning, fast, ruthless, and merciless. Every move was aimed at goddess Shui Yun's vital points. Clang! The demonic sword fell, and Yun Mandan blocked it with her fingers. The surging divine power and supreme cultivation suppressed the extreme sword will. The moment the sword stopped, Yun Mandan slashed down with the frost spear in her hand, mercilessly. At this point there was no room for mercy. Although the Empress had given the order, the demon in front of them had exceeded their expectations. They had to get rid of it as soon as possible. Boom! The frost spear pressed down, and the heavenly book of creation appeared in Ning Chen's hand, blocking the fatal blow. This is... Seeing this, Yun Mandan narrowed her eyes. The heavenly book of creation. Scroll of earth. After blocking the attack, the heavenly book of creation in Ning Chen's hand flipped rapidly. The scroll of earth revealed its might. Beneath the two of them, the earth rumbled as spikes appeared, mercilessly pressing towards their lives. Yun Mandan frowned. She took a step forward and leaped up. Heaven's scroll! Ning Chen bellowed, and the heavenly book of creation in his hand flipped again. In the horizon, wind and clouds gathered, and streaks of sword chi fell from the sky, slashing toward the former. Yun Mani frowned again. She turned around and dodged one sword light after another. Scroll of the moon. The white-hot battle did not allow his opponent to take a breather. In Ning Chen's hand, the heavenly book of creation flipped for the third time. Between heaven and earth, the laws of space and time rapidly condensed, as if sealed in ice. Time and space froze. In the void, Yun Manrua's figure paused and was temporarily restrained. Scroll of nothingness. Ning Chen took a step forward and leaped into the air. He waved his devil sword, and a destructive power surged forth, wanting to devour the woman before him. The might of the heavenly book appeared. Scroll after scroll of heavenly book martial arts appeared in the world. They had different effects, but they all reached a kind of extreme. The destructive power spread out, and the frozen time and space around Yun Mandan shattered. At the critical moment, the coldness in Goddess Shui Yun's eyes intensified. She used her supreme cultivation to forcefully break free from the shackles of time and space. Divine technique, unbreakable lotus protection. As the killing intent closed in, Yun Mandan quickly formed hand seals. Cold air gathered around her, turning into an ice lotus to protect her. With a loud boom, the two forces clashed. The destructive power represented by the scroll of nothingness spread out, shattering the ice lotus that was hastily formed. Wind. With a deep shout, a huge wind character appeared behind Ning Chen. The primordial demon realm's Feng Lin's secret technique reappeared in the world. With the appearance of the wind character, Ning Chen's speed increased by several notches. His speed was immeasurable. Before Goddess Shui Yun could regain her senses, the wind character changed and the fire character appeared behind Ning Chen. The invasion was like fire. The devil sword slashed down, and demonic flames filled the sky. When the devil sword arrived, Yun Mandan subconsciously swung her spear to block. With a loud bang, the ice spear shattered. In an instant, Yun Mandan regained her senses and sent a powerful palm strike toward Ning Chen's chest. Mountain. When the killing move arrived, the fire character behind Ning Chen disappeared and turned into a mountain. At the same time, black air currents turned into demonic threads around Ning Chen, weaving into a net in front of him. The strongest defense of the primordial demon realm, the imperial technique, in addition to Feng Lin's secret technique, blocked Goddess Shui Yun's killing move head-on. With a loud rumble, Ning Chen's lips turned red. The demonic sword in his hand did not stop, slashing toward Yun Mandan. Rip! The sword cut through Yun Mandan's clothes. Her clothes were cut open on the left side of her chest, revealing her fair skin. However, Goddess Shui Yun dodged the fatal killing move by a hair's breadth. Lin. Despite being injured, demonic aura surged around Ning Chen, rapidly healing his injuries. The difference in cultivation was immeasurable. The originally absolute difference in strength was narrowed to the greatest extent under Ning Chen's shocking attainments in the sword and absolute speed. His determination to fight could not be shaken. The black air currents continued to spread around Ning Chen. This time, the nature changed again. It was cold, sticky, and pervasive. It looked like flames, but it was more like stagnant water. As the strange power approached her, Yun Mandan's expression darkened. Her divine power surged as she tried her best to prevent the black flames from getting close. However, a shocking scene occurred. The black flames started to devour her divine power and spread rapidly along the weak points of her divine power. The origin power of the Black Phoenix reappeared. It was a completely different attack method, changing the direction of the battle once again. Feeling her divine power being devoured by the black flames, Yun Mandan's expression darkened. She looked at the man in front of her, and a strange light bloomed in her eyes. In an instant, a green lotus appeared in the void. The green lotus swayed, and a green brilliance swept across the world. Seeing this, Ning Chen's figure disappeared, flying hundreds of feet away. In an instant, the place where Ning Chen was originally standing was swept by the green brilliance, and the entire void disappeared. The Tao Realm Green Lotus reappeared in the world after 1,000 years. Its shocking power shocked everyone. Hundreds of feet away, Ning Chen's eyes turned cold. He shouted and clenched his left hand. It was a shocking scene. Black air currents rose rapidly around Ning Chen. Silver brilliance surged vaguely. Although it was blurry, it made one's heart palpitate. This aura is... In front of the city of Wei, the expressions of the teacher and the others changed. Not good. Cleaving path formula. In a battle to the death, Ning Chen used the cleaving path formula for the first time. On his left hand, a silver sword light appeared. The power of the cleaving path sword, which had merged with his own sword will, rose rapidly. In an instant, Ning Chen's figure flew out and appeared in the sky. Yun Mandan could not react in time. By the time she came back to her senses, it was already too late to respond. The cleaving path sword slashed, and a dazzling silver sword light cut through the void. The Tao Realm Green Lotus collapsed and split into two. Yun Mandan's body shook violently as her Tao Realm was broken. The brilliance in her eyes quickly dimmed. At the same time, in the northern realm of the God Realm, behind the curtain of the Shui Yun Imperial Palace, Empress Shui Yun, who was lying lazily, suddenly opened her eyes. She stood up from the couch, and her eyes were filled with killing intent. Chapter 1376. Outside the city of Wei, knowing destiny slaughtered a god, and goddess Shui Yun died in battle. It was a shocking scene. Mingwo's sword cut through the Tao Realm Green Lotus, and goddess Shui Yun, who had been famous for thousands of years, fell into the dust. In the void, a white-haired demon in plain clothes descended from the sky with eyes as black as ink. In front of the dead goddess Shui Yun, Ning Chen raised his hand, and violent demonic qi surged out. No! Outside the city, the teacher's expression changed, and he shouted, "Kid, stop!" As he spoke, Blacksmith Li and the young man in green had already rushed over to stop him. "It's too late," Ning Chen said indifferently, and sword qi surged out from his body. The powerful sword intent crisscrossed and forced the two of them back. "Ha!" With a deep shout, Ning Chen raised his hand and pressed it on the dead goddess Shui Yun's bier. Demonic qi spread out and quickly engulfed the latter's body. 100 steps away, Blacksmith Li and the young man in green watched this scene, but they were already powerless to stop it. The teacher clenched his hands tightly, and his expression was abnormally ugly. A demon, he had fallen to this extent. "Kid, do you know what you're doing?" the teacher said in a deep voice. "It's never been so clear." After devouring goddess Shui Yun, Ning Chen turned around and looked at the three people in front of him. He said coldly, "If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave." With that, Ning Chen turned around and left. The young man in green wanted to say something, but he was stopped by Blacksmith Li, who shook his head gently. "It's useless." Blacksmith Li sighed softly. "You still can't see that he hasn't lost his mind. He's willingly becoming a demon." The young man in green frowned, puzzled. "Humans, gods, and demons are ultimately different," Blacksmith Li said softly, Perhaps he doesn't want to be bound by the laws of the God realm anymore, so he's willing to become a demon. He's willing to fall. The teacher said in a deep voice, I can't sit back and watch him do whatever he wants. Blacksmith Lee was surprised when he heard this. You're leaving? As a member of the Confucian sect, how can I sit back and do nothing when the demon calamity descends? I'll see you two again. With that, the teacher didn't say anything else and walked away. What's that old bookworm going to do? The young man in green asked. No idea. Blacksmith Lee shook his head lightly and said, however, the old bookworm is stubborn and soft-hearted. He probably won't do anything overboard. No. The green-robed young man revealed a worried expression and said, I'll go take a look. Old blacksmith, you can go back by yourself. After he finished speaking, the young man in green walked away. His eyes were full of worry. Half a day later, in the myriad deities' palace of the vermilion bird divine city, 10 gods and demons gathered. Their silhouettes were blurry, making it impossible to see their faces clearly. Goddess Aqua Cloud is dead. God Lord Vermilion Bird coldly said. With Goddess Shui Yun's cultivation, it's truly unbelievable that she would die in battle. A divine demon expert replied with a solemn voice. That person has already entered the demonic path, and his strength has greatly increased. Perhaps he has other techniques that we do not know of. In short, we must be careful when dealing with this person, God Lord Vermilion Bird said. Green-faced assassin has fought with him before. Let him lead the others, the third divine demon said. There's no need to doubt the strength of the azure-masked assassin, but he's too principled. Liushi, you should come along as well, God Lord Vermilion Bird calmly said. Yes. Among the 10 Godfiend experts, a man who had never spoken received the order and vanished without a trace. A white-haired and white-clothed figure strode forward across the southern border, making no effort to hide his track. The demonic path knowing destiny expert was seething with demonic chi, and wherever he went, all things withered. After devouring Yao Yu and Goddess Shui Yun, Ning Chen's pressure continued to rise, leaving clear footprints in his wake. The demonic path had descended upon the world, and the god realm was once again facing a calamity. On the third night, one war chariot after another appeared in the sky. There were thousands of them, each chariot carrying 9 divine generals, their auras so vast that they blotted out the moon. They're finally here? Down below, Ning Chen raised his head and looked at the flood of iron rushing toward him, his expression unperturbed. Several seconds later, the thousands of war chariots arrived. At the very front was a massive bronze war chariot, upon which stood a white-robed man, his aura abnormally terrifying. Green-faced assassin, it's your turn. The white-robed man calmly said. Yes. Behind him, a long-robed man walked out, carrying 2 halberds on his back. He looked at the white-haired man below with a complicated expression. With the order in front of him, the green-faced assassin didn't hesitate any longer and descended from the sky. Below, a cold look flashed across Ning Chen's face. He clenched his right hand, and the demonic sword appeared in the surging black chi. Boom! The green-faced assassin descended from the sky, pulling out his halberds and slashing at the white-haired man below. The sword and halberd clashed for the second time, and the rumbling shook the entire southern border. It seems that I was too merciful to spare your life earlier. Ning Chen looked at the long-robed man in front of him and said coldly, I can't disobey an order. Pardon me, the green-faced assassin replied, and the halberds pressed down on the former. Ning Chen flipped his palm and the black chi surged, slapping at the long-robed man in front of him. The green-faced assassin focused, and the short halberd in his left hand crossed to block the attack. With a violent tremor, the green-faced assassin felt his left arm go numb, and his figure flew back dozens of feet. I didn't kill you earlier, but it's not too late now. Before the green-faced assassin finished speaking, Ning Chen's figure flashed, and in an instant, he was in front of him. Spiritual Rhino 12 Styles, Sky-Raising Waterfall. Ning Chen pushed his palm again, and the black waterfall soared into the sky. Ning Chen's palm landed on the former's chest, and the violent demonic chi shook the heavens and the earth. The green-faced assassin couldn't block it in time, and with a muffled groan, his figure flew back again. Kill! On the bronze chariot in the sky, the white-haired man frowned slightly when he saw this, and he spoke again coldly. With this order, the soldiers surged like waves in the sky. Thousands of divine generals on the floating ancient chariots moved, and they quickly rushed to the battlefield. Yama's third watch, Reincarnation Hell. Before the divine generals arrived, the Azura Hell appeared in the mortal world. In Ning Chen's hand, the demonic sword's aura surged wildly, and the power of the small world surged, engulfing the battlefield. In an instant, the entire battlefield turned dark, and a huge reincarnation vortex appeared, connecting hell and the divine world. Kill! Thousands of divine generals charged over. At this moment, Ning Chen's figure flashed, and his figure was like an illusion, so fast that they couldn't see him clearly. Blood splattered all over the sky. Before they could see him clearly, his figure had already become the last memory in the world. In the battlefield, the divine generals' bodies were cut open by the sword light. Blood spurted all over the sky, and their souls disappeared. At this moment, thousands of reincarnation vortexes started spinning, and a terrifying suction force came, quickly swallowing the dead divine generals. In the center of the battlefield, blood chi gathered around Ning Chen's body, and endless divine energy was drawn into his body. Is this power? It's really fascinating. Ning Chen felt the power in his body increasing continuously, and he said softly. In the sky, the white-haired man's expression sank, and he descended from the sky. Chapter 1377. In the southern border of the divinity, the moon shone brightly as the deities slayed the demons. Blood dyed the vast wilderness red. Under the moon, the white-haired demon in plain clothes was surrounded by a black aura. His demonic power shook the sky. Limitless hell appeared and the deities died. Whirlpools spun and swallowed the deities who died in battle. The blood of the deities gathered from all directions and the divine power flowed into knowing destiny state. As the divine power entered his body, Ning Chen's aura became more terrifying. His white hair danced in the wind. Ning Chen gave up his humanity and divinity and focused on the demon. His murderous nature increased day by day. On the bronze chariot in the sky, the white-robed man looked at the battle below with a cold expression. He stepped forward and jumped down. Green-faced assassin, you have disappointed me. The white-robed man entered the battle personally and said coldly. Behind him, the green-faced assassin stood up and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. As the deities died, the limitless hell's aura continued to increase. The true extreme Tao showed its terrifying power. In the limitless hell, blood-red lightning flashed. Anyone who touched it would die. Hundreds of deities were cut in half because they didn't realize how terrifying the blood-red lightning was. Is this all a deity can do? In the middle of the blood river, Ning Chen looked at the white-robed man and said calmly, "It's enough to kill you." The white-robed man raised his hand and a colorless flame rose. Its terrifying temperature was close to the legendary true fire of the Sun Divine Lord Lu. She was one of the top 10 divine demons in the Vermilion Bird Temple. He was famous for his colorless flame and rarely met a worthy opponent. Then bring it on. Facing a divine lord of the divinity, Ning Chen's expression didn't change. He raised his demonic sword and his murderous intent filled the sky. Divine Lord Lu Shi of the Vermilion Bird Temple officially faced knowing destiny state. The divine power and demonic power clashed and shook the world. In an instant, Divine Lord Lu Shi dashed out. He displayed his strongest power with his cultivation close to the 5th level. He threw a punch and the entire sky collapsed. In the battle, Ning Chen didn't dodge. He turned his palm and a black aura filled the air. He faced the attack head-on. The power of the divine demons clashed and a huge vibration sounded. The two looked at each other and their auras became more intense. They were evenly matched in the confrontation. Their martial arts collided head-on, and no one had the upper hand. There was a serious look in Sir God Lu Shi's eyes. What a shocking foundation! His cultivation was only half a step away from the 5th level, yet he was unable to suppress this person. 12 forms of spiritual rhino, 1,000 sorrows hands. At such a close distance, the moon worship ultimate skill reappeared. Ning Chen activated his martial arts again, and a vast palm power came out, pushing his opponent back. 10 steps away, Sir God Lu Shi steadied himself. He clenched his right hand and the divine flame turned into a saber. When the blazing blade appeared, Sir God Lu Shi's aura rose again. His figure flashed past and colorless divine flames spread out for thousands of miles. Unable to suppress Meng Qi, Sir God Lu Shi changed his tactics. He launched a series of heavy moves and attacked mercilessly. Ning Chen was not afraid at all as the demon god fought against the saber and the sword. He faced the demon sword head-on. Rumbling sounds could be heard incessantly. Around the two of them, saber light and sword chi crisscrossed, sharp to the bone. Outside the battlefield, the green-faced assassin looked at the battle before him. He gripped his halberd with both hands and hesitated. 4 symbols divine seal, heavenly dragon quake. After exchanging a few moves, Ning Chen's sword aura suddenly changed. Phoenix flames filled the air as he met the attack head-on. As the saber and sword clashed, there was a strong impact. Sir God Lu Shi felt his right arm go numb, and he could not hold the saber steadily. 9 Heaven's star-picking hand, moon break. He took a step forward and used the Qilin's unique skill. Ning Chen concentrated his vitality and hit the former's chest with his palm. Sir God Lu Shi's face turned grave. He endured the numbness in his right arm and crossed his arms to block the attack. With a bang, the palm force hit his body. His exceptional foundation broke through the divine vitality, and Sir God Lu Shi's figure flew out dozens of feet. Gaining the upper hand in one move, Ning Chen dashed out instantly. The demon sword moved the world and slashed down with all his might. Sir God Lu Shi focused and shouted as he blocked the demon's sword with his saber. Boom! There was a shocking tremor. The ground below the two of them sank and dust soared into the sky. 8 changes of the heavenly demon set the universe. The battle reached its climax. Behind Ning Chen, the 10,000 feet tall demon statue appeared and punched down with an earth-shaking fist. White candle devours the sky. At the critical moment, the colorless divine flames around Sir God Lu Shi rose again and surrounded him to block the attack. He had lost the initiative and was about to lose. As the giant fist landed, Sir God Lu Shi's mouth turned red and he took half a step back. 9 Heaven's star-picking hand, scorching sun. Ning Chen flipped his palm, and the divine flame rose. Heavy attacks were thrown out one after another. The attacks were like a storm and there was no gap. Sir God Lu Shi blocked the attack with his palm and retreated continuously. His injuries worsened. Green-faced assassin, what are you waiting for? In the face of a life-and-death crisis, Sir God Lu Shi couldn't care less about his dignity and shouted angrily. Outside the battle, the green-faced assassin sighed. He knew that he couldn't sit around and watch anymore. He jumped into the battle. 2 divine demon experts who were close to the 5th realm joined forces and the battle changed again. Sir God Lu Shi, who was in a passive position, was able to take a breather and suppress the injuries in his body. In limitless hell, Ning Chen looked at the 2 divine demon experts in front of him and the coldness in his eyes intensified. After a short while, the green-faced assassin attacked. He waved his 2 halberds with murderous intent. Ning Chen held his sword and faced him head-on. They exchanged quick moves and suppressed the halberds. After exchanging a few moves, Sir God Lu Shi plunged in again and slashed with his blazing saber. The saber flame soared into the sky. Ning Chen took a step and his figure disappeared. In the blink of an eye, he was behind Sir God Lu Shi. The demonic sword swung and blood splattered everywhere. A terrifying sword wound appeared on Sir God Lu Shi's back. It was so deep that his bones could be seen. After a short while, Ning Chen disappeared again. In front of the green-faced assassin's shocked eyes, a palm attack came. It was so fast that he couldn't fight back. With a groan, the green-faced assassin retreated a few steps. 10 steps away, the green-faced assassin stabilized himself and spat out a mouthful of blood. In the battle, the green-faced assassin and Sir God Lu Shi were shocked. They couldn't believe what they were seeing. How could this be? Although they were at a disadvantage just now, they could still fight back. Why did the person in front of them suddenly become so powerful after they joined forces? Surprised? In limitless hell, blood gathered around Ning Chen from all directions and divine power flowed into his body continuously. "What made you think you could kill me?" Ning Chen said softly as he walked forward step by step. His dark and cold eyes were devoid of any emotion. When the green-faced assassin and Sir God Lu Shi heard that, their expressions changed. Could it be that they were wrong from the beginning? God. Ning Chen raised the demonic sword in his hand and sneered, "Your stupidity is laughable." The demonic sword swung down and the sky fell. At the moment of death, Sir God Lu Shi immediately retreated and fled toward the bronze chariot in the sky. In front of the demonic sword, the green-faced assassin gave up resisting. He looked relieved. This way, he could return his life to Ning Chen. Swoosh! The demonic sword swung down mercilessly. At that moment, the space around the green-faced assassin stirred. A big hand reached out and grabbed the green-faced assassin. "Do you think it's that easy to leave?" Ning Chen snorted and plunged into the void. The demonic sword swung and snowflakes flew everywhere. An arm fell and blood stained the ground. "Young man, you have killed too many people. One day, you will suffer the consequences of your actions." A dignified voice sounded in the world as it warned. "You don't have to worry about the future of the knowing destiny state." Ning Chen walked out of the void and said coldly. In the short moment, Sir God Lu Shi took the opportunity to escape into the bronze chariot and left quickly. Below, Ning Chen looked up at the sky and a cold smile flashed across his lips. In the blink of an eye, the sky was filled with phoenix fire and the phoenix soared to the 9 heavens. The phoenix spread its wings and flew across the night sky. Its speed was beyond the limits of the world. In just a few breaths, it caught up. On the bronze chariot, Sir God Lu Shi saw the phoenix catching up quickly and he was terrified. In the blink of an eye, a white-haired figure in plain clothes descended from the bronze chariot. He looked at the former and stepped forward with a sword. "Spare me!" Sir God Lu Shi gave up resisting and begged for mercy. "Give me a reason to spare your life." Ning Chen looked at the white-haired man and said indifferently. Sir God Lu Shi heard and his eyes were filled with a strong desire to live. He said, "I can help you get rid of the pursuit of God's palace." Ning Chen said calmly, "Tell me about it. As long as you allow me to return, I will tell everyone in God's palace that you have died in battle. Then, God's palace will not pursue you anymore," Sir God Lu Shi quickly replied. "Good idea," Ning Chen sneered. "You agreed?" Sir God Lu Shi looked delighted and said, "I will return now and tell the world about your death. There's no need for that." Then, Ning Chen swung the demonic sword in his hand and cut his throat. Blood dyed the sky red. Sir God Lu Shi was shocked and he covered his throat. However, he couldn't stop the blood from flowing out. "Why?" Sir God Lu Shi asked in disbelief. "Because I will make a trip to God's palace personally." Ning Chen raised his hand and aimed at Sir God Lu Shi's head. Then, the demon flame soared and engulfed Sir God's body. "I can't accept this." In the blazing demon flame, Sir God Lu Shi's figure gradually dispersed and his power was completely engulfed. On the bronze chariot, Ning Chen's face changed and his clothes changed gradually in the raging demon aura. Sir God Lu Shi appeared again with his white robe fluttering and his face cold. He drove the bronze chariot and plunged towards Vermilion Bird Holy City. To cut the weeds, one had to dig up the root. Leaving Vermilion Bird Holy Hall alive would be a disaster. He took the opportunity to destroy it. One day later, above Vermilion Bird Holy Hall, the bronze chariot drove past. On the chariot, Ning Chen disappeared and walked down. Lu Shi has returned. In the Vermilion Bird Holy Hall, one illusory figure after another appeared on the massive fiend god statue. The one in the lead was God Lord Vermilion Bird. A moment later, Ning Chen entered the hall. Seeing the 9 figures on the fiend god statue, he flew up. Lu Shi, what was the result? God Lord Vermilion Bird calmly asked. The mission has been completed, Ning Chen indifferently said. Very good. God Lord Vermilion Bird nodded and said, Now, I have something even more important to say. God Lord Qilin is about to emerge from seclusion. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone's eyes widened in shock. Divine Lord Qilin, a heaven-stage Divine Lord? That was a peerless expert on the same level as the rising sun dragon god and Empress Shuiyun, the true ruler of the god's palace. Why has God Lord Qilin emerged from seclusion? A fiend god expert asked. God execution, God Lord Vermilion Bird sternly said. Chapter 1378. In the Vermilion Bird Divine Palace, 10 godfiend gods stood atop the godfiend statues, led by the Vermilion Bird God Lord. Their powerful auras were as vast as the ocean. On one of the godfiend fingers, Ning Chen narrowed his eyes as he observed the 9 godfiends around him. Besides the Vermilion Bird God Lord, the other 8 had similar cultivations. Even if there was a difference in strength, it wouldn't be too great. However, he couldn't see through the Vermilion Bird God Lord. What does the God Lord Vermilion Bird mean by God execution? The godfiend expert who had spoken earlier asked again. The Vermilion Bird God Lord swept his gaze over the crowd and calmly said, Everyone should know how many true gods there are in the god world. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone's expression changed. The gods the Vermilion Bird God Lord spoke of were actually them. These were the supreme experts who had ruled the god world since the ancient era. The West Buddha Lord of the West, the rising sun flood god of the South, the great Empress of the North, the Lord of the Divine Court of the East, and the last was the Heaven Realm God Lord Qilin. Perhaps there were other godfiends who had lived even longer and hidden even deeper, but there were only 5 rulers of this world. Thus, God Lord Qilin's goal in emerging from seclusion was far too shocking. Was the god world, which had been peaceful for tens of thousands of years, finally about to be swept up in a storm of blood? The Vermilion Bird God Lord smiled at the shocked expressions of the crowd. Everyone, this is the best opportunity for our god palace to reign supreme. Everyone should be happy. A godfiend suppressed his shock and asked, Which god Lord Qilin intends to execute? In my southern border. The Vermilion Bird God Lord didn't say it explicitly, but he had already said it. The god-level experts atop the godfiend statues glanced at each other, their minds once more in turmoil. The god world's war god, the rising sun flood god. Of the 5 supreme experts of the god world, the rising sun flood god might not have lived the longest, but in terms of fighting power, he was definitely one of the best. The title of war god was not just for show, and the rising sun flood god also controlled the solar true flame that could burn even the world. Defeating this person was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Why is it this sovereign? A godfiend expert asked. God Lord Qilin should know how terrifying this sovereign is. Has God Lord Qilin thought of a way to deal with him? I can't say anything about this for now. Also, I'll be making a trip to the Heaven Realm in the near future. I'll have to trouble all of you to take care of things here. Yes. On the Godfiend Colossus, the 9 Godfiend experts, including Ning Chen, saluted at the same time and accepted the order. All right, everyone should be mentally prepared for today's matter. The real war is about to begin. As he spoke, God Lord Vermilion Bird's body gradually faded away. After God Lord Vermilion Bird left, the divine lords present also left one after another, their figures disappearing. Inside the temple, Ning Chen was the last to leave. Before he left the temple, he turned around and glanced at the vermilion bird statue in the middle of the temple. His eyes narrowed slightly. Vermilion bird, Qilin, the names of the other 3 halls were also on the verge of coming out. What was the difference between the 4 symbols deities of the divine realm and the human realm? After coming to the god realm for so long, he had never heard of anything related to the 4 divine symbols. Was it a coincidence that the Temple of All Gods was named after the 4 divine symbols, or was there a deeper meaning? The Vermilion Bird Temple was surrounded by numerous palaces. Ning Chen released his divine sense and easily found God Lord Flowing Creek's palace. There were many divine servants in Flowing Creek Temple, and when they saw the newcomer, they all knelt and bowed. Ning Chen ignored them and walked straight toward the temple. "Welcome back, Divine Lord." Inside the temple, a divine servant dressed as a boy ran up and bowed. "Withdraw for now," Ning Chen indifferently said. "Yes." The boy didn't suspect anything and respectfully bowed before leaving. Ning Chen stood in the main hall, his eyes flashing with cold light as he looked around at the various temples. If a mere Vermilion Bird Temple had so many God-fiend experts, one could only imagine how terrifying the strongest Heaven Realm Qilin Temple, the Heaven Realm's Qilin Temple, was. The Vermilion Bird God Lord's departure for the Heaven Realm was good news for him. In the Vermilion Bird Temple, the person he feared the most was this person. As for the matter the Vermilion Bird God Lord spoke of, he didn't want to get involved for the time being. In the sky above Vermilion Bird Divine City, in the lofty temple, the Vermilion Bird God Lord left for the Heaven Realm on the 3rd day. Not long after the Vermilion Bird God Lord left, Ning Chen walked out of Flowing Creek Temple and headed for the nearest Scarlet Flames Temple. He wanted to give the Vermilion Bird God Lord a great gift, so he decided to start with this Scarlet Flames God Lord. In the Scarlet Flames Temple, a middle-aged man with a red beard and red hair sat cross-legged in the center of the temple. Hot air surged around his body, shocking everyone. Ning Chen strode in from outside the temple. The divine servants immediately bowed when they saw him. Inside Qi Yen Godly Palace, Qi Yen Godly Lord sensed something. He looked at the man walking in from outside the palace with confusion in his eyes. "Divine Lord Flowing Creek, what brings you to my temple today?" Scarlet Flames God Lord asked, restraining his aura. "I had nothing to do, so I came for a walk," Ning Chen replied calmly. He looked at the man in front of him and said, "Long time no see. Divine Lord Scarlet Flames God Lord's cultivation has advanced yet again." "Ha! Scarlet Flames God Lord laughed and said, "I've made some small gains." But before he could finish, Scarlet Flames God Lord's voice came to an abrupt halt. A white-robed figure appeared in front of him, and a demon's sword appeared. Without any warning, the demon's sword moved as fast as lightning. Scarlet Flames God Lord's expression changed as he hastily retreated. But the speed of a phoenix was not something a mortal god could hope to match. In an instant, the demon's sword arrived in front of Scarlet Flames God Lord, its merciless edge piercing through his chest. "Flowing Creek, you!" Scarlet Flames God Lord's face contorted in shock, and he hurriedly counterattacked with a palm. But he was defeated after one move. Ning Chen raised his hand and grabbed Scarlet Flames God Lord's right arm. Then, with a twist, he broke Scarlet Flames God Lord's arm. Scarlet Flames God Lord grunted in pain, but the divine seal prevented anyone from sensing anything. After this wave of attacks, Ning Chen's attacks did not stop. The demon sword used 30% of its strength to pierce through Scarlet Flames God Lord's chest. Blood spurted out and dyed the divine hall red. Ning Chen let go of the sword, gathered essence in his right fist, and punched through Scarlet Flames God Lord's dantian. Under the sudden attack, Scarlet Flames God Lord, who was at the Godfiend level, couldn't even fight back. His divine essence was directly destroyed. "Why?" Scarlet Flame's God Lord's face twisted in hatred. Ning Chen ignored him. He pulled out his right fist, gathered fiend essence, and punched Scarlet Flame's God Lord's head. In an instant, blood spurted out from Scarlet Flame's God Lord's head. "I won't see you off," Ning Chen said coldly as his fiend essence surged and swallowed Scarlet Flame's God Lord's body. After abandoning his humanity and divinity, knowing Destiny's state had become truly ruthless. His ruthless methods were terrifying. After swallowing Scarlet Flame's God Lord's body, Ning Chen didn't stay any longer. He turned around and left. Outside the Divine Hall, Ning Chen looked at the Divine Servant in front of him and said, "Scarlet Flame's God Lord's cultivation has reached a critical stage. Don't disturb him in the next 100 days if there's nothing important." "Yes." Outside the Divine Hall, the Divine Servant received the order and said respectfully. Ning Chen left. Scarlet Flame's Divine Hall was sealed by a divine seal. Without brute force, one couldn't enter. However, not many people dared to barge into the Divine Hall with brute force. Scarlet Flame's God Lord died in battle without a sound. None of the Divine Lords noticed. After reaching the Godfiend level, one's humanity was indifferent and they rarely interacted with each other. This indirectly helped knowing Destiny's state and saved him a lot of trouble. In the next few days, Ning Chen didn't do anything. He just observed the Divine Lords in the Divine Hall. 5 days later, Ning Chen made sure that the Divine Lords didn't notice anything before he moved again. Half a day later, a beautiful woman fell into a pool of blood in the Divine Hall of Tianhong. Her face was full of unwillingness. Ning Chen pressed his hand on the woman's head and swallowed all her cultivation. Divine Hall had lost 2 Sir Gods consecutively. Including Sir God Lu Shi, who had died in the battle previously, 3 Sir Gods had died silently in less than half a month. The situation was brewing, but no one knew about it. Over the next month or so, Ning Chen visited the various temples around the Vermilion Bird Shrine one by one and killed all of their sovereigns with thunderous methods. Finally, when the 7th Divine Lord died in battle, an accident happened. Before the 7th Divine Lord died, he burned his divine soul and broke through the divine seal to escape. Ning Chen rushed out from the Divine Hall and grabbed the escaping divine soul. Demonic chi surged and swallowed it. At this moment, the last 2 Divine Lords in the Divine Halls opened their eyes and looked at the sky. No. In the void, a white-robed figure stood quietly with a demonic sword in his hand. Demonic chi surged around him. Ning Chen didn't hide his identity anymore. The surrounding demonic chi covered his body, and he returned to his original appearance in an instant. His white robe danced in the wind. Under the moonlight, the white-haired Ning Chen stood in the air. He looked at the last 2 Divine Halls and said calmly, "You are the only ones left. Come out." Below, thousands of divine servants looked at the man in the sky and they were shocked. In the last 2 Divine Halls, the 2 Divine Lords, Ziyun and Chang Bai, walked out and flew into the sky. "You didn't die," Divine Lord Ziyun said. If he didn't die, it meant that Divine Lord Lu Shi was defeated. Divine Lord Chang Bai looked at the surrounding Divine Halls and his face grew solemn. Why did only the 2 of them come out? Where were the others? No need to guess. They are all dead. Only the 2 of you are left. Ning Chen said calmly. He raised his demonic sword and pointed at the 2 of them. He said coldly, "Come at me together. I am in a hurry." "How dare you?" Divine Lord Ziyun's face grew grave. She plunged out and attacked first. Not far away, Divine Lord Chang Bai suppressed the waves in his heart. He flipped his palms and his divine vitality covered the sky. As the murderous intent approached, Ning Chen didn't dodge. He slashed with his sword and demonic chi engulfed the world. It was a shocking scene. In the void, with Ning Chen as the center, demonic chi spread and covered the entire divine city. Next, it is the world of death. As soon as he said that, there were black whirlpools around Ning Chen. Reincarnation hell reappeared in the world. Chapter 1379. In the vermilion bird divine city, demonic clouds blocked the sun and the doomsday scene shocked everyone. In the city, millions of natives of the divine world looked at the sky with fear. Demon! Above the temple, the white-haired demon stood quietly. Demonic chi surged around him. He was facing two divine lords alone, but his aura was stronger. In the battle between gods and devils, sword energy and divine flames clashed. Under the extreme speed, the two divine sovereigns could hardly exert their cultivation advantage, and their moves were severely restricted. Again, after more than 10 moves, Ning Chen looked at the two in front of him and said calmly. On the opposite side, Zi Yun and Chang Bai looked at each other and nodded tacitly. In the next moment, above the temple, two auras, one purple and one white, turned into a giant statue. A giant axe appeared in the statue's hand, and it slashed at the demon in front of it. The scene of the creation of the world was shocking. As the giant axe fell, the entire space was split in half. In front of them, Ning Chen looked up at the giant axe falling from the sky. He didn't dodge, but faced it head-on. The Tao realm and the Supreme realm clashed. Under the joint attack of the two divine lords, Ning Chen was forced to retreat for the first time. Blood spilled out and dyed his clothes red. Ning Chen wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and a bloodthirsty light flashed in his eyes. Again, being injured stimulated the demonic nature of the demon. Ning Chen held the sword with both hands and shouted. Black demonic chi surged from his body. All his energy gathered and the demonic waves rolled like the sea. Ning Chen raised his sword and infused his true essence into the demonic sword. He slashed it down. With the unparalleled foundation in the world, the sword slashed down and he counterattacked. Opposite him, Zi Yun and Chang Bai, the two divine lords' faces darkened. Their true essence surged and they blocked the attack together. Arg! There was a muffled groan and 2 streams of blood splashed out. The two divine lords took a few steps back and their lips were red. Below, the divine palaces were unable to withstand the terrifying impact and collapsed with a loud rumble. In each temple, screams sounded. Thousands of divine servants were caught in the aftermath of the battle and their bodies exploded. Some people died in the battle. In the hell of reincarnation, many whirlpools spun violently and swallowed the bodies of the dead. It was a terrifying scene. Below them, thousands of streams of blood shot up to the sky and flew toward the knowing destiny state. When the two temple masters saw this scene, their faces darkened. What was going on? In the void, blood gathered around Ning Chen's body. His aura continued to rise. His white hair danced in the wind, and his demonic nature was terrifying. Again, demonic cultivators were warlike and bloodthirsty. Ning Chen looked at the two people in front of him, his ink-black eyes reflecting a touch of blood. Phoenix flames surged. In an instant, Ning Chen's figure disappeared as he closed in on the two. The sword slashed out as fast as lightning and as heavy as Mount Tai. The two of them blocked the attack, and with a loud bang, they retreated several steps. As the two of them retreated, Ning Chen's silhouette advanced once again, leaving no gap between them. Sir God Chang Bai took action and punched out. However, all that was left in front of him was an illusion. Behind him, Ning Chen's figure appeared. With a swing of his sword, blood splattered everywhere. Sir God Ziyun's body shook and she immediately came back to her senses to counterattack. However, Ning Chen's left hand had already arrived before his palm energy. He grabbed the former's arm and chopped down with his sword. Blood gushed out and covered the sky above the divine city. Sir God Ziyun's face was twisted in pain and beads of sweat rolled down from his forehead. Retreat! Sir God Chang Bai roared angrily. He took the woman beside him and retreated quickly. Do you think you can escape? Ning Chen sneered. He dashed out as fast as lightning and killed with one strike. Blood marks appeared on the two's throats and quickly expanded. Blood spurted out like water arrows, which was extremely terrifying. In the void, 2 large black swirls appeared, and quickly swallowed the two of them. Ning Chen looked at the blood in his hand and his cold expression did not change. Below him, dozens of palaces had already collapsed in the battle and were in ruins. At the front, the majestic Vermilion Bird Temple had withstood the aftermath of the battle and was not destroyed. Ning Chen descended from the sky and walked toward the Vermilion Bird Temple. In the temple, a giant fiend god statue stood tall, ferocious and majestic. After staring at it for a long time, Ning Chen swung his sword at the fiend god statue in front of him. Suddenly, the fiend god statue shook and a terrifying force was awakened. Divine light swept across and pressed down on the knowing destiny state in front of him. Ning Chen retreated. He was already prepared and avoided the sudden crisis. Rumbling sounds could be heard as the sky collapsed and the earth turned upside down. In front of Ning Chen, a huge crack appeared, directly piercing through the ground of the temple. It was a shocking scene. The fiend god statue suddenly came to life. The vermilion bird screeched and divine flames burned the sky. Ning Chen squinted his eyes. Phoenix flames rose around him, and he took form. The phoenix and the vermilion bird, two supreme gods who controlled fire in different eras, met again in this era and attacked each other. Under the two shocking forces, the entire Vermilion Bird Temple collapsed quickly. Debris flew and burned in the divine flames. Boom! In the void, the phoenix and the Vermilion Bird attacked again and again. The flames burned the sky and shocked the world. At this moment, countless overlords around the divine city looked in the direction of the divine city with serious expressions. In the sky above the divine city, the Vermilion Bird, who had held on for an hour, finally faded under the repeated attacks of the phoenix. It had reached the limit of its endurance. In this era, with the phoenix, there is no need for the Vermilion Bird. The Vermilion Bird was about to die and the phoenix took form. Ning Chen walked out and pressed his hand on the Vermilion Bird's head. Phoenix flames swept out. With a shrill cry, the Vermilion Bird scattered and fused into the phoenix flames. After devouring the Vermilion Bird, the phoenix flames in the world multiplied in power, becoming as dazzling as the sun. The white-haired figure in the flames strode away, vanishing into the distance in a flash. In the heaven realm, the God Palace, 5 figures quietly stood in the main hall, each one of them more frightening than the last. Suddenly, the Vermilion Bird God Lord in the southern position opened his eyes, a cold light exploding from them. What happened? The other 3 God Palace Lords in the other 3 positions also opened their eyes and asked. The Vermilion Bird Temple has been destroyed, the Vermilion Bird God Lord sternly said. Oh! In the east, the Azure Dragon God Lord was confused. Didn't the Vermilion Bird Temple have 10 God Lords? How could it have been destroyed so easily? I still don't know. I need to return as quickly as possible, the Vermilion Bird God Lord coldly said. In the center, the Qilin God Lord opened his eyes and calmly said, Go quickly and return quickly. Understood. The Vermilion Bird God Lord replied and then vanished. Several days later, in the air above the Vermilion Bird Temple, the Vermilion Bird God Lord returned. As he looked down at the scene of devastation, his face seethed with killing intent. The remnants of demonic qi in the world could still be clearly felt. The Vermilion Bird God Lord looked to the northwest and then vanished. In the northwestern territory of the southern border, the Great Yu Divine Dynasty was located. Its territory spanned millions of li and extended all the way to the western border. It was the largest divine dynasty in the southern border, one that had endured for more than 100,000 years. Even in the god world, it was a miraculous existence. The current imperial lord of the Great Yu Divine Dynasty possessed strength on par with ancient experts. With the destiny of the dynasty bolstered by his body, not even god-fiends would dare to lightly offend him. The Confucian sect prospered in the Divine Dynasty, and the Divine Dynasty used the Confucian Tao to govern the world. It was rather similar to the mortal realm. In front of the Confucian sect's Dragon Garden, a teacher wearing a long robe walked back. Within the Dragon Garden, a plainly clothed elder was seated, looking no different from an ordinary person. But everyone in the Confucian sect knew that this elder was the true leader of the Confucian sect, the dragon head of the Confucian sect. "You're back," the Confucian sect's dragon head calmly said as he looked at the teacher walking over. "Teacher." The teacher bowed respectfully and said, "It's good that you're back." The dragon head nodded. "Go and finish the homework you've been neglecting." "Yes," the teacher replied, then turned and left. Not long after the teacher left, a white-robed scholar quickly walked out of the dragon garden and respectfully said, "Dragon head, the imperial lord requests that you interpret a divination." After saying this, the white-robed scholar handed over a divination stick. The dragon head glanced at the divination stick and calmly said, "This is the worst stick." The white-robed scholar was stunned by these words. "When a dragon is about to pass away, it must subdue demons," the dragon head said. The white-robed scholar raised his head and looked at the elder, finding it hard to conceal his shock. "Dragon head, this dragon you speak of is?" "Go back and report," the Confucian sect's dragon head calmly said and said no more. "This student bids farewell." The white-robed scholar stood up and left with a heavy heart. In the dragon garden, the dragon head looked at the blooming peach blossoms in the garden and sighed softly. The stagnant water of the divine world was finally about to be broken. Was it to be broken and rebuilt, or was it to be completely destroyed? In the territory of the Great Yu dynasty, a white-haired figure in plain clothes walked over. He did not deliberately hide his whereabouts, but few people dared to stop him. The news of the Vermilion Bird Temple being destroyed had already spread throughout the entire southern border. Almost everyone knew that an extremely powerful demon had appeared in the southern border. And this demon had already entered the territory of the Great Yu dynasty. In the highest imperial hall of the Great Yu Imperial Palace, the Emperor of the Great Yu stood quietly in front of the dragon throne. His body was surrounded by purple dragon aura that was incomparably dense. Below, the white-robed scholar bowed respectfully and brought back the words of the dragon head of the Confucian sect. "When a dragon is about to pass away, it must subdue demons." The Emperor of the Great Yu murmured softly as a cold glint flashed across his aged eyes. The demon must be referring to the person who destroyed the Vermilion Bird Temple. What about the dragon? Was it referring to him? The words of the dragon head of the Confucian sect were truly thought-provoking. 10 days later, in the dragon garden, the teacher walked over again and bowed respectfully. "Teacher, have you finished your homework?" the dragon head of the Confucian sect asked calmly. "Yes," the teacher said respectfully. "Now I will give you your last homework." The dragon head of the Confucian sect looked at the person in front of him and said, "Go and kill that demon." The teacher was shocked when he heard this. After a long time, the teacher bowed and said, "Yes, this is for you." The dragon head of the Confucian sect waved his hand and a stream of light flew over and entered the former's hand. Seeing the item in his hand, the teacher's pupils constricted. The red ink iron certificate. It was the supreme treasure that the first emperor of the Great Yu dynasty gave to the Confucian sect hundreds of thousands of years ago. "Go," the dragon head of the Confucian sect said. "Yes." The teacher bowed again, put away the red ink iron certificate, turned around, and left. In an ancient city in the territory of the Great Yu dynasty, Ning Chen walked over. His body was faintly discernible, and the demonic mark between his brows emitted a terrifying pressure. When the pedestrians on the streets saw him, they all moved aside with fear on their faces. Chapter 1380. In the northwest of southern border, in an ancient city of the Great Yu dynasty, a white-haired figure in plain clothes walked forward. Demonic chi loomed around him, shocking the world. On the streets of the imperial city, the pedestrians all avoided him, not daring to get close. In the city, the divine generals of law enforcement rushed over. Although there were only 4 of them, their auras were extremely shocking. Ning Chen continued to walk on the streets that were gradually emptying out, ignoring them. "Attack!" The 4 divine generals dashed out and tried to capture the white-haired demon below. Boom! As the 4 of them approached, Ning Chen's demonic qi surged and pushed the 4 of them back. The divine generals could not defeat the powerful demon. However, the demonic qi around him forced the 4 divine generals back. In the void, the 4 divine generals staggered and stabilized themselves. Sabers, spears, swords, and halberds appeared in their hands, and they dashed forward again. Boom! As the divine weapons approached, the demonic qi surged and forced the 4 of them back again. 100 steps away, the 4 of them stopped and vomited blood. On the streets of the city, the civilians watched this scene from afar and were all shocked. Even the divine generals could not capture this demon? I have no regrets in killing demons and protecting justice. The 4 divine generals looked at each other and determination flashed in their eyes. Their bodies burned at the same time like the rising sun, dazzling and eye-catching. In order to protect the last justice in the world, the 4 of them burned their life source and released endless divine power. The clouds in the 9 heavens changed. Below, the white-haired figure continued to walk forward step by step without stopping. Gods had their divine paths and demons had their demonic paths. If they were not obstructed, they would be safe. In the void, the flames around the 4 of them became more and more intense. All the power gathered and turned into a dazzling demon-slaying sword that appeared above the ancient city. In the next moment, the 4 of them disappeared in the flames. Their essence, qi, and soul all went into the demon-slaying sword. The divine sword was formed and fell from the sky. Its terrifying power broke through the boundaries of time and space and slashed at the demon below. However, in the eyes of countless civilians, a scene that made them despair happened. Just as the demon-slaying sword touched the white-haired demon, the sword disintegrated quickly. It could not hurt the demon at all. The sacrifice of the 4 divine generals was pale and powerless. In front of the powerful demonic might, even gods could not do anything. Put down the butcher's knife and come back with me. At the moment when the millions of people were in despair, a dignified voice rang out from the end of the ancient city. Everyone looked over and saw a dignified figure in a long robe walking over. The serious-looking teacher was dressed in a clean and tidy scholar's robe without any decorations. He held an iron certificate in his hand and looked extremely righteous. When Ning Chen saw the newcomer, he stopped in his tracks. His cold eyes stared at the newcomer as he calmly said, "Those who block me die. Sorry for the offense." The teacher's expression darkened and he did not say anything else. He clenched his right hand and the Taoist sword of enforcement appeared. The simple and righteous sword represented the upright and plain-spoken nature of the Confucian school's enforcers. The teacher moved with a noble and awe-inspiring aura. The Confucian school's law enforcement sword closed in on Ning Chen, and a powerful righteous qi spread out. Ning Chen's eyes narrowed, and the demonic sword appeared in his hand. He met the attack head-on. The Confucian and the demon clashed. The divine weapons clashed head-on. Righteous qi and demonic qi surged. Ning Chen's figure slid back a few steps. The Confucian sect's Tao soldiers were extremely strong, suppressing the demonic sword. In one move, the difference in strength was clear. "I'll say it again. Put down the butcher's knife and come back with me," the teacher said as he looked at the person in front of him. "Again," Ning Chen said calmly. No color could be seen in his pitch-black eyes. He took a step forward and his figure shot out quickly. The sword was as fast as lightning, unstoppable. The demonic sword slashed down mercilessly. Stubborn. His persuasion had been exhausted. The red ink iron certificate in the teacher's hand emitted an intense brilliance. Thousands of golden characters appeared and turned into a 10,000 feet tall palace wall, majestic and magnificent. Slash! Righteous qi destroyed the demonic calamity. The palace wall fell and the white-haired demonic cultivator was injured. His mouth was dyed red. 100 steps away, Ning Chen staggered and stopped. Blood flowed out of the hand holding the sword. Again. Ning Chen's eyes burned with fighting spirit even though he was injured. He took a step forward and pressed forward again. When the swords clashed, righteous qi and demonic qi clashed. Waves of qi spread out, destroying the world. Seeing this, the teacher frowned. The iron certificate in his hand flew into the air. It gave off a dazzling golden light and blocked the shockwaves of the battle. The moment the teacher was distracted, Ning Chen's left palm gathered energy. A vast demonic qi surged. As the killing move approached, the teacher formed a seal with one hand. The righteous qi of Confucianism gathered and an invisible wall blocked the attack. With a loud boom, the demonic qi dispersed the righteous qi. The teacher retreated 3 steps and his mouth turned red. The teacher raised his hand and wiped the blood off his mouth. He looked at the plain-clothed man in front of him, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. Again, the teacher said coldly. The battle between Confucianism and demonic cultivators gradually reached its climax. Both of them were injured and their killing intent was revealed. In an instant, the 2 figures rushed forward again. Palms crossed and swords surged. They used all their killing moves. Bang! The palms collided and the air currents were vast. The palace wall around the 2 blocked the shockwaves of the battle. It did not affect the people in the distance. Righteous and evil, right and wrong, it was the most extreme battle. Neither of them showed mercy. Every move was filled with killing intent. They fought without mercy. After 10 moves, the 2's fists collided and landed on each other's chest. After the heavy attacks, the 2's mouths turned red. However, they did not retreat at all. Their swords slashed across mercilessly. Rip! The plain-clothed man and the scholar's robes were torn apart. Blood splattered everywhere. In the intense battle, injuries were exchanged continuously, eating away at each other's combat power. Boundless heaven and earth. The battle reached its climax. The teacher raised his hand and countless golden words flew out. The Confucianism's supreme treasure, the iron certificate, showed its shocking power again. The Confucianism's supreme law did not allow demons to wreak havoc in the world. With the supreme treasure, the righteous qi increased by several times. The teacher moved and slashed down with his sword, breaking through the demonic barrier. Ning Chen blocked with his sword. He felt his right arm sink and the demonic sword fell from his hand. As the sword approached, Ning Chen leaned to the side to avoid it. Then, he used the Qilin's supreme art. A huge waterfall as black as ink rushed into the sky. It was a powerful palm technique and a strong counterattack. Stubborn. The demonic cultivator's unyielding resistance made the killing intent in the teacher's eyes burn brighter. The Confucianism's law enforcement sword shone brightly, reflecting the divine sun in the sky. It attracted the heavenly fire to burn the demons. World-burning demonic flame. As the heavenly fire descended, Ning Chen clenched his right hand. Not far away, the demonic sword flew back. The sword turned around and the demonic flame swept across the 9 heavens and 10 lands. The heavenly fire and demonic flame clashed and restrained each other. However, the heavenly fire was endless, and the demonic flame was gradually losing. At this moment, the teacher pressed down with his left hand. In the sky, thousands of golden words turned into a saint wall and pressed down. Sky Demon 8 changes set the world. In the moment of crisis, Ning Chen shouted. The demonic qi around him intensified. The demonic figure appeared, reaching up to the sky. The indomitable demonic figure held up the saint wall with both hands. The battle between the saint and the demon was extremely intense. In front of the demonic figure, the teacher formed a seal with both hands. Suddenly, the golden words around the battle scattered and turned into golden chains, locking down the demonic cultivators. Boom! The chains wrapped around the demonic figure, and the righteous aura suppressed the demonic essence. Under the saint wall, the demonic figure sank several feet into the ground, and its body was dyed red again. The red ink iron certificate's power was endless. After a few breaths of time, the demonic figure dissipated, and a white-haired figure in plain clothes appeared. The blood-stained plain clothes were abnormally dazzling. Around Ning Chen's body were layers upon layers of golden chains. The righteous aura of the Confucian faction surrounded him, trapping the demonic cultivators. The teacher stepped forward and looked at the person in front of him with a complicated expression. Then, he took the ladder and left the ancient city. One day later, in the Confucian faction's dragon garden, the teacher returned and bowed respectfully. "Where's the demon?" In front of the stone table, the Confucian faction's dragon head asked calmly. "He's locked in the dungeon," the teacher said respectfully. "Why didn't you kill him?" the Confucian faction's dragon head asked. "Teacher, please give him a chance to change." The teacher pleaded for leniency. The Confucian faction's dragon head's eyes flashed with light. "You should know that demons are the source of calamity." The teacher bowed and said, "This child's nature is not bad. It's just that he became demonic due to excessive grief. Teacher, please give him a chance." "He lost his heart due to grief?" The Confucian faction's dragon head calmly said, "You are not speaking the truth." The teacher's body trembled, and he bowed his head in silence. He did not lose his heart. He chose to become demonic himself. The Confucian faction's dragon head stood up and looked at the peach blossoms in the garden. "Such a demon is even more terrifying. His heart is firm and he has not lost his reason. Yet, he ignores etiquette. If he is not dealt with as soon as possible, he will become a great disaster in the future." The teacher raised his head and asked, "My Confucian faction has the heart meditation art. Can't this demon be saved?" "Heart meditation art," the Confucian faction's dragon head calmly said. "His heart has never been lost. What's the point of meditating?" The teacher's expression dimmed, and he helplessly sighed in his heart. Dragon head. At this moment, a white-robed scholar quickly walked in from outside the dragon garden. He bowed respectfully and said, "The Imperial Lord has ordered the Confucian faction to send the demon to the temple." The Confucian faction's dragon head frowned. After a long time, he said, "I understand. You may leave." "Yes." The white-robed scholar received the order and left. "Teacher." The teacher looked at the old man in front of him and asked, "Do we act according to the Imperial Lord's orders?" "The Imperial Lord's orders cannot be disobeyed." The Confucian faction's dragon head nodded and said, "Go personally. Be careful on the way." "Yes." The teacher received the order and left. An hour later, in the Confucian faction's dungeon, the teacher walked in. The dungeon was filled with layers of runes. Beneath the runes, a white-robed figure sat cross-legged. His eyes were closed and his expression was calm. "Your life is in danger, yet you can remain so calm. Should I praise your firm heart or say that you are stubborn?" The teacher walked over and looked at the young man beneath the runes and sighed. Ning Chen opened his eyes and calmly said, "Have you made your decision on how to deal with me?" "My dynasty's Imperial Lord wishes to see you." The teacher waved his hand and scattered the runes in the dungeon before walking over. As the runes scattered, the demonic energy in Ning Chen's body automatically awakened. However, just as there was a change, the golden chains appeared. "Let's go," the teacher said. Ning Chen stood up, and without saying anything more, he followed after him. In the temple of the Great Yu Dynasty's imperial palace, the Great Yu Dynasty's imperial lord stood quietly in front of the dragon throne. He looked down at the entire dynasty. Chapter 1381. The Great Yu Imperial Palace, the Holy Temple, and the majestic buildings of the divine world seemed to be floating in the air. It was magnificent and extraordinary. In front of the Holy Temple, 90,000 stone steps extended down. Divine generals were stationed at both ends of the stone step. Their aura was astonishing. One day, a teacher in a Confucian robe led the knowing destiny state up the stairway to heaven step by step. The two of them walked for more than 2 hours on the 90,000 stone step. The path of pilgrimage was difficult for mortals to climb. In the Holy Temple, the Emperor of Great Yu, who was dressed in a dragon robe, stood quietly in front of the throne. His body was surrounded by purple energy that was as vigorous as the sea. In the main hall, the officials of the divine dynasty stood in 2 rows, waiting for the arrival of the 2 people. After a long time, 2 figures appeared in front of the holy temple and walked into the main hall. The teacher bowed according to the rules of the Confucian sect and said, "Emperor, I have brought them here." "Teacher, long time no see." In front of the throne, the Emperor of Great Yu spoke calmly. "I am no longer your teacher." "Emperor, you don't have to call me that," the teacher said indifferently. "A teacher for a day is a teacher for life." The Emperor of Great Yu smiled and said, "This time, thank you for personally capturing this demon. It is the responsibility of the Confucian sect to slay demons and protect the Tao." "Emperor, you are too polite," the teacher replied and didn't say anything else. In front of the throne, the Emperor of Great Yu smiled faintly. He looked at the demon whose cultivation was sealed by the Confucian sect's secret technique. A light flashed in his eyes. "What is your name?" the Emperor of Great Yu asked. "Ning Chen," Ning Chen replied. "I heard that you were not a demon. Why did you enter the demon path?" the Emperor of Great Yu asked. Ning Chen looked at the Emperor of Great Yu in the main hall and said indifferently, "There is no reason. What is the difference between humans, gods, and demons?" The Emperor of Great Yu narrowed his eyes and said, "Demons are evil, murderous, and greedy. That is the difference." "Greedy?" Ning Chen's gaze swept across all the officials of the divine dynasty in the main hall and said, "Which one of your officials is not greedy for power and glory? In terms of greed, who can compare to them?" "How dare you?" At this moment, the leader of the officials, an old man, said in a deep voice, deluding the public with lies, "Emperor, this person's demonic nature is deeply rooted. We cannot let him live." The Emperor of Great Yu sighed softly and said, "Your hands are stained with the blood of the soldiers of my god dynasty. I can't let you live." "Men." "Emperor." The 2 divine generals entered the palace and bowed respectfully. "Throw this person into the divine prison. Tomorrow at noon, he will be punished by lightning," the Emperor of Great Yu said. "Yes." The 2 divine generals took the order and brought Ji Ming out of the hall. The moment they passed each other, Ning Chen looked at the teacher beside him and said lightly, "Between the Confucian sect and the divine dynasty, who is the master of the world?" His voice was not loud, but everyone present was no ordinary person. They all heard him clearly. In the main hall, the faces of all the officials changed as they looked at the Emperor. They knew very well that the existence of the Confucian sect had always been a big problem for the imperial lord. However, the Confucian sect was too powerful and had contributed a lot to the divine dynasty, so the imperial lord had no reason to touch it. Under the gazes of all the officials, the Emperor of Great Yu's expression did not change at all, as if he did not hear the former's words. In front of him, the teacher's expression darkened as he clenched his fists. In the divine prison, the 2 divine generals walked over with Ning Chen. Layers of formations were densely packed and abnormally complicated. The people trapped in the divine prison were all heinous people. In order to prevent these people from escaping, every stone in the divine prison was engraved with formation patterns that suppressed the cultivation of those who entered. Bang! The prison door closed. In the void, Ning Chen stood quietly in the divine prison, looking down at the distant land of the divine world. Even though he had been reduced to a prisoner, there was no change in his eyes. Night fell and the divine moon shone high in the sky. The divine prison became very cold. In each cell, the sinners who were trapped no longer shouted and struggled as if they had resigned themselves to their fate. "Do you want to go out?" Ning Chen asked calmly. As soon as he finished speaking, the sinners in the divine prison were shocked. They looked at the newcomer not far away with puzzlement. "Young man, I advise you not to have any unrealistic thoughts. You can't escape from this divine prison," an old man who had been trapped for God knows how many years said in a tired voice. Hearing this, Ning Chen nodded lightly and didn't say anything else. Late at night, the divine moon traveled to the west. In front of the divine prison, a young man in purple walked over. "Who is it?" In front of the cell, the two divine generals were vigilant and asked. A golden token appeared in the hands of the young man in purple. Seeing this, the two divine generals immediately knelt down and bowed. "Open the door," the young man in purple said. "Yes." The two divine generals stood up and opened the door of the divine prison. The young man in purple walked in and went straight to the cell where Ning Chen was. In the cell, Ning Chen looked at the young man walking over and narrowed his eyes. "Do you want to die?" the young man in purple asked calmly. "No," Ning Chen replied. A green bead appeared in the purple-clothed young man's hand. He said, "With this item, you will be able to survive the lightning punishment tomorrow. Moreover, you will be able to use this opportunity to break through the shackles in your body and restore your cultivation." "What price do I have to pay?" Ning Chen wasn't in a hurry to take the bead. "It's easy to talk to smart people." The young man in purple smiled. "Tomorrow, the Confucian sect's dragon head will also appear. I want you to kill him." "The Confucian sect's dragon head," Ning Chen softly muttered. "How can the Confucian sect's dragon head be so easily killed? Your Excellency overestimates me. What if it's a powerless Confucian sect's dragon head?" the young man in purple asked. "The Confucian sect captured Your Excellency. I presume you want to take revenge." When Ning Chen heard this, a light flashed across his eyes. He said, "If it's really as you say, I will kill him." The young man in purple placed the green bead in Ning Chen's hands and calmly said, "Tomorrow, the Confucian sect's dragon head will be your only escape route. Whether or not you can seize the opportunity will depend on your luck." After saying this, the young man in purple didn't stay any longer and turned to leave. Within the divine prison, Ning Chen looked at the young man's departing figure and sneered. Greed. The greed of human nature far surpassed that of demons. Perhaps the reason demons could survive until now was due to the greed of human nature. "Young man, can you really save us?" In the dead of night, the old man who spoke earlier couldn't help but ask. "Perhaps," Ning Chen calmly said. As Ning Chen said this, all the sinners' eyes regained color as they looked at the young man in front of them. "As long as you can save us, we will definitely repay Your Excellency," the old man said in a deep voice. Ning Chen swept his gaze over the crowd and asked, "What about you?" The sinners in the divine prison immediately responded, each of their promises more tempting than the last. "I don't need any of your promises. I want your submission," Ning Chen coldly said. The old man and the sinners were stunned when they heard this. "You don't have much time to consider." Time slowly passed. Ning Chen looked at the rising sun in the east and said indifferently, "Fine." The old man gritted his teeth and was the first to speak. "As long as you can save us, I will submit to you." With one person expressing his stance, over 100 sinners expressed their willingness to submit. "Swear it," Ning Chen said with a cold smile. The old man stood up, pointed 3 fingers to the sky and began to swear. In the divine prison, the 100 sinners also raised their hands and swore to show their sincerity. After the 100 sinners swore, the door of the divine prison opened with a rumble. The divine generals walked in and brought Ning Chen out of the divine prison. On the huge black stone platform of the Blitz punishment platform, iron chains crisscrossed and rattled. The sun rose in the east. On the land of the divine dynasty, the divine generals escorted Ning Chen to the Blitz punishment platform. On the platform, 2 divine generals escorted Ning Chen forward. After locking his limbs, they turned around and retreated. In the distance, the space distorted and figures appeared. The world was watching the grand scene of demon slaying. In one direction, the Confucian sect's dragon head appeared. Behind him, the white-robed scholar and the teacher accompanied him. Although there were only 3 of them, no one dared to underestimate them. In the void, the officials of the divine dynasty bowed. In front of the Confucian sect's dragon head, even the officials of the divine dynasty didn't dare to be arrogant. In the sky, the sun moved west and gradually reached the middle of the 9 heavens. The middle of the day was the time when the yang qi was the strongest. At this moment, in front of the officials, the void shook. Purple qi filled the air, and the Emperor of the Great Yu walked out of thin air. "Greetings, Emperor." The officials bowed and saluted. "No need to be so polite. Rise." The Emperor of the Great Yu looked at the execution platform in front of him and said calmly, "Thank you, Emperor." The officials stood up and thanked him. Hundreds of feet away, the Confucian sect's dragon head and the Emperor of the Great Yu looked at each other and nodded. It was time. Dark clouds covered the sky above the execution platform, quickly covering the divine sun in the 9 heavens. Then, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled in the dark clouds. The terrifying power of thunder continued to gather, becoming more and more terrifying. The Blitz punishment was comparable to the extreme punishment of the heavenly tribulation. It changed according to the cultivation of the sinner on the execution platform. The strongest Blitz was even terrifying enough to kill a real god. On the execution platform, Ning Chen looked at the sky, and his expression became calmer. Boom! In the blink of an eye, a huge green thunderbolt fell from the sky and annihilated the body of the knowing destiny state cultivator. In the imperial city of the divine dynasty, the people looked at the sky with gratification in their eyes. The demon had finally been killed. However, in the next moment, a shocking scene appeared in front of everyone. On the execution platform, the power of thunder dissipated, and the white-clothed figure was still standing quietly, without any injuries on his body. Huh! When the officials of the divine dynasty saw this, their expressions darkened. What was going on? On the other side, the Confucian sect's dragon head looked ahead quietly, and a serious look flashed in his old eyes. No. Boom! Above the 9 heavens, thunder descended again, and this time, its power was even more terrifying. The thunder that was like the end of the world directly blasted on Ning Chen's body. In an instant, all the secret methods and restrictions in Ning Chen's body collapsed and were completely wiped out by the power of Blitz thunder. "Thank you." Ning Chen glanced in the direction of the Emperor of the Great Yu and said lightly. Then, he took a step forward and disappeared in an instant. In the blink of an eye, a white-clothed figure with white hair appeared in front of the Confucian sect's dragon head. The demon's sword in his hand appeared, and with a swing of the sword, blood was drawn. It was a scene that caught everyone off guard, and no one present had time to react. In front of the officials of the divine dynasty, the Emperor of the Great Yu sneered. When the dragon is about to die, the demon must be subdued. The divination had come true. Chapter 1382. In front of the execution platform, a shocking scene unfolded. The demon broke free from his shackles and killed the Confucian sect's dragon head with one strike. Before anyone could react to the shocking scene, the demonic cultivator's figure had already disappeared into the distance. In front of the ministers, the Emperor of Great Yu was the first to speak. "Capture this demon. If he resists, kill him without mercy." Yes. Around him, the divine generals received the order and quickly chased after him. At this moment, on the other side, the teacher came back to his senses. Killing intent surged from his body as he turned around and chased after him. "Ning Chen, you deserve to die." The Confucian sect's dragon head was killed. The teacher was furious. Like lightning, he broke through all obstacles and rushed to the front of everyone. In a few breaths, the chasing crowd had already rushed to the front of the divine prison. In front of the divine prison, Ning Chen turned around and looked at the teacher who was chasing after him. He said calmly, "Are you angry? Are you resentful? This is the demon that all of you are angry about." As soon as he finished speaking, a broken green cauldron appeared in Ning Chen's hand. He turned around and smashed it toward the divine prison. "How dare you!" In front of the divine prison, the divine generals appeared to block him. However, the green cauldron smashed down with the might of the supreme demon. No one could stop it. Boom! An earth-shattering collision sounded. The divine prison, which was protected by layers of array patterns, shook violently under the impact of the green cauldron. The array patterns around the divine prison collapsed one by one and disappeared. A flaw appeared in the array patterns. Ning Chen waved the demonic sword in his hand, and the violent sword power directly cut open one prison after another. All of you are free. The divine prison was broken, and the restrictions suppressing the hundreds of sinners disappeared. Ning Chen looked at the crowd in front of him and said indifferently, "It's been 1,000 years. I've finally regained my freedom." In the void, the sinners laughed wildly. The divine essence around their bodies broke through the last shackles in their bodies. Their cultivation surged wildly, shocking the world. In the distance, the Emperor of Great Yu's expression darkened when he saw this scene. In front of the divine prison, Ning Chen looked back at the Emperor of Great Yu, who was in front of the ministers. A cold smile flashed across his face. "Everyone, it's your time now." After saying that, Ning Chen's figure flashed and disappeared again. "Is there anyone who wants to smash this palace with me?" A sinner looked at the extremely luxurious Great Yu Palace below and asked excitedly, "We'll help you." The tensome sinners looked at each other and replied. The sinners brought disaster to the world, and the palace was in chaos. After a few breaths of time, the palaces in the Great Yu's palace were set ablaze, and the buildings collapsed. It was extremely terrifying. Up in the air, the teacher's figure flashed past. He did not even glance at the chaotic imperial palace and quickly chased after Yi Qingyu. The two of them flew out of the palace one after the other. When they were about to reach the Dragon Garden, Ning Chen stopped and looked back at the teacher who was chasing after them. He said calmly, "Aren't you going to catch those felons? If any one of them escapes, the divine dynasty will fall into chaos." Behind him, the teacher surged with righteous energy. The furious Confucian sect's dragon-head direct disciple didn't want to say another word. He stepped forward and drew his sword to slay the demon. The Confucian sect's sword of law enforcement shone once more. This time, it did not show any mercy. It attacked with all its might, its killing intent overwhelming the sky. Boom! The demon's sword and Confucian's sword clashed, and a berserk energy surged out. Ning Chen looked at the teacher in front of him and coldly laughed. "Is this all you can do? Boundless heaven and earth." Furious to the extreme, the teacher attacked with a killing move. The red ink iron certificate flew out, and golden characters spread out. The Confucian sect's supreme law displayed its might. With the support of the supreme treasure, the Confucian sect's sword of law enforcement's might multiplied. With a bang, it knocked away the demon's sword. The Confucian sword closed in, its killing intent piercing to the bone. At the moment of crisis, Ning Chen's figure turned illusory. The Confucian sword pierced through his body like it was an illusion. In the blink of an eye, 10 steps away, Ning Chen's figure appeared out of thin air, solidifying. "Kill!" The teacher appeared and roared furiously. He charged forward again, and the Confucian sword of law enforcement slashed down violently. "You've lost your mind. Where is your Tao now?" Ning Chen said coldly as he swung his sword to block the Confucian sword. Essence gathered in his left palm, and a black waterfall soared into the sky. A forceful palm pressed down on the teacher's chest. With a bang, blood splattered. Although the teacher, whose mind was already in a mess, was ruthless, his flaws were even more obvious. With a palm strike, his body was injured. The teacher grunted, but he did not retreat half a step. He swung his sword and counterattacked. It was a desperate move. He did not care about his own safety. The angry teacher was focused on killing the demon's sword and completely abandoned their past friendship. Ning Chen stepped forward and dodged the Confucian sect's sword of law enforcement. Phoenix flames surrounded him, turning into a sea of fire that engulfed his body. In an instant, he disappeared completely. In front of him, the teacher rushed into the sea of fire, but he was a step too late. At the same time, the great imperial palace was in chaos. The entire palace was almost completely destroyed. More than 100 powerful sinners regained their freedom, and no one could stop them. Kill them all! The Emperor of Great ordered with a troubled expression. All the divine guards of the palace were mobilized, and battles broke out everywhere in the palace. However, the 100 sinners did not stay to fight. After causing chaos in the world, they retreated one after another. The teacher rushed back and looked at the scene of devastation in front of him. His body trembled nonstop. How did it become like this? Teacher! In the blink of an eye, the teacher came back to his senses and continued to rush forward. In front of a collapsed palace hall, a white-robed scholar knelt in front of the dead dragon head of the Confucian sect. His face was filled with grief. The teacher rushed over and saw this scene. He walked forward weakly and knelt down. The palace was in chaos, and everyone's attention was attracted. At this moment, a white-haired figure in plain clothes appeared in the sky above the Confucian sect's dragon garden and walked down. In the dragon garden, there was no one in front of the empty stone table. The former dragon head of the Confucian sect had been completely left in the palace. The Emperor of Great had set up a plan to kill with a borrowed knife and get rid of a big problem. And this knife was the knowing destiny state. In front of the dragon garden, Ning Chun walked into the dragon garden step by step. He was almost certain that the purple-robed young man from last night was the Emperor of Great Yu. Then who was the person that the Emperor of Great Yu had arranged to be beside the dragon head of the Confucian sect? In this world, there were definitely not many people who could be completely trusted by the dragon head of the Confucian sect. It would not be easy to make the dragon head of the Confucian sect lose his cultivation. In the dragon garden, the peach blossoms had all withered. The scene of falling flowers in the garden looked extremely desolate. Ning Chun stayed in the dragon garden for nearly an hour. After an hour, he walked away. Old but not dead was a demon. The dragon head of the Confucian sect was extraordinary. 3 days later, in the dragon garden of the Confucian sect, everything was white. The funeral of the dragon head of the Confucian sect was simple and solemn. In the divine dynasty, important ministers arrived one after another and kowtowed in front of the memorial tablet of the dragon head of the Confucian sect. After all the ministers arrived, the Emperor of Great Yu personally arrived in front of the dragon garden. Instantly, the entire dragon garden was alarmed and they all stepped forward to bow. In the morning hall, the teacher knelt on the ground and ignored the Emperor of Great Yu. Opposite him, the white-robed scholar stood up and walked forward to welcome him. When he saw the Emperor of Great Yu, he bowed respectfully and said, "Greetings, Emperor. There's no need to be so polite." The Emperor of Great Yu replied and walked towards the morning hall in front of him. Behind him, the white-robed scholar followed with a respectful expression. "Dragon head, I'm here." The Emperor of Great Yu looked at the memorial tablet of the dragon head of the Confucian sect in front of him and said calmly, "I will avenge you. Rest in peace." In the morning hall, the teacher raised his head and said with a cold expression, "Emperor, I want to know why teacher suddenly lost his cultivation." The Emperor of Great Yu had heard of it before and said indifferently, "I don't know." Just as the dragon head of the Confucian sect was being mourned, sinners gathered outside the Great Yu imperial city. In front of them, a white-robed demon with white hair descended from the sky. Chapter 1383. In the Great Yu divine dynasty, the Confucian sect's dragon head had fallen, and the entire country was in mourning. In the imperial city, everything was white. All the people hung white silk in their homes to express their condolences. In the Confucian sect's dragon garden, the Emperor of Great Yu personally came to pay respects to the Confucian sect's dragon head. With the arrival of the Emperor of the divine dynasty, the atmosphere in the Confucian sect's dragon garden became a little solemn. In the morning hall, the teacher's expression was cold, and killing intent flashed in the depths of his eyes. With the dragon head's strength, it was impossible for him to not even have room to resist. Someone must have done something. He didn't even need to think about the identity of this person. The Emperor of Great Yu. Everything was too coincidental. The dragon head's body was restrained, there was a problem with the lightning punishment, and then something happened to the dragon head. Even a fool wouldn't believe that this was just a coincidence. Emperor, something has happened. At this moment, outside the dragon garden, a divine general walked over quickly and said anxiously, "The imperial city is on fire. The felons who escaped from the divine prison are causing trouble everywhere. The imperial guards have suffered heavy casualties." The Emperor of Great Yu's expression darkened when he heard this. He looked outside the dragon garden and narrowed his eyes. In the imperial city, a white-haired demon in white clothes walked forward. Wherever he passed, demonic flames were everywhere. "You guys come out too," Ningchen said. "Yes, Master." As he spoke, more than 1,000 great demons flew out of the soul-suppressing banner and rushed towards the imperial city. With thousands of demons wreaking havoc in the world, the casualties of the divine generals in the city increased. Their souls and origins were devoured by more than 1,000 great demons, and their bodies and souls disappeared. In the Confucian sect's dragon garden, the teacher heard the constant news coming from outside. He waved his hand and took the Confucian sect's sword of law enforcement before walking out of the dragon garden. "You guys go and help too." The Emperor of Great Yu looked at the 4 imperial army commanders behind him and said, "Yes." The 4 fiend god-level imperial army commanders respectfully accepted the order and turned to leave. On the streets of the imperial city, thousands of divine generals flashed past, trying their best to kill the 100 sinners who had brought disaster to the world. The flames of war burned every inch of land in the imperial city. Even with the protection of billions of array patterns, it was difficult to resist the power of 100 sinners. On the main street of the imperial city, a teacher in a Confucian robe appeared. "This time, I won't let you leave alive." After 3 exchanges, everyone knew that the Confucian school's sword of law enforcement was unsheathed behind the teacher's back. Righteous energy surged, and the sword moved, causing the wind and thunder to change. In the past, they had enjoyed each other's company and admired each other. Now, they were facing each other in life and death, and neither of them showed any mercy. The demonic sword appeared, and demonic flames burned. The sword met the attack head-on, and heaven and earth tilted. As the 2 swords clashed, sharp rays of light shot out in all directions. The 2 figures moved swiftly, and their sword moves were so fast that it was hard to distinguish. Limitless heaven and earth. The red ink iron certificate appeared again. Dazzling golden light shone, and a powerful force erupted, supporting the sword of law enforcement's power. Ningchen waved his hand, and a strange light rose from his left hand. The heavenly book of creation appeared at the same time, blocking the power of the Confucian sword. The airflow vibrated, and the situation of the battle was decided in an instant. Ningchen looked at the raging fires in the imperial city, and narrowed his eyes. "Is it not time yet? Distracted in battle? You sure are confident." As he spoke, the Confucian sect's sword of law enforcement approached once more, an icy cold edge aimed at his throat. Ningchen took half a step back, dodging the Confucian sword's edge. He took a step forward and pressed forward. He clenched his left hand into a fist and punched out. Opposite him, the teacher circulated his divine energy, and righteous energy surged. He punched out, facing Ningchen head-on. Their fists crossed, and with a bang, they landed on the other party's chest. Demonic chi and righteous energy entered their bodies. The 2 grunted at the same time, and each took half a step back. While the 2 were fighting, hundreds of sinners and thousands of demons were wreaking havoc in the imperial city. Even with all the imperial guards out, they could not stop this sudden disaster. Boom! Finally, the billions of runes in the imperial city reached their limit and began to collapse rapidly. At this moment, below the imperial city, the divine dynasty's fate that had been suppressed overflowed and flew wildly into the sky. On the main street of the imperial city, Ning Chen saw this, and a cold smile appeared on his face. It was finally time. A shocking scene. Purple chi surged in all directions of the imperial city. The divine dynasty's tens of thousands of years of fate was as thick as an ocean, filling the entire imperial city. Ning Chen swung his sword, using all his strength to push back the teacher in front of him. In the next moment, Ning Chen's body was surrounded by phoenix flames. His figure turned illusory as he left the battlefield. In the Confucian sect's dragon garden, the Emperor of Great Yu sensed it. His expression immediately darkened, and his figure flashed and disappeared. On the streets of the imperial city, cracks appeared. They were so deep that one could not see the bottom. Below the cracks, purple chi continuously surged out and spread into the imperial city. At this moment, a white-haired figure in plain clothes appeared above the largest crack. Without any hesitation, he quickly rushed down to the ground. Behind him, the teacher in a Confucian robe followed closely behind. The two of them had just entered the crack when the Emperor of Great Yu arrived. His body was surging with purple chi, and it was abnormally vast. Deep underground, the two figures flashed one after another, rushing towards the source of fate below. Behind Ning Chen, the teacher looked at the white-haired figure in front of him, and his heart was in turmoil. His purpose for coming here was actually for the Great Yu dynasty's fate. The fate of a dynasty was extremely important. If it was snatched away by someone, it would mean that the fate of the divine dynasty was about to come to an end. At the end of the crack, a huge dragon vein coiled around like a sleeping dragon. Dragon scales had already grown around the dragon vein. They were lifelike, as if they could be revived at any time. After hundreds of thousands of years of the divine dynasty, the dragon vein was unprecedentedly huge. With the nourishment of the faith of billions of people, the dragon would be revived and soar into the sky. After a few breaths, Ning Chen's figure flashed in front of the dragon vein. Without saying a word, he slashed at the dragon vein in front of him. Boom! The demonic sword slashed down, shaking the heavens and the earth. Behind him, the teacher could not stop it in time. The demonic sword's brilliance directly slashed on the dragon's head. Rumbling sounds resounded through heaven and earth. The dragon vein was injured, and the stone armor that wrapped around the dragon vein cracked inch by inch. In the next moment, the dragon's roar shook the 9 heavens. Under the shaking ground, the dragon revived and soared into the sky. The huge dragon was more than 100,000 feet long. Purple chi surged around its body, and it was abnormally heavy. The dragon soared into the sky with an astonishing aura. Ning Chen avoided the dragon's head and jumped onto the dragon's body. He pierced his sword into the dragon's back and soared into the sky with the dragon. In front, the teacher immediately dodged when he saw this. He did not dare to touch the divine dynasty's dragon vein head-on. Tens of thousands of feet underground, the imperial lord of Great Yu, who was rushing over, looked at the purple dragon rushing towards him. His expression turned serious. He shouted and blocked the divine dragon with his flesh and blood. Boom! The dragon chi collided with each other. The dragon vein revived and gave birth to its own intelligence. It was no longer willing to be controlled and violently resisted the imperial lord of Great Yu's suppression. "Beast, are you rebelling?" The imperial lord of Great Yu shouted again. The true origin energy around his body surged, and vaguely, he was able to suppress the dragon vein. On the dragon's back, Ning Chen sneered. He slashed with his sword and helped the dragon vein soar into the sky. The sword chi surged with astonishing power. The imperial lord of Great Yu's expression darkened slightly. He had no choice but to divert his attention to block the incoming attack. Boom! The imperial lord of Great Yu blocked the sword chi. However, he was distracted for a moment and could no longer suppress the dragon vein in front of him. the dragon shook off the imperial lord of Great Yu and flew up into the sky. At this moment, the Fourth Realm experts from all over the divine dynasty looked at the sky above the imperial city in shock. Dragon Chi. In the sky above the imperial city of Great Yu, purple Chi gathered into clouds. In the clouds, a divine dragon could be vaguely seen. Its aura was astonishing. On the dragon's back, the white-haired demon stood quietly, looking down at the heavenly realm below. In the blink of an eye, the imperial lord of Great Yu and the teacher appeared one after another in the void, blocking the path ahead. The mission is over. Come back. On the dragon's back, Ning Chen spoke. His casual voice was like a clap of thunder, resounding throughout the entire imperial city of Great Yu. Hundreds of great sinners from all over the imperial city heard the order and stopped fighting. Their figures flashed and flew toward the sky. In the flames of war, thousands of great demons reluctantly rose into the sky and flew back to their master. All of his combat power returned. In Ning Chen's hand, the heavenly book of creation bloomed with a dazzling brilliance. Heaven and earth opened up, and the entire space and time distorted violently. Ultimate technique of heaven and earth, reincarnation boundary. Ning Chen shouted. In the void, a huge vortex appeared and swallowed the entire battle. The teacher's figure flashed past. He wanted to block it, but he was directly sent flying. Your opponent is us. At this moment, sinners appeared in front of the teacher and blocked his path. Seeing the sinners blocking his path, the teacher's expression became abnormally ugly. What was he trying to do? In the center of the battle, Ning Chen faced the imperial lord of Great Yu alone. Below him, the dragon roared, and the dragon's might shook the sky. Kill him and you'll be free. Ning Chen glanced at the struggling dragon beneath him, and said indifferently. Hearing this, the dragon's body trembled. A moment later, it stopped struggling. A beast is indeed a beast. You even dare to rebel against your master. The imperial lord of Great Yu's expression turned cold. He clenched his right fist, and purple chi surged and spread out like flames. The imperial lord of Great Yu, who was at the godfiend level, was close to the fifth realm. With the blessing of Providence, he was almost invincible. Just as the battle was about to begin, in the Confucian sect's dragon garden, a faint heartbeat sounded from the coffin of the Confucian sect's dragon head. In front of the morning hall, the white-robed scholar bowed respectfully and said, "Dragon head, please come out of seclusion. Thank you for your hard work." As he spoke, the coffin opened, and a vast righteous aura surged. An old man walked out and looked at the disciple in front of him. He said calmly, "I've wronged you all these years. This is what a disciple should do." The white-robed scholar said respectfully, however, "The imperial city is in chaos now. We need you to come out and preside over the situation." "There's no hurry." The Confucian sect's dragon head stepped forward and looked at the turbulent purple vortex in the sky. His aged eyes narrowed slightly. When a dragon is about to die, it must subdue demons. The human heart is like a demon. Imperial Lord, you have disappointed me. In the void, the Imperial Lord of Great Yu's figure rushed out from the turbulent vortex and struck first. The incomparably powerful attack was like a raging wave hitting the table, causing the void to distort. Just as the Imperial Lord of Great Yu's attack was about to reach him, the Imperial Lord's body suddenly trembled, and his divine essence suddenly froze. On the back of the dragon, Ning Chen sneered. He waved the demonic sword in his hand, and the cold blade pierced through the Imperial Lord's throat. How can this be? The Imperial Lord of Great Yu reached out to cover his throat that was constantly spurting blood, and his face was filled with disbelief. How can this be? Ning Chen raised his hand, and demonic aura surged, wanting to devour the Imperial Lord of Great Yu in front of him. "Young man, please show mercy." As he spoke, an old man in a Confucian robe appeared in the huge vortex. He looked at the white-haired young man in front of him and said, "This time, the Confucian sect owes you a favor. Chapter 1384. In the sky above the great Yu dynasty, purple clouds formed. In the clouds, a giant dragon roared, and dragon might shook the sky. In the center of the purple clouds, a huge vortex stirred. The emperor was about to die, and his soul would disappear. Just as Ningchen was about to devour the emperor's origin, an old man in a Confucian robe stepped out of the vortex and stopped knowing destiny. Ningchen turned around and glanced at the old man not far away. He said indifferently, "The Confucian sect's favor is indeed tempting." With that, Ningchen waved his hand and threw the emperor of Great Yu away. He said calmly, "Happy cooperation." Behind the Confucian sect's dragon head, a white-robed scholar appeared and left with the emperor of Great Yu. After the white-robed scholar left, the Confucian sect's dragon head looked at the plain-clothed young man in front of him and said, "Sir, can you return the fate of our dynasty?" On the dragon's back, Ning Chen's lips curled up coldly. He said, "Dragon head, are you mistaken? The Confucian sect has obtained the world. Isn't that enough?" The Confucian sect's dragon head frowned and said, "What do you mean?" "Our cooperation has ended," Ningchen said calmly. "Next, if you want to stop me, it will depend on your ability." The Confucian sect's dragon head's expression darkened. He raised his withered right hand, and the entire sky above the imperial city shook violently. Boundless heaven and earth. The Confucian sect's dragon head personally made a move, and the wind and clouds changed. Endless pressure descended from the sky, trying to stop knowing destiny. As the powerful pressure descended, the heavenly book of creation in Ning Chen's hand quickly flipped. A strange light rose and blocked the heavenly might. The Confucian sect's dragon head's cultivation was unfathomable. With just a casual move, the entire sky seemed to be flipped over. Fifth realm. Ning Chen looked up at the wind and clouds in the sky, and his expression completely froze. Roar! Below, the purple cloud's dragon felt the heavy pressure and struggled violently. "Are you unwilling? Then let's fight together," Ning Chen said coldly. The surrounding demonic aura surged, and the light of the 10 heavenly books soared into the sky, resisting the pressure that was comparable to heavenly might. Everyone watched as purple clouds surged in the sky above the imperial city. Righteous chi spread out in the clouds, gradually suppressing the purple clouds. The strongest expert in Great Yu imperial city, the Confucian sect's dragon head, showed his shocking cultivation. Just his aura alone suppressed this world. Up ahead, Ning Chen stood on the dragon's back. His body was fully activated, and he was supported by the heavenly book as he faced off against the number 1 figure of the Confucian faction. "Your Excellency, please return our dynasty's destiny," the Confucian sect dragon head said in a hoarse voice. "Take it with your own ability," Ning Chen replied coldly. His left hand gripped the edge of the sword as blood flowed out. Using the blood as a guide, the demonic chi and dragon chi quickly fused together. The Taiji diagram rose into the air, shining with a dazzling light. The two violently swirling energies, one yin and one yang, were guided by the demonic blood. They fused into one, and their might multiplied. Below Ning Chen, the giant dragon dissipated, turning into a vast ocean of dragon chi that merged into the formation. A light flashed in the Confucian sect's dragon head's eyes. He no longer hesitated, pressing out with his right palm. In the air, Ning Chen's figure shot out. In an instant, he arrived in front of the Confucian sect's dragon head. The demonic sword slashed down, its sharpness threatening. The Confucian sect's dragon head did not dodge. He raised his right hand to block the demonic sword. There was a loud explosion, and the shock waves shook the air around the two. The wind and clouds changed color. The Confucian sect's dragon head raised his left palm, and lightning fell from the sky, mercilessly slaying the demonic sword. Ultimate technique of heaven and earth, life and death boundary. Lightning fell, and the yang energy was intense. The heavenly book of creation in Ning Chen's hand rose, blocking the demonic sword. After exchanging several moves, the number 1 figure of the Confucian faction showed his strength. Blood flowed from the corner of Ning Chen's mouth, and he was injured. Ultimate technique of heaven and earth, sword and saber boundary. Not willing to fight for a long time, the heavenly book of creation in Ning Chen's left hand disappeared. The heavenly song of frost appeared, and the ultimate technique of the purple myrtle divine world reappeared. The saber and sword moved together, shining with a dazzling light. In the air, the saber and sword cut through the clouds and fell straight down. Confucian path's ancient wind. The Confucian sect's dragon head raised his hand, and righteous energy swept out, blocking the saber and sword. The moves collided, and the air surged. In an instant, Ning Chen's figure flashed, leaving the battlefield. Confucian sect's dragon head, we'll meet again. Don't forget your promise. As he spoke, the phoenix flames in the sky quickly retreated, taking the 100 great sinners with them and disappearing without a trace. Outside the battlefield, the teacher's expression darkened when he saw the phoenix flames dissipating in the sky. He was about to give chase when his body suddenly trembled. The Confucian sect's dragon head walked out of the dissipating clouds, his Confucian robes flapping in the wind. The teacher turned around and looked at the figure walking out of the clouds. His face was full of disbelief. "Teacher, you!" the teacher said in shock. "Let's return to the dragon garden first." The Confucian sect's dragon head said, and his body was filled with righteous energy as he disappeared. The teacher suppressed the shock in his heart and followed after him. In the Confucian school's dragon garden, the white silk was removed. In the dragon garden, the head of the Confucian school's dragon head returned. More than 10 great Confucians stood in the garden, respectfully welcoming him. "Greetings, Dragon Chief." Everyone saluted and said. Behind the Confucian sect dragon head, the teacher looked at the former and said in a low voice, "Teacher, shouldn't you give your disciple an explanation?" "Impudent!" The leader of the 10 some great Confucians, a white-haired old man, barked, "Do not be rude." The Confucian sect dragon head raised his head and stopped the old man from continuing. He looked at the disciple in front of him and calmly said, "The Confucian school must continue to exist, and the imperial lord no longer permits the Confucian school to continue existing. Thus, only one can exist between the Confucian school and the imperial court." The teacher clenched his fists and said in a low voice, "That day before the swift lightning execution platform, was it all arranged by the dragon chief?" "That's right." The Confucian sect dragon head did not deny it and nodded. The teacher's expression turned even colder as he questioned, "Teacher and Ning Chen have never met, so when did you form an alliance?" "Right before the swift lightning execution platform," the Confucian sect dragon head calmly said. "Who was the traitor?" the teacher asked in a low voice. "It was me." A white-robed scholar walked in from outside the dragon garden and respectfully bowed. "Greetings, senior brother, teacher." Seeing the person who came, the teacher let out a deep sigh. Everything was clear now. It turned out that everything was just a scheme. "Teacher, have you seen what the imperial city is like now?" The teacher looked at the Confucian sect dragon head in front of him, his eyes filled with disappointment. "In your game with the imperial lord, all the people of the imperial city were sacrificed. The Confucian sect is no longer the Confucian sect I knew. This disciple will take his leave." After saying this, the teacher waved his hand and returned the red ink iron certificate before turning and leaving. "You can leave, but please put down the sword of law enforcement," the white-haired old man in front of the group of Confucians shouted. At the entrance of the dragon garden, the teacher looked back at the group behind him and coldly said, "None of you have the right to use this sword." "Impudent!" The white-haired old man was furious. Just as he was about to attack, he was stopped. "Let him leave," the Confucian sect dragon head calmly said. The white-haired old man's body trembled as he respectfully accepted the order. Outside the dragon garden, the teacher left with the ancient sword on his back. His firm footsteps did not waver for a moment. In a mountain north of Great Yu's imperial city, 100 great sinners appeared and respectfully bowed. "Greetings, master." As they spoke, dragon chi surged in the void. A white-haired figure in plain clothes walked out and said, "I'll give you 100 years to establish your own faction. After 100 years, I'll come back to find you." Yes. The 100 great sinners bowed and respectfully sent him off. Dragon chi spread in the void, and the white-haired figure in plain clothes disappeared from the mountain. What does he mean? He comes and goes as he pleases. He really treats us like slaves. A great sinner said with an angry expression. Whoosh! As soon as he finished speaking, a sword chi appeared out of thin air and directly cut off the great sinner's head. Blood spurted out like rain. Everyone's expression changed when they saw this. "All right, stop talking and do more. Nothing good will come out of angering our young master," a beautiful young lady said. A young woman with a charming appearance spoke, and then she turned around and left. Chapter 1385. In the land of southern border, in an unknown realm, dragon chi surged and covered the sky. In the vast wilderness, a white-haired figure sat cross-legged and focused on refining the dragon chi. "Human, you didn't keep your word." In the dragon chi, the dragon roared angrily. Ning Chen opened his eyes and said calmly, "What did I promise you? You said you would set me free. Are you going back on your words?" The dragon roared and said in a deep voice. Ning Chen sneered and said, "Think carefully about what I said. I don't remember promising you that I would let you go." With that, Ning Chen closed his eyes and continued to refine the dragon chi. The dragon's body trembled. After a while, it roared angrily, "You lied to me, despicable human. You're too cunning." As soon as it said that, the dragon suddenly screamed violently. Phoenix flames rose and burned the dragon's soul. Gradually, the dragon's roar became weaker and weaker until it was almost inaudible. "Spare me." In the dragon chi, when its consciousness was about to disappear, the dragon weakly begged for mercy. In the phoenix flames, Ning Chen stood up and stopped devouring the power of providence. He said calmly, "Swear loyalty and I'll spare your life." In front of its life, the dragon did not dare to resist and swore to the heavens. "Little gourd." Ning Chen called out. "Immortal elder." Hearing the call, the little gourd flew out shakily. Its young face was puzzled. It asked, "What's the matter?" "I'll leave this loach to you," Ning Chen said calmly. Hearing that, the little gourd looked at the dragon in front of it with excitement. "Is what Immortal Elder said true?" "Yes." Ning Chen nodded. The little gourd flew forward excitedly and patted the dragon's head. "Big Loach, you have to be obedient in the future." The dragon was about to struggle, but when it saw the cold eyes of the man beside it, its body trembled and it immediately surrendered. The dragon lowered its head and let the little gourd touch it. It was the first time it touched a real dragon. The little gourd was so excited that its face turned red. It looked at its master and said happily, "Thank you, Immortal Elder." "Little gourd, do you have anywhere you want to go?" Ning Chen looked at the unfamiliar land of the gods and asked. The little gourd thought about it and pointed to the west. "I want to go there." "The west?" Ning Chen smiled and asked, "Why do you want to go there?" The little gourd pinched the corner of its shirt and said embarrassedly, "I just pointed randomly." "Ha ha." Ning Chen laughed and said, "All right, I'll take you to the west." Since he had become a devil, he would make sure that there were no more Buddhas in this world. On this day, a white-haired demon dressed in plain clothes set off for the west. A palm-sized child sat on his shoulder, and a huge dragon followed behind him with a respectful expression. In the Western world of Buddhism, there were hundreds of schools of thought contending. Countless great sects stood in great numbers, and numerous great temples stood tall on the mountains. Buddhism was flourishing. On a stormy night in the Western Buddhist realm, in the desolate wilderness, a white-haired figure in plain clothes walked over. His entire body was drenched, and he seemed to be in a sorry state. "Immortal Elder, there's a temple over there." The little gourd held a large leaf in her hand to block the rain. She stretched out her small white hand and pointed at the dilapidated temple not far away. I saw it. Ning Chen nodded and walked towards the ruined temple. Hoo-hoo! In the wilderness, a chilly wind howled. In this rainy night it seemed a little creepy. The little gourd heard the wind and shrunk her shoulders. She said in fear, "Immortal Elder, could there be ghosts? You're an immortal vine. Why would you be afraid of ghosts?" Ning Chen said softly, "I am." The little gourd grabbed Ning Chen's collar and looked around. Ning Chen smiled faintly. His dark eyes looked into the dark night, and a cold light flashed past. Perhaps there really was a ghost. Hoo-hoo! The mountain wind howled. Around the ruined temple, a white-haired figure appeared. Her face was pale and she was coughing. She looked abnormally terrifying. "Ghost!" The little gourd on Ning Chen's shoulder suddenly screamed. It was so scared that it crawled into Ning Chen's collar. The little gourd's screams scared the birds and beasts in the forest. Ning Chen looked at the white-haired woman in front of him and walked forward step by step. "Immortal Elder, there's a ghost," the little gourd said nervously. "It's okay," Ning Chen replied calmly and continued walking forward. Roar! In front of the ruined temple, the long-tongued woman roared. Her ferocious face was abnormally terrifying. "Back off," Ning Chen said faintly. The long-tongued woman roared. Just as she was about to step forward, her body suddenly trembled, and she took a few steps back in fear. In front of the stone steps, Ning Chen walked up and entered the ruined temple. The ruined temple was not big. The inside of the temple was abnormally dilapidated and overgrown with weeds. Ning Chen looked at the roof. He came to a place where there was no rain and started a fire. The little gourd went to the fire and warmed it. There was still fear on its face. "Immortal Elder, will that ghost come again?" "I don't think so." Ning Chen added some firewood to the fire and said, "Bang!" Before he finished speaking, the door of the ruined temple was blown open by a strong wind. In front of the door, the white-haired woman floated and did not dare to take half a step forward. "Immortal Elder, I'm scared." The little gourd raised its head and said timidly. Ning Chen raised his hand. The spirit chi of heaven and earth surged and entered the woman's body. After a while, the woman's soul quickly condensed and her distorted face changed. The white-haired woman who recovered her face had a delicate face. She looked like a girl next door. "Leave or I'll kill you." Ning Chen spoke with a cold expression. The white-haired woman's body trembled. She bowed respectfully and left quickly. "She's gone." Ning Chen patted the little gourd's head and smiled. Seeing the woman disappear in the rain, the little gourd's young face showed some pity. "Immortal Elder, it's raining so heavily outside. Will she be all right? Aren't you scared of her?" Ning Chen asked. "I was just now, but I'm not anymore," the little gourd said softly. "Ha!" Ning Chen smiled faintly. "She's a vengeful spirit. She's not afraid of the rain." "Oh." The little gourd nodded thoughtfully. Its simple little head quickly let go of the matter and sat in front of the fire to warm itself up. Under the rainy night, the white-haired woman stood far away outside the ruined temple, shivering. Her only place of residence had been taken and she was homeless. In the ruined temple, the little gourd leaned against its gourd and fell asleep. Ning Chen guarded it quietly and sat for the entire night. The battle with the dragon head of the Confucian sect was the first time he truly felt the terror of a fifth realm expert. Even with the providence of the Great Yu dynasty, he was still helpless against a fifth realm expert. The fifth realm was truly an unimaginable realm. Today, he was still quite far away from the fifth realm. The most important thing was that he hadn't reached the divine transformation stage. The moon god once told him that the fourth realm was the limit of human cultivation. If he wanted to enter a higher realm, he must increase the energy in his body to a higher level. How to reach the divine transformation stage was something he needed to solve as soon as possible. Immortal Elder, in its dreams, the little gourd turned around and pouted. I want to eat spiritual grass. Ning Chen regained his senses and smiled. The spiritual of all beings had a simple heart and lived without worries. The long night slowly passed. In the east, the sun rose, chasing away the coldness of the night. Outside, the rain stopped. The little gourd woke up in a daze. It hugged Ning Chen's arm and fell asleep again. Ning Chen stood up, placed the little gourd on his shoulder, and walked out of the ruined temple. 100 steps away from the ruined temple, under a tree, the white-haired woman hid in the shade of the tree in fear. She didn't dare to let the morning sun shine on her soul. The homeless ghosts became so helpless in the face of the coming day. Ning Chen walked over. Seeing the woman under the tree, he said calmly, "Go back." The white-haired woman was shocked when she heard that. She looked at the ruined temple behind her. It was only 100 steps away, but now it seemed to be far away. Ning Chen raised his hand. The leaves in the sky fell and formed a barrier, blocking the morning sun. "Thank you, Immortal Elder." The white-haired woman knelt down excitedly and bowed respectfully. Ning Chen didn't say anything else and left. Immortal Elder, on his shoulder, the little gourd opened its eyes half awake. It looked around and said, "It's morning." "Yes." Ning Chen nodded and said, "It's morning. Where's that female ghost?" The little gourd turned around and looked at the ruined temple behind it. "She went back," Ning Chen said calmly. The little gourd was relieved when it heard that. Not long after the two left, the green-robed monk with a staff walked out of the mountain. He held a talisman in his hand and searched for the ghost's whereabouts. Found it. In front of the ruined temple, the green-robed monk stopped and looked at the flickering talisman in his hand. His eyes flashed. In the ruined temple, the white-haired woman felt the murderous intent outside the temple. Her delicate face changed slightly. In front of the temple, the green-robed monk walked into the ruined temple. He scanned the temple, looking for the hidden ghost. "Come out," the green-robed monk said coldly. There was no sound in the ruined temple. It was unusually quiet. "You want to do this the hard way?" The green-robed monk snorted and shook the staff in his hand. Suddenly, a strong Buddhist power spread out and scattered the surrounding ghost chi. In the temple, a shrill scream sounded. With the Buddhist power, the white-haired woman's body collapsed quickly and her soul dissipated. Chapter 1386. In the Western world of Buddhism, thousands of monks in green robes walked forward with staffs in their hands, exorcising demons. "Uncle, can you give me some vegetarian food?" In front of a small courtyard, an ascetic monk stopped and looked at the old man in the courtyard. In the small courtyard, the old man saw the monk outside and opened the wooden fence. "Master, please come in." "Thank you, uncle." The monk in green robes thanked him and walked into the courtyard. "I'll get some food for the master." The old man took the alms bowl from the monk's hand and walked shakily into the house. Not long after, the old man came back with the food and handed it to the monk in front of him. "Thank you." The monk in green robes took the food and began to eat with a tired face. The old man stood at the side and watched the monk wolfing down the food. His expression was calm and there was not much difference. It was not the first time he saw these ascetic monks. These monks were all good people who exorcised demons for the world and were deeply respected by the people. After the monk in green robes finished his meal, he did not stay any longer and got up to leave. The old man walked him to the front of the courtyard and watched the monk leave. In the wilderness there were many spiritual monsters. Some passers-by were frightened by the spiritual monsters. One told 10, and 10 told 100, and the whereabouts of these spiritual monsters were exposed. Not long after, there would be monks in green robes coming to subdue these spiritual monsters that brought disaster to the world. The ascetic monks would never accept money from the people. At most, they would give them a bowl of vegetarian food. It was also because of this that the ascetic monks in the Western world of Buddhism were deeply respected. But for some reason, The evil creatures and spirits in the Western world of Buddhism were much more than in other places of the heavenly world. Thousands of monks in green robes were not able to kill all of them. Not long after the old man sent the monks away, a white-haired figure in white clothes walked in from outside the courtyard. He looked at the mountain in front of him, and a strange look flashed in his cold eyes. It was said that there was a big temple in the mountain. It was a famous Buddhist temple nearby. There was an old monk in the temple who was unparalleled in Buddhist Dharma. He could consecrate Dharma weapons and send souls to heaven. He had also helped people become Buddha. It was not strange to consecrate Dharma weapons and send souls to heaven. However, helping people become Buddha was not something that ordinary Buddhists could do. Immortal, are we not there yet? On Ning Chen's shoulder, the little calabash pulled a strand of hair and asked. Soon. Ning Chen replied as he looked at the majestic mountain in front of him. Monster. At this time, in the small courtyard, the old man saw the little person talking on the shoulder of the white-haired man outside the courtyard and said in fear. The little gourd heard the old man shout and looked over with its big eyes. It pouted and said, I'm not a monster. Monster. The old man took a few steps back, then quickly turned around and ran back into the house. Immortal elder. The little gourd felt wronged. I'm not a monster. The little gourd is an immortal. Of course it's not a monster. A smile appeared on Ning Chen's cold face as he replied. Hearing its master's consolation, the little gourd quickly recovered and began to play by itself. Ning Chen glanced at the small courtyard at the side and pondered for a moment. Then, he strode towards the large mountain ahead. Buddha Chi. Someone from the Buddhist sect had just been here. An ascetic monk? Ning Chen brought the little gourd into the mountain. Once they entered the forest, the little gourd seemed to have entered its own home. It happily ran around barefooted. Be careful. Don't encounter any ferocious beasts that will eat you. Ning Chen reminded from behind. I'm not afraid of ferocious beasts. The little gourd turned around and said before continuing to run forward happily. Ning Chen followed behind unhurriedly. He looked at the endless forest ahead, searching for traces of the legendary temple. Unknowingly, half a day passed. The sun set in the west and the sky quickly darkened in the forest. Ghost. When the sky darkened, the little gourd's childish voice sounded in front of him. It was sharp and ear-piercing. Hearing that, Ning Chen frowned and walked over. In the forest ahead, the little gourd flew back quickly and hugged Ning Chen's arm. Immortal elder, there's a ghost. Don't be afraid. Ning Chen comforted her in a soft voice and walked forward. In the forest, there were dozens of white-robed figures floating. They were all women and their tongues were sticking out. It was abnormally terrifying. In the middle of the many vengeful spirits, a monk in green robes stood with a staff in his hand. His Buddha chi was emitting from his body, blocking the ghost chi from devouring them. Immortal elder, there are so many ghosts. The little gourd hid behind Ning Chen and whispered. They're not ghosts. Ning Chen said calmly. They're vengeful spirits. What are vengeful spirits? The little gourd was puzzled. They died with their eyes wide open and their souls lingered after death. Ning Chen said indifferently. These women were the same as the women outside the broken temple. They all died unnaturally. It seemed that this seemingly peaceful Western Buddhist world was not a pure land. In front of the many vengeful spirits, the monk in green robes placed his staff aside and put his hands together. He chanted an incantation and began to convert the vengeful spirits around him. As the monk chanted, golden light spread and the surrounding vengeful spirits immediately screamed. The ghost chi dissipated and the dozens of vengeful spirits returned to their original appearance. They were all women in their prime and died with hatred. Spare me! The ghost chi dissipated and the dozens of vengeful spirits knelt on the ground and begged for mercy. Their faces were filled with fear. Amit Ba! The monk in green robes opened his eyes and Buddha chi surged. He did not show any mercy and continued to chant, wanting to convert all of these vengeful spirits. At this moment, the monk in green robes was shocked. He looked at the white-haired figure walking in front of him, and his eyes turned serious. This is demon. A real demon. The monk in green robes was on full alert and was abnormally nervous. In front, the dozens of vengeful spirits immediately fled in all directions. Bah! The monk in green robes' expression turned cold. He reached out and grabbed his staff, then slammed it on the ground. In an instant the monk killed. Buddha Chi spread and dispersed all the vengeful spirits in an instant. Why did you kill them? Ningchen stepped forward and asked calmly. The monk in green robes' expression darkened and he said, Lone spirits and wild spirits harm the world. Buddha will not tolerate it. Ningchen heard it and nodded gently. He said, What about the demon? Kill them all. The monk in green robes said with murderous intent in his eyes. Have a safe journey. After saying that, Ningchen walked past the monk. His sword flashed silently without any warning. A sword mark appeared on the monk's throat. Immediately after, blood spurted out and dyed the forest red. Immortal, why did you kill him? The little gourd was puzzled. Why did he kill those vengeful spirits? Ningchen did not answer and asked instead. Because ghosts harm people, the little gourd replied. Why do ghosts harm people? Ningchen continued to ask. When the little gourd heard that, it was unable to think of an answer. Because they want to live. Ningchen said calmly, just like how beasts prey on cows and sheep. Their purpose is to live. The little gourd was confused. It felt that it made sense, but it also felt that it did not understand. There's no need to think so much. Ningchen smiled. If I don't kill him, he will find a way to kill me. Buddha and demon can't coexist. When the monk in green robes died, in the depths of the forest, in the temple, the old Buddha opened his eyes and looked ahead. A stream of light flashed past. Demon? Chapter 1387. Under the night sky, the forest was abnormally dark, and the moonlight was unable to shine through. The entire forest was so dark that one couldn't even see one's fingers in front of one's face. Ningchen took the small gourd and walked into the depths of the forest. It was a cold night and the cold wind was blowing. The little gourd was hiding in Ningchen's collar, looking around with its big eyes, not daring to come out. After walking for about 4 hours, Ningchen strode out from the depths of the mountain forest. He looked at the temple in front of him and narrowed his eyes. Ningchen stomped his foot and his figure soared into the sky. When the demonic cultivators approached, golden light shone from the mountainside, trying to stop the demonic cultivators from approaching. However, the white-haired demon's cultivation was shocking. He was not affected by the golden light at all. In the temple, the old monk sensed something and his expression turned serious. Outside the temple, Ningchen was bathed in Buddhist light as he walked in. He reached out and pushed open the temple door. With a creak, the door opened and Ningchen walked in. In front of the main hall, separated by the door, the two of them looked at each other. Greetings, master. Outside the hall, Ningchen stopped and bowed. In the main hall, the old monk said, Benefactor, you've come to the wrong place. I've come all the way here to ask Grandmaster to help me reach the divinity transformation stage. Ningchen said calmly. The old monk's expression darkened when he heard that. You are a demon. Why do you want to become a soul formation cultivator? Devil. Ningchen muttered softly. The pitch-black color in his eyes faded away, and the blood-red demonic mark between his eyebrows also disappeared. His aura changed, and he regained his divinity. Will this do? Ningchen asked. In the grand hall, the old monk's expression changed with disbelief. With a creak, the door to the main hall opened. Ningchen walked in and looked at the figure in front of the Buddha statue. He politely bowed and said, Grandmaster. You're not a demon. The old monk sized up the person before him and said, Is it really that important to be a human or a demon? Ningchen asked. Of course, the old monk said solemnly. Hearing this, Ning Chen sighed softly and said, Sorry, I came to the wrong place. As soon as he finished speaking, Ning Chen's eyes returned to their original black color. A blood mark appeared between his eyebrows, and its demonic nature was astonishing. A demonic sword appeared in Ning Chen's hand. With a slash, blood was drawn and the throat was sealed. The old monk shuddered and his eyes were filled with shock. The gushing blood dyed the ground in front of the Buddha red, looking exceptionally glaring. Ning Chen turned around and left. Not long after, he disappeared into the night. Outside the mountains, Ning Chen looked at the divine moon in the sky and said, Little Calabash, if I become a cold-blooded demon, will you be afraid? Inside his collar, the little gourd shook her head gently and said, No, I don't. Why? Ning Chen asked softly. Immortal Elder is a good person, the small calabash said firmly. Ning Chen smiled faintly and nodded. When I came to the Western world of Buddhism, I heard that there is a method to kill 10,000 monks and turn them into demons. I was hesitant before, but I won't anymore. In the Western world of Buddhism, there was no lack of green-robed monks. Since he had already decided, he would just kill them all. Under the moonlight, the demon whose hands were stained with Buddha's blood made another shocking decision. He killed the monks and transformed into a demon, increasing his strength with all his might. 3 days later, in a desolate mountain, a green-robed monk silently collapsed. His throat had been cut by a sword, and his bones had been fractured, completely destroying his vitality. Not far from the monk, the ghosts and monsters trembled. Under the demonic might, they did not dare to move an inch. You may leave. Ning Chen glanced at the ghosts and said faintly. The ghosts and monsters immediately knelt and bowed, then got up and left. After killing the Buddha and saving the ghosts, Ning Chen left with the demonic sword that was stained with Buddha's blood and disappeared. In the next few months, Ning Chen walked around the mountains and rivers, looking for the green-robed monk. Under the demonic sword, more and more green-robed monks died, and more ghosts and monsters were saved. In the Western world of Buddhism, the legend of ghosts eating humans became more and more popular. Although no one had seen it with their own eyes, such a rumor had already spread throughout the world of Buddhism. You don't know, but a few days ago I saw more than 10 green-faced, fanged ghosts in the mountains. They ate a living person. It's too scary. In the tea house, the storyteller told a group of people what he saw and heard. Everyone was stunned. You're lying. At this moment, at a table not far away, a young girl spoke. She put her hands on her waist and said, How can there be so many ghosts in this world? The storyteller raised his head and looked at the young girl not far away. He said unhappily, Little girl, I saw it with my own eyes. How can it be fake? Those ghosts are in the mountains outside the city. If you don't believe me, you can go and see. Fine, I'll go. I'll definitely come back and expose your lies, the young girl said. She took the sword on the table and walked out of the tea house. 100 miles away from the small city, on a barren mountain, the young girl walked over with her sword. When she reached the forest, she had the intention to retreat. In front of her, the sky was getting dark. In the depths of the forest, it was pitch black. She couldn't see anything. The young girl stood there for a long time. Then, she gritted her teeth and walked towards the forest. In the forest, a chilly wind whistled. It sounded creepy. The young girl held the sword in her hand tightly. After walking for more than 10 miles, she became more and more afraid. Around her, the sky was completely dark. She could only see less than 3 meters. Whoa! At this moment, a woman's crying sounded. It was sad, cold, and terrifying. The inexplicable crying in the dark night made people even more afraid. The young girl immediately stopped and her body trembled. Give me back my life! An eerie shout sounded. Dozens of white-clothed figures appeared. They floated in the air and surrounded the young girl. Ghosts! Seeing this, the young girl immediately screamed and covered her head. She was scared out of her wits. Dozens of white-clothed figures floated around her. They were getting closer and closer. Their faces were ferocious and terrifying. After half an hour, the surroundings gradually quieted down. The young girl raised her head. There was no one in front of her. The ghosts were gone. The young girl stretched out her hands and looked at her body. She heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, she wasn't eaten. Ah! At this moment, a mournful cry sounded in the forest. It shook the birds and beasts. When the young girl heard it, she suppressed the fear in her heart and quickly ran over. In front of her, the green-clothed monk waved the staff in his hand and scattered the white-clothed figures one after another. The dozens of white-clothed figures were all killed in the blink of an eye. The alms bowl in the green-clothed monk's hand flew up and absorbed the remaining soul energy of all the vengeful souls. Seeing this scene, the young girl was shocked. At this moment, at the end of the night, a white-haired figure in plain clothes walked over. His eyes were as black as ink and there was a blood-red demonic pattern between his eyebrows. It was terrifying. The green-clothed monk sensed it. He looked forward and his expression suddenly froze. Demon! After a few breaths, the white-haired demon approached. Without saying a word, he passed by with a dazzling sword light. The green-clothed monk's body trembled. He didn't even have the chance to fight back and his body fell backward. Crack! Ningchen stepped forward and crushed the monk's alms bowl. Dozens of remnant souls flew out. They instinctively bowed respectfully and then flew into the depths of the forest. Chapter 1388. In the middle of the night, in the wilderness, the white-haired demon killed a green-robed monk. Before the demon made a move, the monk had already fallen into a pool of blood. The demon was extremely powerful. Every time he killed a monk, his demonic nature would become stronger, and his strength would also become stronger. In a few months, 99 green-robed monks had died under the demon's sword. Buddha's blood had spilled all over the territory of the Buddha world. In the forest, the young girl who exposed the storyteller's lie looked at the scene in front of her. She was so scared that her legs could not move. The Buddha had enlightened the ghosts, but someone had killed the Buddha and released the ghosts? The young girl did not recognize that the white-haired man in front of her was a demon. The demon had disappeared from the world for too long. Ordinary people would not be able to recognize him. Ningchen saw the young girl and ignored her. He walked away. The young girl came back to her senses. At this moment, she did not know where her courage and strength came from. She trotted after him. Ningchen went down the mountain and the young girl followed him. The distance of 100 steps, the young girl quietly followed behind. She did not even dare to breathe loudly. In the east, the sky gradually brightened. In front of the small city, Ningchen walked over. He did not stop and entered the small city. On the streets of the small city, the white-haired demon in white clothes walked forward. The pedestrians subconsciously avoided him, unwilling to get close. Although the common people did not recognize demons, the cold aura that Ningchen emitted made people subconsciously not want to get too close. Behind him, the young girl followed. Her sneaky appearance was very eye-catching. "Ah Ling, what are you doing?" On the street, a woman asked. Hearing this, the young girl was shocked. She hurriedly pulled the woman aside and whispered, "Aunt Xiang, be quiet." The woman looked at the young girl in front of her with a puzzled expression. "What are you doing so mysteriously?" "I have something to do. I'll tell you later," the young girl said and hurriedly followed. In the small city, wanted posters covered every corner of the small city. However, the faces of the criminals on the posters were blurry. Not only the small city, but the entire Western Buddha world wanted the demon. No one had seen his true appearance. On the posters, there were only blood-red words that described the demon's heinous crimes. The young girl followed behind, feeling more and more shocked. Could it be that the demon on the wanted posters was this white-haired man in front of her? In the small city, the sky gradually darkened. Dark clouds gathered in the horizon, and a cold rain fell. The late autumn rain was extremely cold. When it fell on one's body, it made one shiver. Ning Chen walked in the cold rain, allowing the rain to wet his plain clothes. His expression was indifferent. Behind him, the young girl was drenched by the rain and was shivering from the cold. At this moment, at the end of the small town, a monk dressed in green walked over. The alms bowl in his hand shone with golden light, looking extraordinary. Amit Ba! The green-robed monk stepped forward and stood in front of him, chanting Buddhist mantras as he stared at the white-haired demon in front of him. He did not hide his killing intent at all. Ning Chen stopped and looked at the green-robed monk in front of him. He calmly said, "Killing each other? Devils wreak havoc in the world, Buddha will not tolerate them." The golden alms bowl in the azure-robed monk's hand flew up. Buddhist light flourished, enveloping the white-haired demonic cultivator in front. The holy light of Buddha continued to erode the demonic chi around the demonic cultivator. The Buddha and the demonic cultivator clashed, and a powerful shock wave violently spread out. However, a shocking scene happened. The white-haired demonic cultivator bathed in the Buddhist light was unharmed. The demonic chi around him surged, and a demonic sword stained with Buddha's blood appeared. The next moment, the demonic cultivator held the sword and moved. The world darkened. The Buddha-slaying sword was dyed red again. Cracks appeared on the throat of the green-robed monk. Blood spurted out, dyeing the streets of the ancient city red. Amit Ba! At this moment, golden light shone above the sky. Countless Buddhist rain fell from the sky. When the Buddhist rain fell, golden lotuses bloomed, dazzling and dazzling. In the head of the green-robed monk, a Buddha shadow appeared. The solemn appearance of the Buddha was shocking. "Young man." The Buddha shadow spoke calmly. "Buddha." In the Buddhist rain, the darkness in Ning Chen's eyes retreated, and the demonic mark between his brows disappeared. He bowed respectfully. "What made you change like this? Your killing intent, even I, who is far away in Mount Shumi, can clearly sense it." Buddha Shilai sighed softly. "The world is greedy, the monks are heartless. Is there a difference whether knowing destiny is a human or a demon?" Ning Chen looked at Buddha Shilai in front of him and said calmly, "Why do you say so?" Buddha Shilai asked, "Why are there so many vengeful souls in the West Buddha world? Do you really not know?" Ning Chen said faintly. Buddha Shilai was silent for a long time. Then, he chanted, "The matters of the world should be solved by the people of the world. Young man, you have already transcended the mortal world. Being a god or a Buddha is just a matter of thought. Why do you have to degenerate into a demon? Knowing destiny is just a mortal." Ning Chen said calmly, "It was in the past, and it will not change in the future. As for the degeneration mentioned by Buddha, I will not refute it. As long as I am a demon, I will kill all these green-robed monks. If the Buddha world wants to stop me, just come." As soon as his voice fell, the demonic aura around Ning Chen rose again. His eyes turned black, and the demonic mark between his brows appeared. "Heaven's will." Buddha Shilai sighed softly. The illusory Buddha body bloomed brilliantly. The Buddha palm flipped and pressed down. Buddha Shilai, one of the 5 strongest in the divine world, made his move. Suddenly, the dark clouds above the ancient city dispersed, and golden light illuminated the world. Under the golden light, the demonic sword in Ning Chen's hand crossed. Demonic flames rose from the ground. Boom! The Buddha palm fell, and the demonic image collapsed. The moment the golden light fell, Ning Chen's body was surrounded by raging phoenix flames, blocking the Buddha light that filled the sky. "Buddha, your true body is not here. You can't kill me," Ning Chen said lightly. He waved his sword to disperse the golden light that filled the sky. Then, he stepped forward. In the void, in the dissipating golden light, Buddha sighed softly and said, "Young man, put down the slaughter and become a Buddha." As soon as his words fell, the Buddha light that filled the sky disappeared completely. The Buddha light dissipated. The green-robed monk's figure fell into a pool of blood, and there was no more sound. Behind, Ah Ling, who witnessed this scene, was shocked. Even Buddha could not stop this person. In front of the western city gate, Ning Chen walked over. After crossing the ancient city, he left without any reluctance. After 100 steps, Ah Ling followed him. Although there was some fear in her heart, she still followed. Just as Ning Chen was walking to the west, in the east of the divine world, 3 dragon corpses pulled an immortal palanquin. The palanquin was surrounded by demonic aura. In the eastern sky, the majestic divine court sat. It was like a powerful force in the ancient divine world that had existed since time immemorial. At the highest point of the divine court, a huge dragon throne floated up and down. In front of the dragon throne, the lord of the divine court sat. Vast purple aura surged around him, covering his face. Boom! At this moment, outside the western gate of heaven, the dragon corpses pulled the palanquin and directly crashed through the gate outside the divine court. They continued to rush to the west. In the divine court, the gods sensed that the gate was destroyed. They were all shocked. Someone broke into the divine court. In front of the dragon throne, the lord of the divine court stood up and looked at the western gate with a cold expression. "Stop it!" the lord of the divine court ordered. Yes. In the divine court, the divine generals took the order and rushed toward the western gate.